Hey guys, hold on, let me add Scarlett here. I think that was me actually. I had my volume off. Try to say something.
Okay.
Yeah, I hear you. That was me.
All right.
That was me. Um, hey guys, sorry for the wait. I was out walking and it started pouring on me, so I wasn't expecting that. I had to come back in and change into something else. Then I had to change into something else because I got soaked. But I'm here. All kinds of things go wrong like the last couple days, and I don't have any help. When things go wrong, it takes me like 5 times as long as the average person if I'm looking for something that's missing. Like, there's nobody here to help me. And physically, it's difficult for me to do these things. So today, once again, I'm losing stuff that I need, wasting time looking for stuff, and nobody to help me. So anyway, I'm just glad to be here. I've been looking forward to this, and we're gonna talk some From. We're gonna go back and look through season 1, episode 1, and with all the insights that we've gotten in season 3, all the revelations, it's just so clear that they knew where they were going with this from the beginning. And I knew it even before I rewatched it, because I paid close attention the first time. I watched it more than once. I took massive notes, but you go back and look and you find even more on a rewatch, even more stuff to add to the notes. So now I have like 3 different sets of notes from the first watch, the second watch, and this one. And it's a lot of fun. I like geeking out over this stuff, and so yeah, I think we're gonna really be able to have more insight into what's happening than ever before, because we got answers. They gave us answers. They promised answers. And now you go back and look, and it's like you could start to make new theories. Like, I have theories about the dialogue on the RV, and I always knew that it was important. I just didn't know exactly what it could mean. And now I'm getting kind of a clearer idea. Like who is Norman? Like what is this Norman stuff about? And who could represent Norman? That dialogue wasn't in there just for the hell of it. They did that on purpose. Like, everything was intentional. I love this freaking show so much. It's incredible. So
And a massive dose of foreshadowing.
massive. They love their foreshadowing. It's unbelievable.
And hilarious closed captioning if you guys put your closed captioning on during songs and the like.
Yeah. Oh, they couldn't have possibly choreographed that opening song better. I mean, it's pretty savage, really. Showing little Megan on the swing while the song is saying, "You'll be dead before my girl." Yeah, the little girl, you're so young and pretty, and yeah, you'll be dead before your time is due. Yeah.
But then it also says, I've been working so hard, and it shows Boyd just by himself.
Which is fitting.
Yeah.
Poor Boyd. He can't catch a break.
Yeah, and even the title of the episode, "A Long Day's Journey into Night," is a play by Eugene O'Neill about a dysfunctional family.
That's fitting.
Including a daddy who drinks, and Jim's daddy drank, so.
It's stuff like that, and like we didn't know that in the beginning. We just found that out. His dad was an alcoholic,
I guess this is why we're doing season 1 through a third season lens.
Yeah. Exactly. Hey, Vanessa. Nice to see you as always, Vanessa. Hey, Zapton Kaboom. Hey, Woodrow Nichols. Hey, Lysandra. I don't know how to say that, but hello. Thank you for being here.
Dragon off.
Thank you for being here. I haven't seen you in the chat that I can recall. Thank you for coming. Hey, Wolf Spear. Always great to see you. Hey, Golden Child. Nice to see you, as always. Hey, Dieter. Oh, you're so sweet. I feel a little bit better. The Fromely is good medicine, so this is gonna help. Not having a good time. this week and last week have been pretty bad, but I'm hanging in there. Not exactly a magical holiday season. The holidays suck for me, so I'm just I'm enjoying the escape of this of my channel, and uh yeah, I'm gonna yeah, like Dieter is saying, I've got a yeah, I've got a little something to share from Dieter, because he's way too generous and kind as always, but I'll get to that. Yeah, the answers to the end are at the beginning. That's what they said, and I don't think it just meant in the context of what Victor was saying in that scene in season 3, when he was saying, the answers to the end are at the beginning. That's what he was relating from the boy in white, which the boy in white said that to Christopher, and he was telling Christopher what happened. And he said the answers to the end are at the beginning, which, in the context of that scene, it meant the reason why everyone was massacred in 1978, it goes back to the beginning, which was the child sacrifice. But if you look at it in the context of the entire show, I think it was also a message to us that the answers to the end of the show are at the beginning of the show, the series. So, and we've heard this before. Like, this wasn't the first hint we've gotten about this. The showrunners have said that they hid clues in the first couple episodes that basically give you the answer. Now, I mean, it doesn't spell everything out, obviously, but it's there. So now I think we have more insight than ever to try and pinpoint those clues. Now one of them that I've always pointed out is Julie's shirt, which says illusions on it, with the goat with the third eye and all of that. So that one I already have my eye on that. That's a big one. We'll talk about that. And other stuff. There's like new insights that we can get from the first couple episodes. Now we're just going to focus on episode 1, just one at a time. I think that there's a lot to discuss with each one, and I want to deep dive. Obviously, like, that's what I do. I don't do brief. I don't I don't know how to do brief anything. So
Hey, if you want to capture every literature reference and every musical reference, you got to play the long game.
yes, right. Yeah, we're going to dive into all of that. We're going to look at the poetry references, the music. Yeah, absolutely. Because there are clues and there are insights that we can get from all of that. It was all intentional. So, yeah, they did an amazing job. This show is just phenomenal, and it saddens me to see some people have the exact opposite impression. I saw a very negative comment in my comment section today that made me sad. I understand this show isn't for everybody, but somebody was like completely trashing it, saying they're done with the show, and like the writers have no idea what they're doing, and they're just like screwing with us, and then they'll just reverse everything and Jim will be alive. And I don't believe that at all, for one thing. For another, I don't think they're just trying to hook us in and like stall for time and they don't know what they're doing. I got the exact opposite impression from the season finale. I got the impression that they knew exactly what they were doing from day one. And if you don't see that, then you're not paying attention. I'm sorry. Like,
so you don't think Jim walking at a funeral with a closed captioning, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, means anything?
yeah, okay, yeah, that meant nothing. They didn't know they didn't know where they were going with that. This was
when
just
he's the only person on the screen.
yeah. See like stuff like that. They put that in the first episode. He was always going to die. That was definitely planned. That was in the cards from day one. That's why in season 1, Tabitha had a dream where he was hanging upside down, for God's sake.
That's why the puppet, I'm going to show the picture of the puppet that's upside down too. Like one of those monster puppets that's hanging upside down.
Yeah. So stuff like that, I don't understand. Like, people who are trashing it are not paying close attention. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but if you're going to trash the show completely in the comment section of like a video I'm making because I love this show and the people who are commenting love this show or at least enjoy it, we're fans of it, and you're completely like, this person was replying to other people's comments saying, don't even bother with that theory, this show means nothing, blah blah blah, like going after other people, like saying don't even bother making these theories, like none of that is going to mean anything. I'm like,
I wonder if it was the same person that was in our chat that was just putting down everybody's comments a couple weeks ago.
I don't know. I don't remember who
No,
that
every
was.
time somebody wrote something, they're like, "Well, that doesn't really mean anything. That's dumb," or
Yeah, I don't like that.
"Why are you guys not talking about the show? Why are you talking about like whatever we were talking about that was off topic?" And I'm like, "Oh, come on, guy, just cool it."
Yeah, I forgot about that. 'Cause that doesn't happen much. Like most
Yeah.
people in the chat are cool. We haven't had a lot of issues with that, thankfully. All I ask is that people be respectful. And if you want to dislike the show, you're free. There's freedom of speech. You can voice your opinion, but don't go replying to other people's comments in my comment section and telling them that they're wasting their time making these theories because all of this means nothing. Like that's just being rude. I'm sorry. Like that's just rude.
They can go find a
And
channel where somebody's like doesn't like it.
yeah, like if you want to hate
They
watch
would have a friend.
if you want to hate watch the show, there are channels that are hating it right now. Like you can feel free to go over there. There are people you can talk to. I mean, I don't really understand why people hate watch
I
anyway.
don't really understand you watch.
I don't just yeah, if you don't like it, no one's making you watch. No one's forcing you. Like, I can understand, okay, you might be pissed if you invested time and you tried to be patient and you still hate it. Okay, then.
Or you
But,
came up with a theory that totally got debunked.
yeah, like, okay, that's fine. You have a right to feel that way. But, why are you taking time to write paragraphs and paragraphs about it in a comment section and going after people who are still enjoying it and making theories? Like that's a waste of your time. You're investing more of your time on a show that you already feel like wasted your time.
You
So
can do
why are
it
you
the
even
new
doing
show that you like.
yeah, so I don't understand that. But look, as far as I'm concerned, they knew exactly what they were doing, and we're going to prove that. So, with this rewatch, we're going to point out everything that they set in motion from the start. And if people watch this content, these lives, and my videos, and they still think the writers don't know what they're doing, then I don't know what else to tell you. So,
And I'm going to point out every yellow flower reference in this episode. There are
oh
many.
my God, there were so many, right? I noticed that too.
That's why my icon is a yellow primrose, because Christy was holding them at the funeral.
Yes. Yeah, Christy had yellow flowers. There was yellow goldenrod all over the front yard of Colony House.
Yeah.
Goldenrod flowers. Every time someone dies, someone has yellow flowers. Kenny had ones in season 2. Yellow flowers for his mother. Christy had yellow flowers. Like yellow, yellow, yellow everywhere. Julie had a bright yellow phone. Like the color stuff in this show, the color symbolism is everywhere. So it's interesting to see what they're doing with that, and it's definitely deliberate. The yellows and the blues and red, those are the 3. So and all of it has symbolism attached. So we're gonna really dive into all that. Like
that's just an overview of what you're gonna get in the next 6 hours.
that's just for
It's
starters.
just a taste.
That's just a taste. Yes. Hey, Doc Kaiju Labs. Good evening from Planet X. What is this? Dirt familia? Okay, I don't know what that means, but hey there. I know. Tony Teflon's got his familia term he coined, which I like. Nice alternative term to the Frumily. And I hope Tony's doing okay. I know he's suffering a really painful loss right now, and all my condolences go out to him and his family right now, and I just thoughts and prayers. I hope he's doing okay. He's a good guy. And hey, Matt Gilbert, greetings on this fine day. Nice to see you. My voice is different. I don't know why.
It's sounding different on my end.
I do have a microphone, but I haven't figured out how to put it together yet. I haven't had a chance, but yeah, I don't know. I'm glad it sounds clear. Let's see. Hey, the Chromonaucal Fletch. Good evening from Aholics. Yes, yeah. I'm better now. I'm better now that I'm here with you guys. I hope you're doing well. Hey, Mackie Vals, get under some blankets. Yeah, it's a good idea. I'm cold. I'm still kind of damp and cold from this miserable walk I just did. It wasn't even supposed to rain until midnight. That's why I wasn't prepared. I had to come back up here and change. Stupid New England weather can never predict it.
We had something called a snow squall that I had to look up because I didn't know what a snow squall was.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah, snow squall.
Oh, yeah. That's where it it just hits you out of nowhere.
Yep.
Yeah, we get those in New England, all right, big
Yeah.
time. It's crazy. Man in yellow is Big Baddie. Either that or he's working for him. He's definitely connected to the big bad for sure. Let's see. There are no wasted lines on From. Yes, I agree. And when you look back, it's more evident than ever. Wish Jasmine died instead of Smiley. I have to look at Smiley's ass. Good for the ladies.
Technically, you're not, because we talked to the actor who plays Smiley, and he wasn't naked in that shot, apparently.
Yeah, I don't
So you're
really.
looking at CGI ass, I guess.
I guess so. Yeah.
But really nicely done.
Very nicely done. Yeah, either that or sometimes actors use body doubles because they don't want to do that. Maybe he had a body double.
Oh.
But either way, we're looking at somebody's ass, which I was not expecting. I gotta say, there are a lot of things I did not have on my bingo card for this season that From threw at me. There were
Naked
things
Smiley was not one.
that was not one of them. No, can't say I predicted that. I love that.
We should have bingo cards for season 4. We should make them up.
We should, because there are things I got right. There are theories and predictions I got right, but I love that there were many, many things that surprised me. And that's great. That's fun. If you predict everything, then that's not a fun experience. It would be boring. So, yeah, Jasmine didn't die. I don't know what happened to Jasmine. She just disappeared.
She found better work.
She
got a better job.
Got a better job.
Better acting job.
She was a full on actress. She sure acted like one. That was not.
Yeah, her dad is supposed to be a very famous Canadian actor, but I can't remember his name right now. That's why she's getting a major draw.
Yeah,
that's a master thespian.
Yeah, I don't even know if she was an extra in the first place because I never saw her in any other scene. Did you ever see her before that point?
No, I haven't. Actually,
They might have just hired her as an actress to do that part because it required a bunch of lines and
Yeah.
So that might be why we never saw her again. Hey, growing dry.
From goes through many changes, including the extras in the background and the different monsters.
Right, sometimes we might pick this thing apart to the point where we're looking at things that reading into stuff that isn't even there. There are certain things you have to just understand that not everything means something. Like, for example, extras. The extras are going to vary. You're not going to always see the exact same monsters. Certain ones are going to disappear. There might seem like there are different numbers of them. And the extras, in terms of red shirts, there were a couple in this episode that I've never seen again, and they look like two teenage girls with a bike.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They all look like, a lot of them look a lot younger in the beginning, and they're all wearing dresses.
Right. That was weird, right?
In the town, not just in County House, but in the town.
Mm-hmm.
And now everybody looks like maybe the town puts people through many changes because now they're all at least in their late 30s, early 40s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The city has aged them.
Yeah, I don't know why they threw in what looked like two teenage girls in episode 1 and you never see them again because I think the whole point is supposed to be that there are only 2 kids in town and it's Julie and Ethan. I don't know.
Well, they could have been in their early 20s.
Yeah,
they were pretty young though.
Yeah, they looked young. One of them was wheeling a bike, so it just they looked young. And
it wasn't Clara. I wonder where Clara shows up. I can't even remember.
Yeah, I don't think she pops up for a while.
Yeah.
She wasn't there, and we didn't see. I forgot we don't see Victor until episode 2. Also, anyway,
or Kenny's mom.
Or Kenny's mom.
We see his dad.
See his dad. Yeah, it's very sad looking. I hate those scenes. I feel so bad knowing what's going to happen to him. It's really.
I feel bad that he said he didn't like Toby, and I was like, yeah, there's probably a reason for that.
Yeah. Look at the mess he made. I don't like him. Okay.
Yeah.
How do you know? That's interesting. Yeah, he's He's interesting. Hey, Grow and Thrive. Hey, Eiley Claymore, welcome. Hey, Sig Sauer. These streams and rewatches are giving me life while we wait. Oh, I'm glad. Nice to see you. I'm glad you could make it, and I'm glad it can help. We're gonna get through this. We're gonna get through our from withdrawals together as a Frumily. We'll do this thing. Look, we can still make it fun.
We have at least at the minimum 20 weeks.
Oh God, yeah. And then we can watch season 3 again. Who knows?
Yeah.
We're gonna keep this going, and it can still be fun even though we don't have new content. And we'll dig up new things to talk about. You'll be surprised how much there is to talk about when we look back now with what we know now. So, and you can never have too many rewatches. I know other channels are doing their own great rewatches, and as far as I'm concerned, never can be too many. So, what better time to do it than now? Hey, Muncher Luncher, Team Jim Kingpin. Yes, we know you're Team Jim. You've been very, very loud about that one.
He's alive in episode 1, so that might be exciting to you.
Yeah, you got Jim back. We're going to talk about Jim. He's back.
He's alive again.
He lives on. He lives on in seasons 1 and 2 at least, and we'll keep him alive to that. Hey, Chris Smalls. Ethan is the answer. Yeah, Ethan has I've known from day one on this show. Ethan has the answers in all of his Chromonocle stuff, his quest stuff. I always knew this was going to be important. Long before I had a channel, I used to take notes when I watched the show, just because I'm a geek like that. And I wrote down everything Ethan said regarding quests and the Chromonocle and Norman. And sure enough, now Julie is so-called story walking, and Ethan somehow knows how this works. Yeah, he's got the key here for sure. Now, I don't subscribe to the theory that all of this is part of one of his stories. It's an okay theory, but I personally would rather this be real. But I know that's a theory going around. So you think he was talking to us, meaning the first episode? Who was talking to us? I don't know. Maybe I was saying something then, and this is in response to that. I don't know what that was.
Let's say Ethan, Jim.
Yeah. Yeah. Clarify that for me.
The showrunner.
Yeah. Yeah. Ethan's story. Oh, like Ethan's story? Yeah, kind of. I think so. Like the stuff about Norman that he said, I think it was definitely a clue for sure. And it's related to Jim. I think that, Norman is basically Jim, in my opinion. Like Julie is bullying Ethan, and he's like, she says that he, like one of the finger puppets kills the other, and she's like, no, the monster's claws went too deep, at talking as Norman, of course. And what happens to Jim? He's got
and guess what on the closed captioning shows in that like moment? Jim in the front of the RV.
Yeah, people still think that the writers don't know what they're doing. So yeah, she's like, the monster's claws went too deep, and she's speaking as Norman. They show, like Scarlett just said, they showed Jim in the front seat when she was saying that. Jim later gets his neck ripped open by the man in yellow's claws at the end of season 3. This was set up. And then the rest of the dialogue is, he, like, what is it? Ethan says, Mom, Julie killed Norman. And he says, like, bring him back, Julie.
Mm-hmm.
Julie's like, no, sorry, when you're dead, you're gone. Life's tough, kid, essentially. And so what does that sound like a reference to? Bring him back, Julie, bring him back. And she says, no, when you're dead, you're gone. Sometimes life is hard. And then, like,
I thought we were gonna go see the scene.
and then Ethan says something. Wait, who was it? Ethan or Julie was like, I think one of them said the secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears to heal Norman. So now essentially Julie is going to try to go back and save Jim by traveling through time, by story walking. So what Ethan was saying, Julie, bring him back, bring him back. It was foreshadowing. Julie is going to try to bring Jim back. Maybe she's supposed to be like the secret fairy from the Lake of Tears or something, who's going to come back and try to fix him, bring him back. That's not saying it's going to work. I don't think it is going to work, but I think they're foreshadowing that they're going to try. She's going to try. We'll get into that more, but that I think is so obvious foreshadowing now. Strap in, kids, we're in for a ride. 8 hours plus. I don't know. It's probably going to be shorter now, but we'll see. I don't know how long it's going to be. We're just going to play it by ear.
Unless we decided to do a rewatch party after.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll play it by ear. Lauren was the one that what yeah, I hate whenever characters start to say something and then they get interrupted or they stop talking. Usually it's important, but in this case, like usually I think it's a clue that means something, but in this case I don't think I just can't imagine what they're ever going to do with that. Because they've never talked about Lauren again, ever.
There's so many of these in the episode too. I like closed captioned a bunch of them. A bunch of the stopped conversations.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
I mean, it seemed like Lauren had a connection to Ellis, and he was putting flowers on her grave and everything, so there must have been something.
And Lauren, and he, Ellis cut him off and said, I know. What? It's annoying.
You'll find out in season 5.
I want that one. I wonder if they're ever going to revisit, because they've never talked about Lauren again or Megan. So I don't know. It would be interesting to know. Hey, Dice Man 2003. Please take note of Ethan walking on that tree. Yes, indeed. I
took note of him also saying, why don't we push the tree of the RV? And I'm like, that's thinking, Ethan.
Yes.
Don't turn around. Come up with other ideas.
I noticed that and I thought, oh, no, that's a smart idea. Let's try to move the tree. And he wanted to get on the tree. He's a smart kid. The crows didn't like that. They started to swarm as soon as Ethan got up there. And scared them off. I think that was intentional. Hey Simone0988, welcome. Nice to see you. Dieter says there could be a lot of stuff in there that we think means something while it's just a distraction. Absolutely. Not everything is going to mean something. There are going to be red herrings. But looking back now, there's stuff that clearly means something that we can definitely point to.
Or stuff that's just interesting, like, saying ashes to ashes, dust to dust on a gem, for one. Yeah. Just amusing little tidbits.
Oh, absolutely.
Like the literature too. You can take it as it might have deeper meaning, but you can also take it as that's kind of cool that they have that.
Right, absolutely. Yeah. At the very least, it's a clue as to themes in the show. Like themes that an inspiration for the show when they have literature featured, poetry, that kind of thing. Doesn't mean that it can predict what's going to happen necessarily at all, but can give us clues. Hey, All City Big Hack. Y'all forever going live around my bedtime. Sorry. I want to start doing them a little earlier. Normally, I go live later on Wednesdays because Tony is live before me, but I don't really have any excuse tonight because he wasn't live. But yeah, I still was late, so
you had to exercise.
Bad habit. Yeah, I had to get my exercise in. I took like 1 million screenshots for this episode and it took too long. Hey, Bobby G. You're right. If you're paying attention, they are not winging this. It's ridiculous how much foreshadowing they've done. After a rewatch, it's like they're telling you the entire plot. 100%. 100%. Hey, Mark Yablonsky. Fine people. Hello there. There are stuff that when you go back and look at it again, it wouldn't have meant anything at the time, but you see now that it actually had meaning in retrospect. That's the cool thing about rewatching. Is Mr. I guess that's supposed to be Dr. Mabuse, connected to the man in yellow. Maybe I want to watch that movie. I heard it's long.
I noticed, and this is going to be kind of, well, not exactly off topic, but there is whistling in M, which is a French slang movie that's kind of based on Dr. Baboose, and it has some of
Uh-huh.
the characters from the Testament of Dr. Baboose. And in Tuck Everlasting, there's also whistling, and I don't
Oh,
know the whistling is related to humming in any way, and from,
huh.
or there'll be a song, kind of that like same feeling. It was just kind of a weird combination of things. I didn't realize that the guy in M whistled before he killed. He's
Oh,
basically, he kills children. He's a child serial killer. And then there's also
um,
whistling, kind of the same whistling in Tuck Everlasting.
the guy in M, uh, whistled.
Yeah, the killer in the movie
Oh,
whistle.
okay,
And
okay,
then there's also whistling Tuck Everlasting. And for you that are now on live, I think that there's more influence with the man in the yellow suit from Tuck Everlasting than
yeah,
Lovecraft
yeah,
for a lot of reasons.
yeah.
Now, I've seen the movie for a lot of reasons.
Yeah, it's really interesting. We got to take a look at that. I haven't read the book or watched the movie since I was a kid, and when Infinite Umbra came on here and he pointed out, like, wait a
Mm-hmm.
minute, the man in the yellow suit, there's a man in a yellow suit in Talk Everlasting. Wait a minute.
And in the beginning of it, they talk about time, and they talk about time being a wheel, and the hub of the wheel is the trees in the forest. And
Yes.
it's like, hmm. And like
Yes.
Sissy Spacek in the movie is running around with music box, and I'm like, hmm.
Oh, see, this is interesting. I gotta rewatch that. I gotta
Yeah,
rewatch. Infinite Umbra was on here and he started
yeah,
looking stuff up, and he was like, wait a minute, he was making all these connections, and it does sound like this is more of an influence on From than the King in Yellow. The King in Yellow, I can see some parallels, but the man in the yellow suit from Tuck Everlasting, it very strong connections, like and it would make sense if
hmm,
children's literature is an influence on this
yeah.
show.
Hmm.
It's not the only case. You found that book,
Hmm.
what is it, The Singing Faraway Tree, right?
Well, there's the Singing Faraway Tree, but there's also the Lake of Tears in this episode that is from a series of books. And I was looking at the map in the Lake of Tears book. There's a map that has like the Fossils of Silence, the Valley of the Lost, and they're looking for gems in it, like 7 gemstones. And then there's a character named Jasmine who has a raven.
Interesting.
And that's just a casual glance. I haven't even opened the book yet. I got it on Hoopla. But
Interesting.
but I think that even with Tuck Everlasting, there might be a lot more children's literature involved because with the theory that like if From is made by children and it would be a children's view of like that's why the wires don't go to electricity and stuff like that. Maybe it's just you know a whole you know a whole consciousness of all this children's literature books. You know,
Uh-huh.
as a whole. And Tuck Everlasting came out in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. I mean, it could be literature. It could explain the Bible stories because the only Bible that's in town is a kid's book of Bible stories.
Right. That's great. That's a great point.
So the
And
more I look at it, the more I look at the literature, it's like things that people would be taught in school. Even when there's the Raven written on the blackboard, which we'll get to, that's something you would learn in like school. You
yeah.
wouldn't really learn about Lovecraft in school.
Yeah, and it's written on a chalkboard, and the clinic was a school.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've got that connection to children, and
Hmm.
so
So it kind of the theory kind of gets pushed that way with like the people that believe that From was all the things that From come from children's imagination.
right. The Chromonocle fake book, which doesn't actually exist, The Flight of the
Mhm.
Chromonocle. I mean, that's so heavily featured from the beginning of the show. So I mean, that's a clue that children's literature seems to be an influence, even though that book was invented for the show. Anyway, um, Dieter said there was someone in the comments that said they don't know where it's going to write a huge plot hole or something, maybe some parts. I don't, but I trust John Griffin. I do too. I do too. I trust the show a lot more after season 3. I really do. Like season 2, I was worried. It seemed like all over the place, random stuff that didn't fit together, and now it's coming together. It's coming together into something more cohesive. We're getting answers, so I feel better about it now. Yeah, sometimes you get trolls. No, it wasn't you, Fletch. Yeah, you're not rude like that. This was somebody who was being really rude. You can, you can voice frustrations with the show. That's fine, like I have no problem with that. Just be respectful, and you always are. Now, this was somebody who was being rude to one of my commenters, so well, that wasn't you. In John Griffin we trust. Yeah. Watching something I don't like. Yeah, like why do people do that? That's like watching porn and complaining about the plot. Yeah, it's not why you watch that. We love from over here, so if you're hating, you're wasting your time point blank. Right, Chris? Absolutely. No. That doesn't mean we can't criticize it and voice our frustrations. We can, and we do. I do it. Like we don't have to love everything. But you're trashing everything and you're trashing people who are trying to, come up with theories, then that's not cool. Salty theorist disease, right?
STD. So
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, William Waddy. We should ask Sci-Fi Vision to connect you to John or some of the actors. Yeah, I don't
we
know.
already have been.
Well, we got to interview Jamie Maguire, who plays Smiley, thanks to Sci-Fi Vision. So that made me
For
very
90 minutes. You guys should all check it out. It was great.
For 90 minutes. Yes. Yeah. She's a journalist. She's been interviewing people for many years, and she's a pro at what she does. So I appreciate that she let us be there for that interview. That was really cool experience. Absolutely. The negativity they show is trolling behavior. They just want to ruin it for everyone who likes From. Yeah, 100%. Ellis had yellow flowers also. Yes, he did. The first time, yeah, right at the end, he did. The first time we see
those look like sun drops. I mean, I was looking up different flowers because I wanted to know maybe it had something to do with the character.
Yes. Yep.
We'll get to that. There's a lot I want to say.
Yeah. I'm not too far behind the chat, so I'll be able to catch up and we can get into it. We're gonna go through the episode scene by scene. So yeah. Hope you guys are ready to to really deep dive tonight here. The first time we see Fatima, she has a drawing behind her that looks like a pregnant lady with a thing that looks like what Smiley came off. That's real foreshadowing. Oh, I have pictures.
Is that the one? Is that the pregnant lady with the tea kettle, or is that the another one? Because I know there was some lady that I think was a pregnant lady with a tea kettle that was in one of the.
Yeah.
It's just really hard to see.
Yeah, let me see. I have while we're talking about that, I have the pictures here. So let me just pull
so
it up.
sometimes it's hard for me to see, but maybe other people have seen it because I couldn't read the name that was on Sarah's apron.
Yeah, it said something, but I couldn't read it. I have to take a
But
close.
now I kind of know what it was, so I have some references to that now in my notes.
Yeah.
I was surprised I could read the raven written on the blackboard. I could only read certain words, but it was enough.
Yeah.
But it was on a pretty big TV, so I don't know how people like that watch it on their cell phones even do it.
Yeah, I watch it on my Chromebook, so it's hard for me to see certain things. Like right now, I'm looking at it. I see a painting above her, but I can't tell what's in it. I don't know what the hell that is. What is that?
Is this a scene that she was supposed to be naked in the script, the pilot script?
Oh, she was supposed to be naked in this scene?
Yeah.
Oh my
And she was
god.
supposed to run up to Boyd and hug him just completely naked.
What the fuck? I'm glad they didn't do that.
It's supposed to be free at County House. Freedom.
Oh my god. I'm glad they didn't do that. Jesus Christ. I already thought it was weird that she was just wearing this big oversized shirt half naked and runs over to Boyd, and it's awkward anyway, even in that situation.
You did read the original script, right? Where they like kind of made Colony House like an opium den kind of deal.
No, I didn't actually read it, but I heard
I
that
can add those into our talk too. It was the same one that had Jade as an 18-year-old girl in a bikini.
Where is this online somewhere?
I thought you had read it. I thought you read it on Discord.
I mean, no, like the actual script.
It's on Discord somewhere.
Oh,
I remember reading.
Yeah, I want to read this thing. I'm curious. I know that Colony House was supposed to be more of like a sex party kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, and instead they just showed one scene with people doing
They
it on
just
the
had
couch.
fun playing like volleyball or something, and in the pilot they're playing volleyball. But my point about Donna is that she's always working. Like everybody says, oh, they're a bunch of hippies and they're not doing anything, but Donna's always working. She's always doing like hard, labor, tending the crops.
Yeah,
She's always got her hand in dirt. She's
she does.
working.
Yeah,
She's
she's
a
always
working
working.
lady. She's a working
I don't
lady.
see. I'm trying to see what is in these images around them, but I cannot for the life of me make
Can you make
anything
it
out.
like real? See, I think
Like,
that might be the lady with the teapot behind him. She has a
is,
teapot.
it's a lady with a teapot. Oh, I see it. Yep. Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
lady with a
it's supposed to be
teapot.
like a brown Betty or something. I think I saw it in another video, but I can't remember what they pointed out.
Okay.
It might have been Taryn because he likes a history angle because there was somebody named Betty and there was like supposed to be a brown Betty in there. It's a type of teapot.
Okay, so that's not the pregnant lady that they were talking about in the comments.
I don't know. Okay.
Um,
Well, we can have the chat guide us.
yeah, not
Guide us through
seeing
this
it,
room.
but yeah, there's something above her, and I can't. I zoomed in on it and made it brighter, but I couldn't tell what the hell that is in that painting.
Oh, there's some naked
So
people. I see some pictures of some naked people around.
that I see. I see it up there. Yeah. Anyway, let me go back to.
And
Let me go
Alice is
back.
like, "You're like a poem."
Oh, and I caught that, by the way. I wrote that down. He said, "You're like a poem." And what
You're like
poem
a
is
poem.
featured in this episode?
The
That
Raven.
poem.
You're like the Raven.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that the most
Now,
romantic thing to say to your girlfriend? But you're like
I
a
know,
poem.
right?
You're like a ground poem.
And what episode is
Nevermore.
it? What episode is it that the Emily Dickinson poem shows up in the diner? Is
I have
because I
pretty soon. It isn't this one, but pretty soon. So we'll make note of that because
yeah,
there's two of
because
them.
if anything, Fatima was more like that poem because it's like the poem that says hope is the thing with feathers, blah blah blah. You know, she's a
So she
kind of
gets to the end, and then she's almost like Lenore.
she's a figure of hope.
Nevermore.
She's a figure of it's kind of fitting because she starts out like the Emily Dickinson poem and then she turns out like the
The
dark
poem.
like the
Dark.
Raven. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's definitely fitting.
Mm.
Fatima's favorite sweater is yellow. Yes, indeed. That's not by accident. Yellow symbolizes hope, and she's a figure of hope in this. Now, I know we've got this evil guy wearing a yellow suit now, but that could just mean, he's it's like it's a dirty yellow suit. So it's like hope kind of being tarnished. I look at it that way. So it could be.
I saw an interview with Doug Hughes that plays him on What Is From Cast, and he has this really long story about how he got fitted for this beautiful yellow suit, and he had said that he had just got fitted for another suit, so he sent his measurements to the people at From to make him this suit, and he just knew they were going to dirty this suit, and he put the suit on, and it looked so great on him. He said, "I knew they were going to take it over and run it over with a car or a truck or something and make it look horrible." So I hope maybe there's a picture of him in the suit when it's new, like from.
Yeah.
Eventually, we'll see one.
And it makes sense if you think about it. It's the image of hope being tarnished and sullied, like
Mm-hmm.
it's filthy. So I think it makes sense
And she's
actually.
like in a white shirt here, so that's even more lighter than, more white, more pure.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Except she's naked under.
Yeah.
Well, I
Naked.
mean, it's the Adam and Eve thing. She's naked. She doesn't care if she's naked. She's,
And
innocent.
and Ellis has his bare chest sticking out of his
Oh
shirt.
yeah,
Yeah, very very Adam.
they're
Yeah.
bohos, man, bohemians.
Yeah, like that they definitely were doing this Adam and Eve thing from the beginning, with the chest hanging out and she's half naked, and yeah, they were going for that. Bobby G here says, one thing I'm constantly asking myself after first rewatch, why Christy, why Donna, why Kenny? This place is taking people that seem to have trauma. Yes. that they hang on to. Absolutely. Now, we don't know what happened to Donna before she came here, but she must have had a tough time in life, because she said that at least here the monsters have the decency to show you what they are. So that indicates that she had some kind of tough time in her life.
Elizabeth Saunders said in an interview that she was told by the showrunners that she lived in a kind of survivalist way with her mother and her sister.
Well, that's so she
So,
obviously
but that's about it. So you can kind of just fill it in from there, I guess.
Yeah, and just that statement that she said, and why she would kind of rather stay there, that tells you a lot. She must have had some kind of trauma before she came there. And
Well,
Christy,
there's no men in that equation too, so that might be something.
yeah. And as far as Christy, I don't know what happened, like what her deal was beforehand, but we know that her girlfriend was an addict. Her fiance was an addict. So she had difficulties too. Kenny, we know his deal was, his father's dementia and running off all the time and the stress on his family. So everybody seems to either have been struggling with something or some kind of past trauma, or at a major crossroads in their life and something positive was about to happen. It's one or the other. Anyway. Lady Stoneheart, hey, pay no minds to them haters. Haters gotta hate. Indeed. I try to be the nicest person I can. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. When I make mistakes, I own up to it. I apologize, that's all I can do. I'm a human being, and but I just try my best to be a good person and be kind to people and help people out wherever I can. Um, Even if I haven't gotten the same kind of treatment from others in life, I treat people the way I would like to be treated. Life is not very kind to me. I enjoy being kind to other people and having other people on the channel. We're going to be having more guests on the channel coming up, in the future, in the next few lives. Want to keep collaborating with people, featuring other channels, and just uplifting each other in the community. That's what matters to me. So I'm learning to ignore haters. You have to do that if you have a channel out in the public, but it's not easy. It's a different way of life for me. I'm a sensitive person, and so it's very hard. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to grow a thicker skin. Hopefully, I can do it, because it's not easy. Like, you can literally be out here and be a saint, and you're still gonna have haters. You could be a freaking saint. I'm serious. Like, you could be
Team
Mother
Julie.
Teresa, and people would still hate you. So
It's the internet, Julie.
I'm trying to accept it, but it's
It's the
hard.
internet.
It's hard, I'm too damn sensitive. I've always been like that. You don't see that with them, especially Christy, who is really weird, because unlike everyone else, she seemed to show up separately from her girlfriend, who has the trauma and susceptible to the town. I agree with you that in some cases we don't really see necessarily what their trauma could be, but even though Marielle's trauma was not hers, they were engaged. That's very stressful to have a fiance who's an addict. So, and Donna, we don't know. Like I said, we don't know her full story. We know what Liz Saunders said in an interview, and we know Donna said, like, obviously she'd rather stay there, basically. At least here the monsters show you what they are.
And we don't know how either of them got there, what kind of mode of transport got them there.
Yeah, that's right. We don't
Because in the
know.
missing poster, Christy Miller, all it says is that she was traveling from Detroit to Grand Rapids. It doesn't say by bus.
Right.
It doesn't say by car, by
Right.
horse.
Yeah, we don't have all the details on everybody. I would really like to see more people's, like, just little flashbacks to people's arrivals. Not It doesn't have to be everybody, but I would like to see some. I would like to see Sarah's. Certainly a few others. I would have liked to see Donna's, instead of getting this weird long exposition that a lot of people still doubt to this day. I don't know. Sig Sauer says, "I'm so glad my friend told me about this show. Otherwise, I'd have no idea." Well, I'm glad. I don't know if you're a new fan or what, but glad you found the show too. I think it's the best show on TV right now, for sure. For my money, it's the best show on TV, and the thing is, it's not easy to find. It's called From. It's on an obscure streaming service. So I didn't find it till 2 years after it premiered. I wish I had been here with this awesome community from day one. I missed out because I didn't know it existed. Yeah.
It was easier to search it when it was on Epics, actually.
Oh, really?
Because it's at least not a word like MGM, because MGM brings up so many things, but at least you have like Epics, which I thought was Epics when I first, because I read words and I don't pronounce them right.
Yeah.
But my DVD still says that, but on the streaming it says MGM, which is weird. And I thought, you know what? If MGM CGI's future Julie into scenes, I have a DVD that will say no.
Yeah, don't try to retcon this or too eagle-eyed.
They just mess with the streaming and put her in, like, oh, she was always there. I'll be like, I have a DVD that says different.
Yep, that would be funny if they try that. No, I don't think they would need to because I think they were planning this all along.
Yeah.
So
well,
if she popped,
I was looking for future Julie though, in every scene, looking for that Bob.
Yeah, well, who knows? Maybe we'll see her pop up somewhere in the background. We've got a lot more episodes to go through. You never know.
We didn't know she had that bob, so if there was an extra that had that bob and it was just the back of her head, I'd be like,
Right. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we find out she did something else that we don't know about other than throwing the rope. You never know. Let's see. I'm also entirely convinced Man in Yellow is Randall. I think the people we've seen so far, except Kimono Lady, maybe, have been previous townspeople, including the monsters. Oh yeah, definitely. Randall starts at odds with the town.
I like to see the monsters as their human counterparts. Like a little flashback scene.
Me too.
I mean, I'm always kidding around as like Smiley as a colonial guy, but I mean, I like to see something, you know, like something of, you know, how they were, the way they were.
I want to see Pilgrim Smiley or something. that would be very comical.
Yes.
Gotta wash my eyes with alcohol gel. Sorry.
You can throw that picture if you want.
Yeah. Hey, Debbie. Hey, Debbie, Bobebby. I had to wake up to say at Dieter no. Anyway. Oh, you're so sweet, Dieter. Well, that's so kind of you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Tony made a post on his community tab about his loss. So, yeah. He lost his brother, Debbie. He made a community post about it on his YouTube, and very, very tragic. So, yeah, our hearts go out to him, and you know, I hope he and his family are hanging in there. And it's just, I can't even imagine that kind of a loss. It's devastating. So, anyway, yeah, our deepest condolences to Tony. Are those cabins from the OG timeline, 1509? I think so. They look very, very old. They have a dirt floor. So I would say so. They look like they were
at least 1600s, you know.
Mm-hmm. They look like they were really just for shelter because you can't even stand up in there. It's mainly just to sleep in there.
Basic.
Mark says the showrunners are carefully constructing this series with layers of references, mindful character development, creative and poignant visual cues, artful production values. 100%. Very well said, Mark.
Are you the show? Do you work on the cast and crew?
Yeah. You should do PR for them. Yeah. No, but you're right. Very well said. I agree. Hey, Infinite Umbra. Nice to see you. You did a great job. Thank you so much for being on my panel last time I was live. You did an amazing job for 4 hours, like 4.5, I think. So, yeah, and you were terrific. So you are always welcome. And your Tuck Everlasting thing, that was spot on. That connection to Tuck Everlasting and the man in the yellow suit. Spot on. We're going to get into that we're gonna like we need to have a from book club and like read the related books, things that have references that connect to from. There are all kinds of things we can do in the off season to keep ourselves
Well,
entertained.
that's why I'm making a list of them for each episode too, so we go over all the ones in each episode.
Mm-hmm.
So they're encapsulated as well.
We'll get our from fix one way or another. We're not gonna stop. Because it's a way of life now. This is not just a TV show anymore. it's a from way of life around here. Maybe they wanted a younger audience at first. Maybe, yeah. There are background people in the show in that change all the time. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of new people. Thought another bus arrived. Yeah.
Well, I also think they wanted to give it almost a cult kind of feel. Like, is this a cult that the Matthews family is driving into? Because all the women wear like really simple dresses.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody looks retro. They look a lot more retro than they do now.
I swear, I thought Sarah looked like an Amish person.
Yeah, and I mean some of the other ladies in the back too. I know it's summer, so they're wearing dresses, but it's warm. But still, they kind of look. Like wouldn't look out of place as like I don't know sister wives.
Yeah, exactly.
Out there.
That's what it looked like. Looks very culty.
Yeah.
Bobby says, "What did you think of the RV conversation at the beginning? The Julie and Ethan conflict with Norman dying and Julie fixing it. Absolutely. Well, like I was saying, I think that's absolutely foreshadowing what Julie's going to try to do with Jim. The initial shot of all those trees when you first turn on the show." I even took a picture of that. I took pictures of everything, and I noticed, like, the very first thing that you see is trees. That was the very first shot in the entire show, trees.
Mm-hmm.
They show trees in our faces nonstop, and that's deliberate. And I think all the tree stuff is kind of a reference to Tabitha's and Jade's twisted, reincarnated family tree. I think that's like the esoteric meaning of it. Yeah. Had me thinking of all the woods could be part of From if you're messed up enough. Interesting.
It's a hub. It's a hub to the wheel of time.
Yeah. Parkland Media thinks Julie planted the vegetables around the lake. Hey, maybe. Hey, Giles Corey. Welcome. Thanks for being here. Yes, if you guys could please hit the like button, I would really appreciate it. It would help me out a lot. Helps me with the algorithm, helps people find me. I'm so psyched to see new people find me, new people in the chat, in addition to all the awesome familiar names. It's so cool. I still can't believe it. All City says, have y'all seen the old maid cards? Next to Julie's, not Julie, next to Megan's body.
Yeah.
I'm afraid I got to do something like, there is a version of Julie's body that's an art department picture.
No, Megan's body.
Not Julie. Yeah, Megan's body.
Julie's body.
Why do I keep saying Julie?
Because your name's Julie.
There's a version of Megan's body that's from the art department that shows her laying there without the effect of the ripped open body. It's just her laying there, and you can actually look at it without having to see the gore, and you can look at all the stuff that's around her.
See, I wanted to take a picture of that, but it's kind of gory to put on the live.
That's the thing. I took a picture of it, but it's too gory. I can't show it, or my video could get taken down. So
we'd have to put a graphic over it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a
we'll put a graphic of Smiley's ass over it. No, wait, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Maybe not that.
No, wait, no, not that.
It'll scare away all the
I'll come back to it because I think that lose a turn card by Megan, I don't think anybody's really talked about, might be, a crucial feature.
Yeah.
Everybody's like saying 2 and 3, kind of like the Peachtree map, but I'm saying full in, lose a turn. That's where I'm going.
Yeah, okay.
But we can talk about that later. I want to go scene by scene, so.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. I can't show that. It's way too graphic. But I'm looking. Wait, is there old maid?
But yeah, you're showing it.
I'm showing it, but I have something covering her. I'm looking, but I don't see old maid cards.
They're on the right side.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
I don't think they're old maid cards, though. I think they're regular because they've got numbers on them, and one says lose a turn.
Yeah. One says lose.
See, that's really team entity. If entities are playing a game, lose a turn might be a clue.
Okay.
Somebody might lose. I mean, not Megan. She definitely lost a turn, but I mean,
Yeah.
lost a turn in their larger chess game.
Yeah. Okay.
Like maybe the entities taunt each other with these things, like, you know, lose a turn and blah blah blah. You know.
It seems like a game is going on between two entities. Like
Mm.
it may be the man in yellow versus the boy in white, who's on the side of good, in my opinion. So could be better, but this stream is going to make me feel much better. Hope you are all right. Yeah. Well, I hope it does make you feel better, Dieter. Yeah, I hope so. Hey, the NAB. Do you know the exact moment when the Matthews family left the real world? That's a good question. We're gonna go through that. That's a good question. I'm gonna star that. So this is what I'll do, so I can catch up with the chat.
And my short answer was the tree. As soon as you see the tree.
As soon as you see the tree, and yet there are moments when the real world seems to flicker back in and you see those power lines. That's where it gets fuzzy, but we'll go back over that when we go through the scenes. For the record, I refer to Earth as planet dirt. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
Well, there is a lot of dirt here, so you're probably correct.
Yes. So Jim is Norman and the fairies coming from the Lake of Tears are Julie and what? Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't know. That's what's still unclear. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. Giles Corey. And yeah, the story is Jim's story. It seems that way. The Norman part, Lady Stoneheart, it seems that way. The problem I have with Jim being Norman is he doesn't die at the Lake of Tears, or are we saying the RV location is the Lake of Tears when you have a torch? Well, it wasn't at the Lake of Tears. It was this, like what they said in the scene was that the secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears to fix Norman. So he didn't have to be near a lake. Let's see. Oh, Dieter, you're so sweet. Hey, Banshee Breakdowns, welcome. Nice to see you. Nice to see you in the chat. This is another really cool channel you guys should check out, and I'm gonna have them on as
Banshee Breakdowns. Hello.
Yeah. I'm gonna definitely have them on as a guest coming up. So definitely check out Banshee Breakdowns channel, guys. And they said in the second episode, I found that Julie says Norman lives. They were actually able to find them in town. Yeah, they do say that in the second episode, right before Ethan sees the boy in white out the window. Yeah, she's like, Norman's okay. He's gonna be okay. But I don't know. I don't know if I can believe that if this means that they're going to bring Jim back from the dead through time travel, it kind of cheapens it. I think. I don't think they should start bringing people back.
See, I have a theory I'm going to say right now because of what I've seen. I have a theory that if they go back and save the children's souls, maybe it lifts the curse on the monsters, and then maybe Jim comes back.
Maybe.
Because I think not saving the children is step one. I think they have to make the monsters human again, either to kill them or to have them give them goodwill and be on your way.
Maybe. Yeah, you never know.
Because everybody always talks about curses. I'm like, well, curses could be lifted,
True. So. Curses could be lifted. At least, the very least, the curse that's drawing people in here could be lifted.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm hoping will happen. Tabitha lies to her.
Happy endings here.
Yeah, see
happy endings.
You're right. See, this is a good point, All City. This is what Tabitha says turns out not to be true. Tabitha says monsters don't exist. And makes
but if you take the curse off of them, they could be humans and monsters may not exist.
Right. So like if that's the thing. Right now monsters do exist, but if they can break the cycle and end the curse, then they could obliterate the monsters and then monsters won't exist anymore. So that could be foreshadowing once again.
And maybe Jim will come back. Who knows?
Maybe. You're making me emotional with the Jim death. Sorry to be triggering you with that.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
The show Gen V uses CG for men's
Once.
wants. Also, I'm still behind on the stream watching it at 2x speed. Oh man. Oh yeah, it was the third episode when Julie says that they healed Norman. Hey Aunt. Welcome, Aunt. Nice to see you. I also noticed his reaction was much different than when Tabitha fixed the story in the first episode. It's as if they're showing us he doesn't believe it. Yeah, he didn't really get excited about it when Julie said that they fixed Norman in episode 3. He didn't. I remember that. He still seemed kind of depressed. So I don't know.
You know what the word Norman means? Like the meaning of the name Norman?
No.
Viking.
No way, really?
Northman, yeah. And I feel like maybe that's setting up something before 1506
Okay.
with having Norman there as Viking of a Northman.
Yeah. Interesting.
So it might have been going. I mean, the runes on the talisman and all that, you know.
Oh, absolutely. The runes, they look like they're, connected to that. So
Yeah.
I feel like Ethan is a storyteller, so his reaction to these stories and their believability and maybe even their potency, right? So that's what matters. So like if he didn't react to Julie saying he wasn't relieved at all or happy when Julie said that the fairies came and healed Norman. It's like he didn't believe it. And he later tells Julie that you can't change a story once it's been told in season 3, the finale. So I wouldn't be so sure that that means that they can fix Norman because of what Julie said in episode 3. But anyway,
we'll get to that eventually.
We'll get to that eventually. Tonight we'll focus on episode 1. First episode 20 at 25:39, the finger puppets were face to face. Then when Julie looks at 25:42, they spontaneously fall over. Did she sense that something is going to happen? I'm going to star this so I can, when we're going through the pictures, so I can look for that. I'm curious about that. Let's see. But I want to catch up first. Sarah in season 2 had a crazy theory that the town, when it consumed you, it also consumed your wildest fears and creates it. That's why what she said the locusts came from. Nathan was very scared of them. Yeah, and she may be right about them. I think she may be right that things are manifesting here. I do believe in
How old do you think her brother is? He looks pretty old. And they put him in overalls, so it even looks more culty. It looks like they're Amish. No offense to Amish.
It totally does look like they're Amish people. I thought that all along. Yeah, except Julie just has her hair down instead of pulled up and with the covering. Sarah. I'm looking at a comment that says Julie, so once again, I'm thinking of Julie. Sarah. Aunt says the convo with Julie and her little brother means something. Yes, absolutely. Tuck Everlasting. Yes. Hey, Tony Vasquez. I think the story jumping is the reason we still see Father K, Tom, and Abby. I think all these characters will be brought back due to Julie's story jumping. That's interesting. I don't know. I feel like if they bring back everybody that they killed off, like it'll kind of cheapen those emotional moments. But who knows? It's possible.
I don't think Kenny's mom coming back as a ghost and chastising all the time would necessarily be a bad thing. It might be funny.
I'd love to see Ghost Tian Chen. I'd love to see that.
Or Jade, just give Jade hints and
yeah. And I want Ghost Dale really bad. Really bad. His name is Man in Yellow Suit and not Man in Yellow. Yeah, the man in the yellow suit in Tuck Everlasting. Yep.
Yeah. Played by Ben Kingsley in the movie.
Yeah. The
movie is pretty good.
It was super creepy. Miranda drew a young man in yellow, yet is old and bedraggled. Is he being punished by a higher power? Yeah, and in the painting, only half his suit is dirty. The other half is not.
Yeah.
His hair is brown. So that's interesting. It's a good point, Woodrow. Tuck Everlasting had the man in yellow, the music box, eternal life, the water that grants it, that could
comes out of a tree.
Yeah. The water that grants it, that could tie into the water theories in From. Yeah. You really hit on something that no one else.
Water. The LSD water has a meaning.
Yeah. I know you like that theory. Infinite Number, though,
Well,
yeah.
it heals them really fast, and they make a point in Tuck Everlasting that the one guy fell from a tree and healed super fast. You know,
That's
they're not only like immortal, but they have super healing abilities, kind of like Fromville has from the
yeah.
water.
And we saw when Julie was in the clinic after her seizure, she was given water immediately. We see her drinking
Hmm.
water on camera by Marielle, so there could be something to that.
Yeah.
But yeah, this was such a good catch, Infinite Umbra, and I hadn't
Hmm.
heard
Yeah.
anybody else bring up Tuck Everlasting
I
as
never read it when I was a kid, so I'm glad that he brought it up because I'm really interested in it now.
oh yeah, that was a great catch. That's definitely something we should dive into, and we're going to. Um, I think Man in Yellow is like Martin. Martin was also young at some point, but he's not immortal. He's immortal so long as he has his powers.
Mhm.
Man in Yellow is the same. Um, yeah, yeah, I could see that. I don't know. I think Martin might just be dead already, and like the whole time he was dead.
Reanimated, like an animated corpse.
Not like a corpse, but like an illusion, like Ghost
Yeah,
Abbey, that kind
yeah, yeah.
of,
Understand.
Father Catrice also says the only books he finds are Judy Blume and Robert Ludlum books, which I'm not sure
Oh
if there's
yeah,
there, but Judy Blume are children's books. That's a great point.
but
Very good.
not brother, not Ludlums.
That's a great point when he was saying that there are no
Yeah,
Bibles in town. He says there are a lot of Judy Blume books.
but there are the Bible stories, but they're kids' Bible stories.
Yeah,
I wonder which Judy Bloom books. Super Fudge.
I know. Oh, I loved Judy Blume books. I loved Super Fudge as a kid.
Yeah.
Y'all need to drop that Tuck Everlasting video. I'm gonna have to do it now, and obviously credit Infinite Umbra for this catch. I mean, I'm gonna make a video and credit him for sure, because there are definite connections here that no one else has made. So I'm gonna be doing that and giving him the credit, of course. Um, if Kenny's mom was the Lonely Dragon, then she gave two things: one to Jade, one to Tabitha. Yes, those are the two Chromonocles. I believe that 100%. It just fits. And now, it's funny. I already had them pegged as the two Chromonocles even before I came to the theory and decided that I think that they were reincarnated. Even before that, I had them pegged because of the circumstances of the Chromonocle stuff. Jade was given the book of symbols by Kenny's mom, who was like a lonely dragon, and this was
Yeah, the
Ethan.
treasure box. The treasure room.
Yeah, Ethan, he described it as the cavern of the lonely dragon himself when he was in there with his
Yeah.
mom. And he's like, maybe we'll find a map in here. She finds the bracelet in there. She's the other Chromonocle, Tabitha. Jade goes in there. He finds the book given to him by Tien Chen. So yeah, I had them pegged as the two Chromonocles, and then I was like, I saw the clues and put it together that I thought they were reincarnated. So it completely fits. They are 100% the Chromonocles, in my opinion. I thought the phone would ring again, but now that Jim is gone, what would be the use unless Ethan gives it? I hope I hope Thomas talks to Ethan again. The
Mhm.
phone is ripped off the wall now, but I predicted that that voice would find another way to make contact, and it did via the
Mhm.
police radio in the RV. I knew it. I knew it would happen. The radio.
I'm waiting for those TVs to start popping.
I would love that if the TV's turned on. But I want to hear more evil Thomas trolling Ethan, as sick and twisted as it is. It's very entertaining.
So you think Thomas is separate from the Man in Yellow, like another entity?
I think the man in yellow is probably the one doing it, making the voice. I think he can just make his voice whatever he wants. I think he made his voice different on the radio when he said your wife shouldn't be digging that hole, and it sounded southern.
Mhm.
Um, so if he can do that, and I know it could just be that they didn't cast him yet, so his voice is different. But come on, you mean to tell me that you can't cast somebody that has a southern drawl
Or
at least?
this can imitate a southern drawl.
Yeah, come on.
Even if that's not his voice overall, he could imitate a southern drawl for like 10 seconds.
Yeah, they could have done that, and they didn't. So that's why I think he can change his voice, and he also was the source of the Thomas voice. That's my opinion, but Mr. King, hey, what's up? He says, I saw a TikTok where Jade showed Ethan the photo of Christopher, and Ethan said he has the journal. Wonder if that meant something. Yeah, that's right. So yeah, like, yeah. Ethan said he has the journal. How did Ethan know about that? Did he know about the journal at that time? Huh. I guess Jade had just shown it to him, I think, in that scene. Yeah. Hey, Football Infinity. Nice to see you. Great STD joke, Scarlett, said Golden
Thank you.
Child.
I'll be here all night. Literally, I'll be here all night.
Yes.
Not a joke.
I watched the interview with Samantha that plays Acosta earlier, and I like her. And
Mhm.
it'd be nice to get some of the cast to your channel. Well, that would be neat. Yeah,
Yes,
maybe
the Brown.
someday. Yeah, that would be cool. I would love it. I'm new to this. I'm not a veteran journalist. A lot of times when you see actors, like especially the big actors on people's channels, even if it's a small channel without a lot of subs, it's because they're journalists who have worked many
Mhm.
years and they have
Mhm.
experience and they have channels now.
Or they've
Journalists,
established a long-term repertoire with them since season one.
right? Or they just, in some cases, they get actors because they have loads and loads of subscribers.
Mhm.
But yeah, maybe someday. Still trying to work out the details to see if I can get a little interview going. It's up in the air right now if we're gonna be able to make it happen. But if not,
A
I'm
bummer.
just I'm just happy that I was able to be in the interview and help interview Smiley. That
Mm,
made me happy
me
a lot.
too. He's
So
my favorite, so you know.
even if that's all I get to do for now, I'll be happy with that. I'm grateful
Mm.
for that. Let's see. Hey, Diz Guy Explorers, nice to see you. I love how all the characters look more and more disheveled as time goes on, says Mark. Yes, they
Yeah,
certainly
in
do.
this episode, everybody, like, especially Fatima and Ellis, they all look kind of like just clean and they look like they're having a great time.
Yeah, they do.
The people
They
sitting outside Colony House playing guitar, they all look like they're chill. I mean, because I
right.
guess it's been 96 days since anything's happened, so it's been kind of like, a golden age.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and Tony says there's not enough focus into Ellis's drawings and paintings. Everyone keeps their experiences to themselves. I would not be shocked to find out Ellis has experienced some entity. I definitely think that his drawings have meaning, even if he hasn't experienced an entity himself. I think his drawings are supposed to like give us clues for it's at the very least it's meant for us to pick up hints from these things. So I think no matter what, they're important.
Mm.
Banshee says Judas is also often depicted as yellow in yellow, sign
Mm.
of betrayal. Yeah, yellow means cowardice, right? So, cowardice and maybe betrayal. Interesting. Infinite Umbra says, keep in mind what colors mean to us. Typically, red means bad or danger, or maybe even death. Yeah, absolutely. Yellow means caution or a warning. Yes, that's another meaning of yellow. That's right. Hey, Robert Saunders. Nice to see you. I posted this last year, but did you notice how many layers of rose are in the lamp behind Fatima and the number of dots? Um, in
Well, in
the lamp behind Fatima and the number of dots. I'm curious. I don't know. Let's see. Is there a lamp? Oh yeah, here's a lamp. Oh my gosh, how could you possibly count all of those dots? There's a lot of dots. If that's what you're talking about. Wait a minute.
bedroom?
Dots? Um, Jeez, if that's what you mean, I can't even count how many are here. So I'm curious to know what you mean by that, Robert.
73.
That's a lot of that's a lot of dots. If you're still
So,
in
73 dots. I
it,
counted them.
or yeah, or 74, that would be fitting. Let me know if you're in the chat, Robert, what you mean by that.
I thought we were in books. I thought we were in the book 74.
Yeah,
Prep
it would
itself is book 74.
be fitting if it were 74, right? Umbra says, I also find it odd to see Ethan with yellow clothing in so many episodes. That's right. I had forgotten that until I went back and looked.
He's in
And he
green in
does.
this one, though. Like, real green.
Yep. But then there's other episodes in early, in the season one where he has yellow on. So,
But I'm talking about this first.
Yeah, we're gonna focus on this one though.
This one. Right, is
Lady,
green.
Lady Stoneheart says, yeah, it was for this discussion earlier. The writing teams definitely foreshadowing the story to come, and the importance of the color and the color theory is on key. 100%. And Robert Saunders has great theories on the colors. And let me tell you, I took notice of this is my third watch through of the series. I've only been a fan since March. I've never watched it before March of this year. So this is only my third watch through. But obviously, I pay close attention and I take detailed notes every time I watch. So this time around, since I've already written down a lot of other stuff, I focused a lot more on things like colors. And I wrote down a bunch. Like there's a lot of stuff. I've got to get Robert on here, work something out so we can do like an earlier live, which will work better for Robert, and just have him talk about his color theory because it's really interesting. I'd love to hear more about it and just his thoughts on the season overall. 'Cause he's always got really interesting takes. Really deep thinker, Robert. We had a lot of great theory crafting sessions over the summer. Woodrow says, "Why do you think the man in yellow looks so old and decrepit?" Um, why do we think that? Let's see.
My answer was that he was buried somewhere or was in some kind of trap, maybe much like Skull, the guy who drinks blood out of the skull, and crawled out of wherever he was in due to the music, loosening his bonds.
Yeah, I like that theory. Maybe could be. In fact, that would be really creepy and very fitting with the horror genre. So I would like that a lot. Like
And
Doc
explain why he's dirty.
would explain it, and like Doc here says, like we were talking about the Crossroads thing. This is so fitting. The whole Crossroads thing in life that these people seem to be at. It works well
Threshold.
symbolically with the fallen tree in the road. Absolutely,
The threshold.
the
Crossing the
threshold.
threshold.
This is why I love this show so much. You can analyze it like a great piece of literature, complete with foreshadowing and symbolism and themes. And I just love it. I love it. Thank you, Bradley. I don't know what I said because I'm behind the chat, but
That's
thank you.
everything you said.
Whatever it was that I said, thank you for the kind words, Bradley, and welcome. Let's see. I'll try to catch up with you guys so we can start going through the episode. I'm gonna start rapid firing here. If there's more that we can talk about regarding the episode, I'm going to star the comment so then we can come back to it. Let's do that. I could get 100 good comments, but that one negative really grinds my gears. I don't like that about myself. I feel you, adored by Sharice. Absolutely, that's me, and I've got to get through that. I got to get over that. I know that. Got to grow a thicker skin, and I'm trying. I mean, I think everyone who comes to town was at a crossroads in their lives before they saw the tree in the road. Absolutely, Doc. Yeah, it's a tough place for creators. I was in Game of Thrones community. It's so toxic and I'm too soft for it. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to handle that. I've heard about that. Woodrow says the blues guy who went to the crossroads and made a
I was
deal.
gonna just say the same thing. I'm not even looking at the comments, but I was thinking Crossroads and I was thinking Robert Johnson because he
Yep.
supposedly sold for his guitar playing ability, so he sold his soul at the Crossroads. But I thought of the monsters also selling their souls,
Yes.
for immortality.
Yes.
So yeah, we're definitely in the right. Because sometimes if I look at the comments, it kicks me out of StreamYard, so I'm kind of being kind of basic.
Yeah. And somebody mentioned something in my last live about the devil and the fiddle and the devil went down to Georgia, that song. And
Like
the
the
guy,
violin is like historically the violin is an instrument of the devil.
right.
And Jade's playing it.
And Jade was playing it, and
And conjured up a bad spirit.
it conjured up it simulated the knowledge of their origins, and that conjured up the bad spirit. That's what it seems like. Um, Robert says this is very true. Some will try to blow your candle out to make their candle seem brighter. Don't let them. That was beautifully said, Robert. Beautifully said. I like that. Yeah, I'm gonna try to remember that myself. Yeah, I think Christy showing before Mari is significant. It's like purposefulully odd. I'd expect Christy to get powers. She showed up first, right? Exactly. I thought that was weird too. So I'd expect her
What
to have
powers?
response to it. Like, you know, like what's going on with Mari? You'd expect that like Christy would have been the one to get chosen to be in the Cicada 3, not Marielle.
I think it's because they choose weak people, and I don't think Christy's weak.
Right. It's just odd that they would pick 2 of the bus people to be part of it instead of 2 of our core original cast members. That's what's weird to me. The choices that they made with that. But I don't know. Maybe they didn't want to do that to the.
Maybe they wanted to try to break Christy by having her girlfriend be one of the Cicada 3.
Yeah,
Two for one.
Could be why. Christy is one of the people who has had next to no supernatural experiences at all. The only thing that ever happened to her, it wasn't even supernatural. It was just a dream where, you know, a monster crashed through the RV in episode 2. So, other than that, Christy's had a pretty normal experience, really. But anyway,
as normal as you can get for Fromville.
As normal as you can get, right?
And her hair is here now. Her hair has come back.
Her hair, yeah. Her beautiful hair in season 1.
For people who have missed her hair, it's back.
It's back, yeah. It's super cute the way it is now. I saw her interview with Sci-Fi Vision. Super cute.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with her hair either way. I definitely would like to see Clara's arrival story to Fromville. Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm team Clara.
Team Clara. Diceman says
Elgin's gonna get her eye patch. You know, he's gonna be wearing I can't even say her name. Carla's gonna get her Clara.
Yeah.
Clara.
Anyway,
good old eye patch is gonna pass her eye patch to Elgin.
Oh yeah. Diceman says being a doctor who fights against death and watching someone committing acts that will lead them to death, stressful and traumatic. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Well, she is a medic in real life.
Yes, she's a nurse, right? She's an actual nurse. So yes, she literally, like, I don't know if she still does it now. Do you know if she
still does it? She still does it.
Wow, that's wild. That's so cool. You know, she's just
as emergency nurse.
Yeah, like these people are, you know, like they're not, you know, like Hollywood types. They're regular people, and sometimes they have regular jobs in between seasons. So it's cool, actually. I like it. Shaquille Robinson, hey, what's scary about Donna? She said that she would rather stay there. That's where her sister died. That's crazy. So what's her past? Where she rather stick around in a place where her sister died? It must be bad.
But then Kenny's mom wanted to stay there because of Kenny's dad.
True, that's true.
You know, when they said that when they were leaving, she didn't want to leave, and then Jade said that, you know, they go with you.
They come with you when you go, right?
You go.
So that's a good.
So she's not the only person that thinks that.
Yes, that's a good point. I'm trying to be less sensitive. I don't know why it gets to me. Yeah, I know. I feel you, Sharice. I feel you.
Everybody that says that Donna's been in prison, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. No.
She might have been a survivalist in the woods, but she wasn't, you know, in prison.
Yeah, I don't really see her that way myself. Donna knew the guy on the radio was evil. Yeah, I don't know. I think it was weird that she wanted to cover it up, but she definitely knew that there's something sinister and wrong about this, and that's why she was afraid, I think, to have Jim talk about it. She said, you know, she was whispering, and yeah.
Maybe something happened in the past that we don't know about.
Yeah,
she was there a while. She's been there a while.
I'm team no mole. I don't think there's a mole here. And that's fine if you want to think she's a mole. All theories are welcome. I'm just team no mole, personally.
I think it was all in Randall's head.
As Nikki from A Night of Horror would say, the From doesn't need a mole. It doesn't need one.
I thought you were going to cite Nikki from Colony House.
No, not that Nikki. I wouldn't quote this Colony House Nikki. No. Hey Doc says, I was only told about the show during the season premiere for season 3. Oh wow, you're new. A friend told me about the show. I watched the first episode and got sucked marathon to the show to catch up fast. Doc, welcome to the Mindfuck, says Woodrow. Yes, indeed. Welcome to the Mindfuck. Welcome to Crazy Town with all of us crazies. Glad you're here with us. It's an addiction. I'm telling you, it's. I see. I did the same thing as you, Doc. I was watching Teflon's old episode breakdown videos between each episode. When I watched this for the first time in March this year, seasons 1 and 2, after every episode, I watched Tony Teflon, his breakdowns. I watched E-Man. I watched the movie blog and Jeremy Ice and Fire after each episode.
The only ones when I watched when season 1 was actually happening that were around was What Is From Cast and Escaping From. And
I watched
I
those
listened
two.
to both of those because that
Yep.
was the only thing I could find because I would listen to podcasts, and those are the only two groups doing it.
Yes. And I listened to those too. After every single episode, I listened to What Is From Cast podcast too. Hey Susie, nice to
And
see
now
you.
I'm one of their favorites.
Yeah, that's so
when
cool.
I ask the question of the actors, they're like channel favorite. I'm pretty excited.
Aw, that's so cool.
I love Alex and Lizzie, and they're great.
I do too. I think they're terrific. I wish I had time during the season to listen to all this From content. I didn't have time, and I also didn't want other people's ideas to influence my theories.
Yeah.
So I had to kind of stay away, but I'm gonna catch up on a lot of replays in the off season. So I know there was a lot of great content that I missed. I believe Tony has gone from aliens to Jinn, says Woodrow. Technically, he says that it's still an alien, an extraterrestrial. Like, it's cool. It's cool. Tony went from extraterrestrial to extra dimensional, maybe, but whatever it is, I don't care if he changed his theory at all. I think it's a great theory that he's got right now. I like his theory very much. So.
What is his theory?
He thinks that like a Jinn or maybe multiple Jinns promised those people eternal life, turned them into monsters instead. And like that's what's kind of responsible for all this. And I love how he explains the way things manifest in this place, the way that it explains literally everything, that people's dreams and other things can manifest. So someone basically could dream about the power lines, the electricity, but you don't, when you're dreaming, you only dream about the external. You don't dream about the insides of the cords. That explains why the electricity works. It's like a dream dimension. It's a nightmare realm. And I've always thought, like, I've been thinking for a while, it's like some kind of a nightmare realm, but I didn't put together the amount of detail that he did. So I really like where he's going with that. So whether it's aliens or not, I don't. I like his theories currently. So,
but all your Lovecraftian people could go cosmic horror and aliens too.
Sure,
like color out space.
Sure, that could count as alien stuff. There, it doesn't have to be little green men to be.
We had those in the show.
We did have a reference to little green men that seemed like it was thrown in there as a shout out to Tony.
It's funny.
He doesn't think that it's little green men anyway. He's saying it's more of like an extraterrestrial type of thing going on.
Well, that's what little green men are.
Yeah, people need to cut Tony some slack. Jeez, like I've seen people on his case a lot lately, and I think his theories are great right now. So like, it's kind of some slack.
Everybody just have their own theories, Yeah.
Everybody
be chill about it.
Exactly, Anyway, I've always been a fan of his channel from day one as a fan. When I saw the fallen tree in my path, I was listening to his live stream.
Anyway. And Phil and the lady, you see the lady every once in a while, the lady and Don.
They're the best. They're all so freaking nice. Phil is so nice. Lady Lamar is so nice. I just love talking to these people. They're terrific. Anyway, All City says, Man in Yellow comes off as someone from the original town to me, not someone from the current town that came back 60 years from the future to kill Jim. That's interesting. I like that theory a lot. Tony sure has fancy software. Is that supposed to be Tony? I don't know. I think he's saying.
That's what I'm saying. Aliens from Ancient Aliens. You know the guy from Ancient Aliens.
No, I never heard of that.
He's always like aliens. But never mind me.
Oh, that guy with the crazy hair? Is that
Yeah, it's like a meme.
he's like, yeah, don't listen to me, take it from the expert. And then he plays that guy, and he's like, all kinds of gods and whatever, really just extraterrestrials. Yeah. I think he's citing Ancient Aliens or Stargate to justify calling Jinns aliens. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely, Jesse J2G, I'm starting to think that you don't like me. What? Who doesn't like you? Nobody here, I hope. I don't know what you're. Explain what you mean. There's no hate or dislike to anybody here. We're all cool with everybody. Trust me. I don't know what that was about, but it's all.
Clarify, please.
Yes, please clarify. It's all love here. Trust me. Woodrow says, I believe Cthulhu is punishing the man in yellow for losing control over Frumville since Tabitha escaped and brought back Henry. Interesting theory. Okay. I like it. Also, I'm pretty sure Ancient Aliens is an alternate history show that is part of the Stargate multiverse. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know about that.
Oh, it's on the History Channel. It's just a documentary channel about aliens. This is the one I know. The one I know.
Okay. Susie Greenberg says, I've been reading the Cthulhu Mythos tales and it's great. I had only sort of read sporadically some of the Lovecraft stories, but I really like reading it this way in anthology form. Cool. Yeah, I haven't read any of that stuff.
I hope she reads them right before she goes to bed.
Oh yeah, there's some nightmare fuel. Yeah, I haven't read any of that stuff, but I want to. My favorite is At the Mountains of Madness. Yeah, interesting. Lovecraft is actually
that's the one that's supposed to be influenced by the Poe book that Kenny and Christie are reading.
Yeah.
That influenced Jules Verne to write a sequel, and then Lovecraft was inspired to write At the Mountains of Madness from the same.
Right. Yeah, the book Kenny and Christie are reading is the narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym of Nantucket. And so I definitely think it's an influence on this show. And At the Mountains of Madness could also be. And I actually, I'm right in like Lovecraft's area, where he lived. I went on a creepy Halloween tour once and walked by his house in Providence, stuff like that. Yeah, Lovecraft was from Rhode Island. So
Providence.
Yeah, it was cool. Hey, Papa Socks. The other live was nice. Infinite Umbra as a guest was very mindful, very demure, not too cutesy. Okay. I guess that means cutesy, yeah.
Oh, I thought you said crusty. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think it's supposed
to read well.
I think it's supposed to be cutesy.
I kind of like crusty.
No, not yeah. It wasn't crusty either. He was great. He has an Infinite Umbra also has a channel, guys. If you weren't aware, he was terrific. And so if you haven't checked out his channel, definitely check out Infinite Umbra's channel. I know he talks about some gaming related stuff, but he wants to talk, get more into some TV and movie stuff. He said, and he's a really cool guy. I'm not trying to skip straight ahead to it, but I won't lie, I did at least half of it. The Shadow of Time is a head spinner. Okay. I always like The Color of Space. It reminds me of the movie The Curse, which reminds me of this song Tube by Fish, as well as some of the band's Game Hen story with characters. Okay, I don't know all that stuff, but
I always like Color of Space because the movie Color Out of Space reminds me of the Color Out of Space.
Okay.
You should watch a Nicolas Cage movie, The Color Out of Space, and Nicolas Cage in it.
What's it called? The Color of what?
The Color Out of Space.
The Color Out of Space?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I hadn't heard of that one.
It's a Lovecraft story.
Oh, okay.
But Richard Stanley made a movie with Nicolas Cage in it, and you should watch it.
So it's called, I'm going to write that down. The Color
Out of Space.
Out of Space. Okay.
I mean, there's another movie from the 60s, too. I mean, there's a lot of them. I could give you a whole bunch of them, Julie, but you'll never get to all of them.
I'm never gonna get to all these things. I'm telling you.
There's a really small Lovecraft Society that did a Whispers in Darkness. The Whisper in Darkness, that's great. And a Call of Cthulhu, that's black and white. Like they would do it like it was from the 1920s or 1930s. and they're
Okay.
great. And they're great. But I don't want, because I know you have so much on your plate. I'm not going to throw some more movies down.
I'll get to all this stuff eventually. Somehow. I thought that things were going to slow down once From ended. It's so not slowing down because now I'm doing the rewatch, and I didn't really plan on doing this part, but I decided I'm going to make deep dive videos into each episode, scripted videos.
Yeah, yeah.
So honestly, like the pace is not really slowing down that much because we've got a lot going on here. We're doing that. We're going to be doing Severance rewatch starting the end of next week, and getting into.
We could do a book club if people are interested.
Yeah. So things are not really slowing down at all, to be honest. But somehow I've got to fit in more viewing for other stuff, like Lost. I got to finish Lost, and lots of other things that have been recommended to me. Bobby says, I think the trees are living and part of the town. Perhaps they're even capable of creating the horrors of the monsters, like a worse version of The Happening. That's a movie that interested me, but I never got around to seeing it. And it's an M. Night Shyamalan movie. So, yeah, interesting.
Well, maybe the kids created the trees and then the trees went off and did their own thing.
Yeah, I think the kids created the faraway trees, so.
Yeah.
Interesting, yeah. It seems like the forest is sentient. It does really feel like it is. The way they talk about it, like this place is angry now.
To make it angry.
Yeah, so I definitely think that's plausible. Anyway, let's see. Moving on. Some sort of messed up dimension created by the void. Black guy with red eyes. Yeah, whenever I think of the big bad, I think of that drawing of that black figure with the red eyes that Victor has.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of the drawings that we haven't even seen yet, like the black cloak figures. We haven't seen those.
Yeah.
A lot
Yeah,
of like people with blood coming out of their eyeballs, or
yeah, like if we
stuff in
look
the
at
beginning.
this intro,
Yeah.
there's a lot of stuff that we haven't seen. Now, there was one part where it was so rapid fire really fast that I couldn't get all of it. It was this section here, but I got as much as I could,
That looks like the skull guy with that one eye out.
Yeah.
That guy. He looks like the guy that had the iron spike through his eye.
This is creepy as hell. I never took screenshots of all the intro before. But I've always found these pictures so interesting, and like, what in the hell is this? He's got sharp teeth, like razor sharp teeth. He's bleeding from the eyes, which is a theme we see a lot in the show. Bleeding from one eye. He's got an eye missing, apparently. And I don't know what the hell that is supposed to be, but like,
still bleeding from the eye though.
While we're at it, let's just let's look through the whole intro before I get back to the chat as well, because there's a lot of stuff here. Go back to the beginning. It's a long ass intro too. The long 2-verse song, like they did the whole freaking song.
That song actually reminds me of the movie Heathers when I was listening today. Because the movie Heather starts out with Que Sera Sera.
Oh, cool.
I mean, it's completely not related, but.
So then, obviously we've got a car in front of a fallen tree with a bunch of crows. That one's self-explanatory. And, of course, shots of trees. And I've never known who the hell... That looks like Gus. But who the hell are these kids? Because,
I thought they were adults. I thought that was, like, Christopher Miranda or something.
Oh, you think they were adults?
I thought they were adults.
To me,
it could be Lauren and her husband. It could be Lauren and Frank.
Yeah, it could be. They just look like kids to me, but maybe that's just because of the style that they're drawn in. They could be adults, but notice something though. They're outside in the nighttime smiling. That's a black sky. So why are they outside at night smiling? Are they monsters? I don't.
Then there's the yellow house back there.
And then there's the yellow house. Maybe they're two of the monsters before they transform. I don't know, because they shouldn't be outside at night smiling. And we got obviously roots. Those are roots. and our man in white, who finally got revealed in season 3, the full painting. Here's another example of how they planned this from the beginning. This was always something we've been curious about, this figure of the man in white, and we later see Miranda painted. That we see the whole thing, the whole painting of this guy. And I think this is the true form of the boy in white. This is why Sarah said, I don't think
Sorry,
Sarah said,
it's gonna be Fox Smith in like 5 years.
yeah, and Sarah said, I don't think he's really a boy. That's because he's really this guy, and he, he doesn't look very clean. He actually looks dirty, like the man in yellow looks dirty. He doesn't look evil. I know he has a crow for a mouth. I'm aware of that, and that kind of makes him seem sinister, but his eyes to me have always just looked depressed, dejected, resigned to the role that he has to play. Like he doesn't want to be doing this, and sometimes he may have to do Machiavellian things where the ends justify the means. Like, is this a knife in his hand? Like this thing he's holding here, some people have said this looks like a knife. Now, it's hard to say, but if he is holding a knife in this right hand, the fact that he has this look on his face, it tells me that sometimes he may have to do things that are Machiavellian, that, make him a more ambiguously good figure, which Robert Saunders is going to be thrilled when he hears that I've changed my mind on him, because he's been saying all along that he's ambiguously good. And I agree now, that he is trying to help where he can. And I think he's the foil, or the opposing force to the man in yellow. The man in white essentially is our, like the good side, but ambiguously good, versus the man in yellow. That's what I think. And they showed us this from the very beginning. They put this in the intro. They know what they're doing.
I guess we should go through the whole credits too when we go through this episode, because it's the first time you see them.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, let's just go through the whole thing. We've got the crows. We've got more crows. Crows. They've been swarming over my head when I go for walks. I swear to God, I think I'm in Frumville. It's like the stuff that happens to me is just so uncanny sometimes. And we've got houses. This one always puzzled me.
Oh, with like a snake or whatever's going around it? Yeah.
What are these lines? It always, to me, reminded me of a tornado picking the house up in the air, and it looks to me like a tornado. That's every time I see that, that's what I think. That's what I think of. But what else could this be?
Or one of the hooded figures moving really, really fast and going up the chimney.
Yeah, maybe it's supposed to represent something like that. I always found that puzzling. Now, of course, we have the diner, the jukebox, the haunted jukebox. And this shot, which they've shown multiple times from this exact angle for whatever reason, at the cemetery. Of course, we've got the American flag, which is all...
with the crow flying past it, too, which is something I didn't really see very well all the times I've seen the opening. I was like, oh, there's a little bird that kind of flies through the flag.
Yep. And this just kind of drives home the point that this show is very much based in America. No one from other countries winds up here. Like, yes, there are some immigrants who get here, but everybody arrives from somewhere in the United States. And so this has to be related to the child sacrifice that happened somewhere in the United States, probably somewhere in New England during the Puritan times. That's why we have an American flag here, even though the United States didn't exist yet at the time. It was just, colony. But I think that's why we've got the flag. And we have Colony House. Why is it called Colony House?
It's amazing that they built that house. I mean, it's probably just a like outside set, but that's amazing.
Isn't that incredible what they did to build this thing? Wow. It is amazing. And the fact that they call it Colony House, that's another historical reference. This all started when the U.S. was just a colony. That's why I think they did that. This really old church. indicates, it's another hint at how old this place actually is. It's older than the houses in town. It looks like the oldest thing in town, really, and then Colony House after that, and and then the houses.
The people tend to build churches first.
Right.
They build their houses and they build a church.
And then this fence, it looks perfectly fresh and new. So this is clearly not from the present. This has got to be from the 1978 timeline. There is no perfect white picket fence. I've looked. There is nothing looks that pristine anymore.
To answer Susie's question, I don't know if Magic doesn't have lose a turn cards. These look like more like generic, like war cards. The Game of War, which I would say the Game of War, the card Game War. They kind of look like those with just numbers on them.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know what that's supposed to signify, but we gotta try to look into that. And this looks just like that drawing that they gave us this season on the Rendezvous website, that secret drawing. It looks just like that, except on the Rendezvous one, it had the number for Henry's house on it. So that's kind of interesting that they basically just copied this drawing, and they did the same kind of thing. It looks like two hands kind of reaching out, like the trees look like hands reaching toward the house.
And it's the same lined paper too.
It is. Yeah. I think that they did that drawing to troll us. That Rendezvous thing was to troll us and make us think, oh, maybe Henry's house is really part of Fromville. Because of the house number. I don't believe that. I think they're just messing with us. I don't think Camden was part of Fromville, in my opinion. And naturally we see this merry-go-round is
and that's the merry-go-round that Megan's playing on.
Yes, it is a focal point in the series for a reason. It's in the intro for a reason. It's got the three primary colors which show up so much and symbolize so much throughout the show: red, blue, and yellow.
Well, these colors too, these muted color shades, especially in the pilot episode, they're almost like a muted red, a muted yellow, and a muted blue.
Yeah, they're all worn out.
In the scene where Lauren is, she's literally like, it's kind of like a lighter blue, a salmon kind of orange, and a yellow, like a faded yellow.
Yeah, because it's
all really interesting.
It's all beaten up by the time we see it. But what we're seeing here is a flashback to 1978, because you've got a dead body laying there, and the paint is all new. So that's what it looked like back then. And I just love the whole merry-go-round thing because it's such a great, elegant metaphor for what's going on here, this endless circle. It even has 8 seats on it, which would be 7 for the Ankui kids and possibly 1 for the boy in white. I just think it's so fitting, just as a metaphor for what's going on
here. Wheel, like a wheel of time.
Yeah.
In the middle, that's the worst.
Yeah. And this is another example of how they knew where they were going all along, because they knew this was going to be an endless circle type of a thing going on. And so they used this as a metaphor from the beginning. It was right there in our faces. It's a cycle. It's a circle or loop that keeps happening, repeating itself. Now, it's not the same in every cycle. There are changes. There are things that vary, but ultimately the outcome has been the same. Everybody dies, I'm sure. This reminds me a lot of Megan. Like there's a teddy bear, and I don't think it is Megan, but
it's down an arm.
Yeah, she's missing an arm. Yeah, it's a really disturbing image. These are Megan's. I believe these are Megan's toys. Some of them. And let's see what are they? There's a doll, a giraffe, a sheep. Let's see. I don't know what these two things are. So we got that, which, again, the theme of children. This place preys on children, so it featured children's toys in the intro. And of course we have the box, which is self-explanatory. And more bleeding from one eye. A missing eyeball. Right? There we go. That's a better shot of it. Missing an eye and got it, as they usually are gutted by monsters. So we got to kind of dig into like all of this. Like what is with the one eye missing symbolism? It's like it's an Odin reference maybe. Like this keeps coming back. Now Elgin is down an eye.
Skeleton the root cellar.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only thing I can think of. But it has a red around it, like the man in yellow.
Right.
Maybe he was a skeleton. You know how they have in those like vampire movies? There's like a skeleton and somebody drips blood on it, and then it just gets all the skin back. Maybe that's the man in yellow. Maybe that's why he came back. He was kind of dirty.
Maybe. You know what it always reminds me of though? Every time I see this picture, it just to me, I just always think it looks like a skeleton on fire. I look at it and I see fire. I don't know what they were going for, but that's what I just see. And I like how they put this on a very old newspaper.
Yeah.
You can tell how old this thing is, even though it's very hard to read. I know some people have dug deep and, looked really close and tried to read some of it. It's very difficult to do.
Yeah.
I can't recall exactly what people actually gleaned from it, if anything, but at the very least, it establishes how old this place really is. Another clue that this place was old right from the start. Let me see. I don't want to completely ignore the chat. Let me read some chat comments and we'll keep going. Yeah, I'm glad you're doing well, Papa Socks. You're enjoying your coffee by now. You're probably back at this point. Let's see. Look at the windshield of the oncoming cars at the exact moment that Ethan is telling the story of the Lake of Tears. Suddenly the car stops. That's the exact moment. Like when Toby's driving at them?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna
There's
start
lots of cars because I see a lot of cars. When you rewatch something, you see all the cars. So I've seen a lot of cars.
I'm gonna star that comment so then when we get to that, we can look for it. Hey Trey, welcome. Glad you had some good family time, Robert. Susie says if it's more like Carcosa, the lake of oh shoot, I've got to get my charger. My laptop my laptop screen just dimmed, which means it's warning me that the battery's low. Okay. If it's more like Carcosa, the lake of Holly is like a cloud lake, or probably just fog, maybe. It could be. Hi, Matt Gilbert. Nice to see you. We don't know if the Norman/Varys thing is anything more than vague foreshadowing. There's no evidence for or against any one-to-one correlations with events of the show, so we just don't know. We don't know, but it does seem, at this point, like, I feel like it is definitely foreshadowing what's going on with Julie trying to save Jim.
It's heavily implied in the words of the script.
It's heavily implied, but we don't know for sure, and there are parts of it we can't account for. Like, is Julie one of the so-called fairies trying to save him metaphorically? Is there somebody else in addition? What if the other two? I mean, what if it's Julie, Murray, Ellen Randall, and they're the fairies? They can all story walk. Maybe they can all story walk, and they're gonna try to save him. Randall fairy is kind of a funny concept that they've done.
That's kind of like what would you say? Firecracker.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want him walking through time, even if he can only just watch.
Yeah, I don't know. A lake could even be like a portal or a space between worlds or time or a cave in that sense. Yeah. A space can be like an ocean. Yeah, that's true, Susie.
Or it could be the actual lake that's in the show.
Yeah. And I agree, Matt. I don't take every line of dialogue in the show as meaning something profound. Like, I personally don't subscribe to the idea that the fact that people say okay all the time means something. Okay is just a common word. So I personally don't.
They say the phrase good girl a lot in the first episode. They say it like 4 times.
Okay.
It seems weird. It seems really weird.
The thing is, like, there are certain things that people just say a lot. Like, Boyd says, I know, a lot when he's trying to reassure somebody. obviously Tabitha says no, 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 and oh my god.
These are also fun observations too. We're having fun here. We're not like, oh my god, everything means something. But it
Yeah.
is interesting how things correlate.
Yeah, and we know the showrunners said that they put clues to
Yeah.
the answer to the show in the first episode. So we're really gonna. I think the dialogue in the first episode matters more than most of the others. Like
Yeah.
it is significant, and the stuff in the RV definitely significant.
Or even Julie getting static on her phone and it's a yellow phone. I feel like is something.
Absolutely. Yes. They they definitely do this stuff for a reason. It's intentional when you go back and look. But I'm not somebody that reads into literally everything. There's some stuff that's just there, like the fact that the extras change and stuff like that. But Jesse, I don't hate Jim. I actually feel bad for him now. I don't like the character, but I think he got a raw deal. So I don't hate Jim.
Yeah, when he's like holding on to Ethan in the RV, I was like, oh, there's fathering Jim. I don't know what happened, but he was there.
Right. Tabitha telling Ethan the lie about the monsters not existing sounds a lot like when the boy in white said the people who loved the children told them a story that gave them hope. Yeah, I feel like it was kind of giving them false hope because they died anyway, but maybe somehow this can be fixed and they can be saved in some other way. And maybe the monsters won't exist, like we were saying earlier. Maybe in the end, the monsters will be obliterated, and so that it won't be a lie. Oh, Robert, I wish I had seen this earlier, but that's very kind of you to say, and I hope you have a good night. That's so sweet. You're a good friend, Robert. All right, let me try and catch up with you guys. I'm gonna skip.
I'm gonna mute my microphone for a second. I gotta run upstairs.
Okay, cool. John Locke said, "Don't tell me what I can't do." Yes, absolutely. Hey, Saggy Star, welcome. Sorry I'm behind you guys. I'm gonna skip through and try to catch up as quick as I can. I hope everyone is having a wonderful night and has liked, shared, and subscribed. Oh, thank you for saying that, Saggy Star. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. If people could like the video, that would really help me out. The craziest thing, I was looking at your name and your new picture. I saw those old troll dolls. Let's see. A wise person once said, keeping an open mind is a good idea, but not so open you'll let any old thing in there. I agree. His name is the man in the yellow suit in From, too. Yeah, in the credits, I think it does say the man in the yellow suit, Infinite Umbra. Yeah, that's right. Good point. Very good point. Yeah, in this show, I don't think that they're putting out lines unintentionally for the most part, especially in the first 2 episodes. It's very, it's very, like, intentional. Sarah and Nathan always seemed so weird to me, 100%. Seemed super incesty. I wish Boyd would talk to Victor about Martin. I believe he knew him when he was a child in Fromville. Yeah, you never know. That's a great point. Okay. Oh, Dieter, yeah, you're right. I forgot my banner. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. He drew a pic of the lighthouse with Camden, Maine. Did he really? Oh, wait a minute. Jade stared at the map where the lighthouse was drawn and didn't say a word. Yeah, that was freaking frustrating as hell. Like, seriously, the Peach Truck map. That was so annoying. Anyway, when he was showing Boyd the rift in dimensions, yeah, he drew the Camden Lighthouse. That's right. If the actor who plays Jim has other roles coming up, that's a strong indication he won't be back anytime soon. I think they should keep him dead. I agree. Just have him in Julie's story walking. Yeah, like they could still show him. He could come back as Ghost Jim too. If we believe this place can't see beyond what the people themselves know and why the entity didn't know about the boat, then it shouldn't know what Thomas sounds like. He died as a baby. Well, I don't think like it knows what he would sound like. Nobody knows what he would sound like. So they could literally just create any child voice. That's what I think that they did. Just any child voice, and nobody would know what he would sound like because he was a baby. So that would work. I'm not convinced Thomas equals Man in Yellow, and Ethan himself believes Thomas is at the Lake of Tears. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it is a different entity. That's possible, Bobby. Sure, when New Smiley stood, his embryonic sac fell off and he looked like Big Red Cthulhu, but so did the blood stain on the hood of the ambulance next to Randall. Yes, Robert Saunders pointed that out, and I thought that was such a great point, that it looked like a Red Cthulhu blood stain on the hood of the ambulance. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Trying to catch up here. It doesn't know what Thomas's voice sounds like. Nobody does. Exactly. So it could just make any kid's voice and say, I'm Thomas. Just to screw with him. It doesn't matter what it sounds like. Okay. Okay. Ethan rejected it. Tabby never heard it. Yeah, Tabby never heard the Thomas voice. That's right. I'm hoping that they still do more with it, because I thought it was creepy as hell. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's why the Man in Yellow's suit was dirty, because he became corrupted and evil. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Saggy Star, for your support. Please like the video at the very least. I would appreciate it, and consider subscribing. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps me out a lot. I'm so grateful for everybody that's subscribed to my channel. I think I'm up to 1.3K or something right now, and it blows my mind. And it's all because of From. It's all because of the Fromily. And thank you to everybody who watched my finale breakdown, my 2-part deep dive into the finale that I released. I think the day before yesterday. I really appreciate it. I know it took me a week to get it done. It was a lot. I don't know. I had a really rough week. The holiday week was difficult for me for a lot of reasons, and I had trouble focusing. But I was grateful that people still watched my finale breakdown when I finally put it out, and a week after the finale aired. So thank you to everybody that watched it. And okay, hey, Immortal Cuts, nice to see you. Let's see. Bobby says, in season 1, episode 2, when they stay the night in the RV, listen closely when the monsters get around the RV. They talk in their own language, almost like black speak. You can't tell what they're saying. Yeah, it's like this weird murmuring thing. Very strange. Very strange. Oh, thank you for asking for likes, Matt. I appreciate that. I noticed in season 1, there's a lot more sound cues when people are outside the homes at night, like loud screeching. Am I just missing that these are the town monsters screeching or something else? There's screeching outside the RV, and there's screeching outside when the bus comes. So I don't get it, because I thought the monsters said I thought they stopped screeching, but now they're screeching again, and they're screeching a lot in season 3 too. So that was weird. They went from screeching to whispering, back to screeching. The key characters that never saw anything are Christy, Kenny, Ellis, and now Acosta. Yeah, and Donna.
Donna's never... He had that weird dream with the cicadas that burned him.
Yep. Kenny Krueger style. Kenny had that. Donna's never had anything going on with that kind of thing, and neither is Ellis or Acosta. Christy just had a nightmare, so that's a good point. You never hear the screeching when everyone is just chilling at home, except when Jim and Tabitha were arguing, and the monsters screeched to tell them to shut the hell up.
I just wanted them to stop.
Yes. I agree, Matt, that there's no mole. Julian Scarlet, sharp and wise, catching clues where the darkness lies. Dieter, you're so poetic.
Yeah, that should be a line for the song.
That's such a poetic line, Dieter. Thank you very much. Okay. You think it's Donna? You think Donna's the mole? All right. All theories are welcome. I think a mole is unnecessary, but all theories are welcome. Hey there, Amy Cinnamon Sweets. Hey there, welcome. In season 2, they established the necessity of a mole to regulate the experiment. Jim and Randall's convo. Maybe, like somebody to kind of manipulate people and orchestrate things. I could see that. I just think they don't need to do that. I think the big bad can see and hear everything. I do think though that they send in people who they know will behave a certain way, like Tilly. I don't think Tilly was a mole. I think they sent her. Tilly was chosen to be there because she's such a nosy, pushy, helpful person that she would push her way into Fatima's business and get in her face and not be afraid of dying because she was already dying.
Mm-hmm.
And so I really think that Tilly was selected for that purpose because the town needed somebody for Fatima to murder so that she could be isolated to the point where Elgin could whisk her away. And I mean, if she hadn't killed Tilly, there's no way she would have gone with Elgin. And they needed her to go there. So I think that someone needed to be a victim. And Tilly was just a nosy old lady who was trying to be helpful. She wasn't afraid of dying. So I think that's why she was brought to town for that reason. I don't think that she was doing anything nefarious. And this is just what happened to her. So I don't think the place needs actual moles who are deliberately doing things, but in my opinion, but I think that they pick people who can be manipulated or who the big bad knows will behave a certain way. Sarah, Elgin, they were chosen for specific reasons. Elgin was chosen so that his religious faith could be manipulated and he would believe this kimono lady was an angel. He was chosen to be there. Sarah was chosen to be there because she was traumatized and she would, actually listen to voices in her head telling her to slice and dice a guy to bring everybody home. Not many people would do that. Anyway, I'm getting off topic here, but yeah, I definitely think that people are chosen for a reason and they don't necessarily need to even know they're being used. They don't have to be a mole. They can just be there as tools of the big bad being manipulated. What is this, Dieter? You're writing poetry tonight here. Julie and Scarlett shine on YouTube stage. Their passion spills from every page with every view. Their spark renews. True rising stars with countless hues. My goodness, Dieter, you're making us blush over here.
Right on, Dieter. Spot on.
That's very nice, Dieter. You are the sweetest.
You should star these so we can use them.
I'm gonna star that one too. I starred the other one. They're so sweet. Let's see. Yeah, as a new creator, yeah, people will hop on your OG ideas like you stole that from me. Yeah, that I've already had that experience happen, unfortunately. It's frustrating. Yeah. I don't trust anyone who doesn't change their theory, but having said that, this Jin thing sounds wrong. There's no evidence. Yeah, I mean, there may not be concrete evidence, but that's okay. I like the theory. It's not the theory I'm going with, but I think it's interesting. I actually think it was hope built from desperation that caused OG Town to sacrifice children. An entity terrorized them, and they thought the way to salvation was to kill the children, like Sarah did.
I don't know. Did they kill their own child? I don't think they did.
What, the original townspeople? They killed
the original Christopher and Tabitha. I mean, Miranda, Christopher, and Tabitha Jade.
No, they didn't.
I think they were going to kill her, but then didn't. But then she got sacrificed anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. They weren't able to save the children, including their own. That's what I got from that. I don't know. I mean, the thing is, though, we were told that they sacrificed their children because they were promised that it was promised to them that they could live forever. So it's like, if they were in a desperate situation, then why Look, why would they make a deal to live forever? Wouldn't they be making a deal to get out of the desperate situation? That
I'd like to see a little backstory on that, quite honestly. It kind of just comes up all of a sudden.
yeah, we
And I
need
mean,
more.
I know people were like saying that as a theory, but I was like, where are they even getting it? Because from what I see, I couldn't like figure out that's why they sacrificed their children. I thought, well, maybe they were just desperate,
Right,
or they said, if you kill your children, you get out of front. Kind of like the Abby thing. Well, if you kill them, they'll just go back to the real world, something like that.
right. Maybe there's
Not
more
not
to
not for immortality.
maybe there's more to the story, but to
Yeah,
me, it sounds like they were not trapped anywhere yet. I think that this place was created and trapped everyone because of what they
yeah,
did.
yeah,
I don't think they were already trapped. Like, if you're trapped in a town and you can't leave, why would you be making a deal for immortality? You'd be making a deal
yeah.
to get out of there.
Because yeah,
You wouldn't be asking to live forever. You wouldn't want to in that
yeah.
circumstance. So that's why I don't think
I
they
mean,
were
I feel like
trapped.
everybody's being tricked. I think maybe these people were also tricked in some way, but I just don't have that information.
Yeah, they were probably tricked in some way, but I do think that we should believe what we were told.
Yeah.
This was very straightforward. She said that it was promised that they would live forever. So, I mean, we just need more detail.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Okay. As well as the lunchbox, I can see why he might suspect aliens. Yeah, why Tony does.
Or the
Uh,
chocolate bar, the cosmic chocolate bar.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not a good time to pile on Tony. Absolutely. It's
Mm-hmm.
never a good time. I'm
Or good
always
to pile on anyone.
yeah, I'm always sticking up for Tony. Yeah, let's show Tony some love for sure. Absolutely. He needs all the support he can get right now. Um, let's see.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, all this extraterrestrial stuff. Yeah, there could be something. Um, um, wait, I hope I've never been mean. Yeah, I'm not a mean person. Trust me. Like that's just not my nature. So, yeah, I just try to be nice as much as I can. Let's see. Um, I'm scrolling down. I'm almost caught up. Hold on. And then we can get back to going through the episode and um okay. The happening made no sense at all. Yeah, I've meant to I've meant to watch it, but I've heard it wasn't the best movie. Oh no, my StreamYard froze for a second. Okay, it's back.
No, no, no.
Um the villain in the happening is plants.
I like that Jim was the one that said
Okay.
no, 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 no in this episode.
Yeah, he did say I noticed that. He did say that. There's an opening scene of a bedroom dresser with a lunchbox and a pic of two German kids. Where's that? That I'm not
Oh,
familiar
the one in
with.
the opening, it looks like so the blood's on the wall at the end of the credits, and there's a little picture, and it has a boy and girl in it. And then the
At the end of the
credits,
credits?
yeah, and the lights flickering
Oh,
a little
okay.
bit. The lights flickering a little.
Oh, okay.
And there's a picture on the
All right, I'll
dresser.
get back to that.
Yeah.
I'll get back to that in a minute, and we can take a look. Banshee says I was planning on a video about the intro pics and videos pics, and the one in the intro I thought was interesting. The eye in the keyhole
Mm-hmm.
sort of looks like the eye of Ra. It does. Yeah. I've always found that picture extremely interesting, and that one eye symbolism is significant, and it keeps coming back in the show. The all-seeing eye as well, like that concept. Um,
Eyes,
we
eyes,
know
everywhere, eyes.
they're being watched, so
Someone loses an eye every once in a while.
yes. Man in White looks so sad or just really disappointed. Yeah,
Probably disappointed.
he does have a wife. Um,
Oh, I thought you said a wife. I was like Mrs. Wife and White.
yeah. Okay. I'm trying to catch up and scrolling down here. The yellow house that looks like a tornado to you looks like a tentacle to me, like it's wrapping the house up. Yeah, could be. Maybe that's what caused the house to collapse. That's just what my brain thinks of every time I see it. I liked that you didn't know what was real or not, but it was a shared delusion among the two women. What was? Oh, wait, that movie. The Happening. Interesting. I like that kind of stuff. I love that kind of stuff. Now I want to watch it. Not knowing what's real or not. Let's see. I wonder if the yellow house in the promo is either Sarah's house, the one Eloise liked so much, or Tabitha's house, i.e. Megan and Lauren's house, the one that collapsed. Yeah. Yeah, the yellow house in the intro. I think that's probably Tabitha's house that was Mrs. Lou's before. Wait, Tabitha's house that collapsed was not yellow. The one that collapsed was blue, I believe. Yeah. The one that's yellow is Tien Chen's, which the Matthews now live in. What color is Sarah's house? I can't remember.
I can't remember either.
Anyway. It's striking how different From was before we arrived, even with just Donna and Boyd surviving those 3 months. Yeah, absolutely.
So they basically survived without any problems.
Yeah.
96 days.
Seems that way. Why is the church scary?
I'm assuming it was 96 days, and her sister getting her face ripped off was like the day before that.
Yeah.
Like the incident.
Mm-hmm.
And the 96 days.
Right. At the 96 days.
I was trying to figure out in my head what happened, and I was like, maybe it was Donna's sister getting her face torn off. That may have been the incident.
Yeah, that's a good question. Yeah, what was the incident? Hey, John Sanders. That'd be a nice drawing. You Frummers frumming around tonight. Frummers for life. Hell yes. Hell yes. Yeah, I think the church is the oldest building in From. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. The box is a Rendezvous trailer. Yeah, it looks like it used to be some kind of a trailer. Like, and then they repurposed it. I think so. And Clara had the one eye thing too with the eye patch. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you don't trust Clara, huh? Yeah, I know a lot of people think she's sus. Ethan is a storyteller, possibly. Yes. I'm almost caught up, and then we can go back through the episode. Victor said that Christopher needed to go through the tree to save the kids, so I guess Jade needs to go through the tree. Maybe. Or I don't know, it might be a little different this time. I feel like there's different there's something different going on. Even like minutes before Dale, like Boyd is in the diner thing, we have concrete evidence. Yeah. We have concrete proof. Yep. Okay. I caught on to the fact that Jim really loves Tabitha. Oh yeah, and wants it to be like it was before. I got that sense from the first episode. Absolutely. And Tabitha's just so over it. He says that, you ever think about what it was like before all this? And Tabitha says, don't do that.
Yeah. And plus he takes an orange slice out of her hand and eats it, you know?
Uh-huh. It seems like
you
can tell that he's hoping this trip will actually, give them another shot at their marriage, and she's just so done with it. That's what I think about, the connotation of their conversation. But hi there, Gladys. Nice to see you. Very touchy and codependent. Let's see. Okay, almost there. Hey, AAMM. Pretty late, but hey, no worries. I'm just now getting caught up with you guys, so we're gonna go through the episode now. I skipped some. I can't read literally everything, even though I wish I could, or I'll never get through this. Kenny got a call in the house at his phone when Tan Chen was alive. I don't know if it was season 1 or 2. He didn't he had a call in a dream in season 2, if that's what you mean. He had a dream when he got burned by the cicadas, and he heard the cicada nursery rhyme on the phone. That was an encounter for sure. Did anyone notice the map is totally different in 2 of the angles shown in the same 2 seconds the rendezvous one Boyd has? Wait. Which map?
What, in the sheriff's station?
Yeah, I didn't notice if that was different.
I know it was moved down between seasons.
Oh, thanks, Amy. I appreciate the kind words.
That's the only thing.
Yeah, so what happened between seasons?
It was moved down.
Okay.
I don't know if it was just a continuity thing, it might have just put it back up there. But it's slightly lower. It's slightly lower, yeah, the map. The map in the sheriff's station.
Okay. We all need a Dieter. Yes, indeed, Amy. We all need a Dieter. Dieter is amazing. Such a good friend. So appreciate him. Hey, still the sage. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Amy says, is the man in yellow going to go to town? So will people need to lock their doors?
I don't know if he can go into town. Can he go into town?
It's possible he might not be able to because future Julie showed up and said, you need to get to town, to Jim. So maybe the man in yellow can't go there. So that it's possible that he can't go there. It would just be chaos if he just shows up all the time, just killing people left and right in the daytime. There's got to be some structure to it. What is this, Jesse?
I don't know what the work from home thing is. But, yep.
I don't know what that means, but I remember that it was a catchy song. To find out what we're really up to. What? Okay. I don't know what that means.
This is just my side gig.
Yeah, this is just for fun for me. Dieter says I used ChatGPT, but my prompt sucks, so I have to tweak until I find something fitting. Oh, don't put yourself down like that. You're smart, Dieter. You're smart. English is not even your first language, so no one would expect you to come up with poetry in a language that's not your first language. I think that was really cool what you
I think so too.
From ChatGPT. And never put yourself down. You're super smart, Dieter. You figured out stuff in the Discord that I don't even know how to do, and it's my Discord server. So you're super smart. I still want to know how the kimono lady plays into things. I think she's just kind of like the mother of monsters.
The midwife. The midwife.
Just the midwife. I don't know why her. Like why a pruny lady in a kimono? I don't really know. I know there's some kind of tie to Japanese mythology, but why that? That part seems a little random to me. But
yeah, I don't know if we'll ever know.
Yeah.
It might just be something put there to, add mystery.
Right. Maybe. No. I don't. Yeah, all theories are relevant. 100%, Lady Stoneheart. No need to theory bash. No theory bashing here. All theories are welcome. 100%. I love hearing everybody's theories, whether I agree or not. That's why I always ask to hear them. Okay.
Very poetic.
Yes. The kimono lady could possibly link to Japanese folklore and the Joragumo spirit, which is a giant spider that takes on a woman's form to fool people. Oh, there's a lot of spider stuff in this show, so that fits.
There was a reference to a book in this episode that says it's the author of the spider attack or something at the bottom of the book. I'll show you it. It's kind of funny.
Oh, at the bottom of what book?
The Daffodil Affair. That's supposed to be the yellow flower that's on Sarah's apron. But let me look it up. Hopefully they won't kick me out of here if I go to. Well, maybe it will. Okay. I'm going to try to go out of here, which is a risk.
Okay.
But I'm willing to take it.
All right. Grow and Thrive says.
Maybe we should go see.
Huh?
The scene. We should go see the scene because it comes up pretty early.
Yeah, I'm almost caught up.
It
And
comes
now
up
we
pretty
can.
early, so maybe we should just go see the scene.
Yeah, let's just do that.
Because her apron's like really early. It's called the spider. It's called the Spider Strikes, but we'll get to it when we get to it.
Yeah, and I'm almost there. I'm at the 1:19 a.m. mark here in the chat, so almost there. I saw an interview with actress who plays Sarah. John Griffin said Sarah is a Amish serial killer, or is that supposed to be Amish? Wait, really? John Griffin said she's a serial killer?
She said
I
she was
got
Amish?
Yeah, what interview is this? Enlighten us. I haven't heard of this interview. um, let's see. The kimono lady could possibly link to Japanese folklore. Okay, yeah, that one was. I don't know why that one is a duplicate. It can be different this time because last time Victor's mom, yes, played the violin, not Christopher. Yes, which is odd, but.
Why doesn't Tabby get any of the artistic talents other than bracelet making?
Okay. I still don't think the man in yellow gives a damn about doors. It was already daytime when he choked a fella. Yeah, so maybe he just can't get to town. There's got to be some kind of rule or structure to this, or it'll just be
because if he's able to just kill anybody during the day, then that's not going to be super exciting because everybody's just going to die.
Exactly. Hey, Cal Bishop, and buenas noches to you too.
Oh, says mi familia,
Yeah, nice to see you. And you're, oh yeah, I can make you an admin in the Discord. And you're welcome for the kind words. You deserve all of it and more, Dieter. You're amazing. Even if the man in yellow can't go into the town, the people have to leave town to get the food. That's true. That's the thing. They're going to be complacent and think that it's safe because they feel complacent and safe in the daytime, and they might have a bad a rude awakening coming up here. It's funny how certain things can trigger memories or ideas. Oh yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Oh God, finally did it. I caught up to you guys. Were the kids saying in Kui during sacrifice because whoever told them the story was saying, remember the story of hope. Oh, I like that, Cal. I like that.
It almost been better if Ankui just meant hope.
Yeah.
You know?
Could be. And I wish they had just done something like that, to be honest.
But I also heard their little form of pastry.
Yeah.
The Ankui in the comments section on Geek Academy's video. And I was like, oh, it's also a little tiny thing you can eat, like a little red bean paste thing.
Oh, is it really?
They're really pretty looking. I mean, I equate it to a Japanese red bean pastry, but they're definitely their own thing. But I thought it was funny how this word can mean so many things in so many different languages. So maybe that's why they picked it.
Maybe. There's got to be a reason, and I hope that when Sci-Fi
I hope
Vision...
there's a reason.
I hope that when Sci-Fi Vision finally interviews John Griffin, like one of the things I really would like to know is why they used the word Ankui. There has to be a reason. They couldn't have just pulled it out of nowhere. So anyway.
Probably is it like one of the first words their kids said or something like that?
Yeah.
Kind of like seeing the man in yellow on the side of the road in LA.
Right. It's I think there's more to it than that. Like that probably just inspired the aesthetic of it, but there's a deeper meaning to it. He's not just a random guy. She appeared inside of things in the daytime, inside the area where Fatima was. Hey, Quan Solar. The man in yellow doesn't want to just to kill people. Right. I think so. I think he was there just to kill Jim. He needed, like, I don't know. I think possibly the point of it is to throw a bunch of trauma and distraction at Tabitha right after she had this epiphany. It's going to make it a lot more difficult for her to focus on her mission and work with Jade. Trauma is not a good thing for problem solving. So I think it may come down to that, honestly.
He didn't want Jim to solve more problems because he solved the 12 problem. Music
Yeah,
note.
Jim's the one who figured out the the music note thing. Has the kimono lady appeared during the day? Yes, she
Yeah.
did. Inside the house and
hmm
oh
With
yeah,
the Polaroid, it was daytime. The
yeah.
Polaroid, though, when he took a picture. Elgin took a picture of Fatima. That was
hmm
daytime.
The fact that Boy in White said someone who loved them told them a story hints that it's not just the original parents. Yeah, I think it was Tabitha. I bet it was Tabitha. If the man in white wanted to kill people, he would. So he just doesn't. Yeah.
Yeah, because even we'll get to that scene. We'll get to the scene.
Man in yellow took out Jim so he could be the next baby daddy to Tabitha. Doesn't she have enough in town? She still has two more. Who knows? Maybe there's some others that we don't even know about. Maybe Martin's one of her baby daddies too. We can find that out next. Okay, so we're gonna go through the episode. While I'm thinking of it though, I wanted to show this before I get back to the episode. Dieter is really too much. Somebody said earlier everyone needs a Dieter. Yeah, here's another example of why everyone needs a Dieter. He surprised me with something else. So we'll show you this and then we'll get back into the episode. Here it is.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin. I hear that your YouTube account just hit 1,000 subscribers a few weeks ago. Round of applause, congratulations. I hope that your YouTube channel just continues to grow and get bigger and bigger because I hear that you talk about From on your YouTube account, which is so awesome to hear. I'm so happy that the show has resonated with you enough to talk about it and analyze it, and that's just so cool. It just blows my mind every time that people love it so much that they do stuff like that. It's still so cool to me. So I really wish you the best with this account, and thank you so much for watching From and enjoying From and making your videos. Keep it up. We need answers, and I feel like you're going to be one of the ones to help us find those answers, because it's sure as hell not going to be me. I don't know what's going on ever. So thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Thank you, Dieter, for that really sweet surprise. Thank you for doing that. I couldn't believe you just dropped that in the Discord last night. Like, it was so sweet.
You should just run all these before you even start.
Wait, I should what?
You should just run that video and David's video every single time we start.
I should. Just start the live stream with David's cameo and Julie's, not Julie, but Hannah's cameo. She called herself Julie though, which is cute.
Yeah, name twin.
Yeah, she said we're named twins because she was Julie on the show. She is.
I guess she's got enough time to go blonde for like a year and a half before she has to change it back.
Yeah.
Or maybe let's put that wig on her again.
Yeah, she's cute with the blonde.
Yeah.
I'm surprised though, because it's like you would think they'd be under contract to stay looking a certain way, because that's why David Alpay probably still has the crazy beard and long hair. So I'm surprised Hannah dyed her hair.
Well, if you dye it blonde, it's easy to dye it back.
True. I guess she can just dye it back.
Or just put that wig on. Keep on rocking that wig.
She is a sweetheart. Right? She seems like such a nice person. So nice. Super dope, right? Best intro to a series in years. Yeah, the intro to From is fantastic. And hey, Steed, welcome. I love Hannah, and what if the story the kids were told was the Chromonocle? Oh, that'd be cool, right? That would be cool. Cute, yeah. Hannah is so cute and sweet. That was so kind of her to do that, and so kind of Dieter to get her to say those things. And once again, it was very genuine. It didn't sound like she's reading from a piece of paper, being insincere. A lot of people, when they do cameos, it looks like they're just reading off a paper and they don't actually sound genuine at all. That felt genuine. David's felt genuine, extremely. So David Alpay, Hannah Jeremy, and what's her name? Avery Conrad, who plays Sarah. They're all on Cameo now. I don't think any others are, just those three. So if you guys want a personalized message for somebody, support them. They're awesome actors. Like throw them some some money if you want to like surprise somebody with a message. They do all kinds of. They can do personalized messages as their characters or as the actor itself. So definitely.
I was like wondering how many requests Avery gets for like Sarah with a screwdriver.
Right. Oh my God. Yeah. She probably gets a lot of those.
They're like, hey, you should probably get your work done, touching the screwdriver.
Right. Oh, that would be so fun. Like, yeah, people can do some really creative ideas, actually, asking them to do things in character or say things in character. So, yeah. So, like,
I'm asking if David can play the Habanera for me, or at least a short bit of the Habanera. I'm not 100% sure on that.
Yeah.
For my cameo.
Yeah, when you get your cameo from David, you should like see if you can like put it in the Discord, and we can share it on here if you want. And we can play it if you want to. So that would be cool. And we can play both of our David cameos. Just open the show with those.
I'm definitely gonna get a Jade one, so we'll see.
Oh, that'll be super entertaining and fun. I can't wait to see it. And I'm so happy for you that you won that. You deserve it. Like, I can't think of anybody more deserving. So it's so cool. Anyway, Dice Man said Julie complained about her dad taking care of Ethan while they were busy with things. I think she is the storyteller, and she in fact told Ethan a story. She was telling Ethan a story in season 1, episode 1. So maybe she told the story to the kids. Who knows? I am convinced that when she was in that cave, in the astral projection stream state, whatever, I think she was about to see the sacrifice of those kids. If they hadn't pulled her out of the ruins, snapped her out of it, I think she would have, because she heard the kids screaming and cooey like they were being sacrificed.
Yeah.
Maybe she goes back in at some point, and she's the one who tells them the story that gives them hope. And thank you, Susie.
Or it could be something cheesy, like she gets out of From and writes the book on the Chromonacle.
Yeah. That would be wouldn't that be funny?
It's really cheesy.
It would be cheesy. The story walker herself, and she brought the town the goat, the cow, and the talismans. Julie's the real MVP. She was super sweet. She's 21, but she has such a baby face. She pulls off playing a teenager underage very well.
She's finishing up her degree.
Yeah. Yeah, Dieter, I appreciate you. Let's see. Why are you making bracelets out of shoelaces? Yeah, serious.
Bootstrap paradox. Blah, blah, blah. Bootstrap paradox.
Yes. One more incoming, Dieter. You are too much. Unbelievable.
Ooh, Avery. It's Avery. I bet you it's Avery.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Get the trifecta.
Another cameo incoming. Oh my gosh, Dieter. Unbelievable. It was sincere because you're sincere. Real, recognize real. Oh, thank you, Mackie. You're very sweet to say that. I'm just me, I don't put on some kind of persona, or I wear my heart on my sleeve, and I'm just me. So I appreciate the kind words. I'm not, like, I'm never trying to be somebody I'm not. Yeah, Dieter's like, I'm a goat. Best compliment I ever got. Yeah. David and Hannah are the expensive ones, and the longer the text, the more you pay. Avery, cheap but short. Okay.
All she has to do is just hold a screwdriver for like 15 seconds. That's fine. Just a menacing look, and a screwdriver. She didn't have to talk.
Yes. All right. So getting back into the intro here. What were you going to say?
Oh, nothing. Let's get started on this thing.
Yeah, let's go back through let's finish the credits and then we can start with the first scene after, since we're already going through the credits anyway.
Okay.
So we got this thing, and I've always thought this reminds me of like a boogeyman, and there's someone hiding under the bed. It doesn't look like one of the monsters to me.
See, I
It's
feel like that
interesting.
might be upper management or something, getting babies. There's a baby underneath the bed.
Yeah, maybe it is.
There's a
And
kid
there's
under the bed.
right, and then there's somebody else coming up the stairs. There's like
Yep.
another monster, I think. And this one always interested me so much. This is the one that Banshee was talking about. The eye looking through the keyhole with like what looks like tendrils. Eyeball. So
Yeah.
interesting. The all-seeing eye. Banshee was saying maybe like the eye of Ra.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting stuff. Ellis's room. Not a whole lot to say with that. And of course, we've got our Adam and Eve in Hell mural. We're not very artfully drawn, to be honest.
Yeah, I always thought Miranda did that. I know
Yeah.
the actor that said Ellis said he did all his pictures in his room, but I don't know. It looks like Miranda art.
Who said that he did all his pictures in his room?
The actor who plays Ellis.
Okay.
But it was early on, so I'm not 100%. He may not know the information. But, I mean, it looks like Miranda's art. It looks like Vision art.
Ellis, we've never actually seen him paint. He's always done charcoal drawings.
Yeah.
So maybe Miranda did paint this.
It's creepy to have in your bedroom, though.
Extremely creepy. Now, what in the hell is this? This looks like, to me, it reminds me of like someone in a coffin being buried alive.
Oh, I thought it was the other way. I thought it was somebody looking down from the sky and somebody in a pit.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was somebody was looking down into a black hole like a well.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I've never known what to make of this.
Because it looks like they're more standing than falling, so I would think the perspective would be more looking down than being at the bottom of something.
Yeah, it would make more sense based on the lighting too.
Yeah.
When I see this, I always just thought it looked like somebody laying down, but yeah, with the lighting, it's probably somebody looking down into a dark area. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, I can see it either way now that you said. This is the dresser.
Right.
Before with the picture of the boy and the girl, German
Yep.
picture.
Yeah, there's a boy and a girl in a little framed picture there with an umbrella.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Ethan's little crutch thing that he had in season 1. And this thing, which we talked about, I don't know what the hell that's supposed to be. And this freaky ass thing. This is one of my favorites, actually.
It looks kind of like the skull guy, the guy with the iron spike, and
a little bit. It looks demonic. Looks like it looks kind of like the way Megan's room was splattered with blood.
Mm-hmm, yeah,
that is. Yep. Very, very beautiful job they did with that.
Very artistically nice. Yeah,
it was very good.
The hotel at the end.
Yeah. The hotel without the star magic part. And then that's the end of that. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the beginning because there was, before the opening credits, there was more stuff.
I'm going to run upstairs really fast and get my charger because I'm getting low. But I'll be like 30 seconds.
Okay, no worries. I'm going to check on the chat here. Let's see. My computer's a little slow tonight. Bear with me. I downloaded too many images and I didn't have time to delete them. Wow, 90 people watching. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate it, especially considering this is up after the season is over. And I know it's not as exciting. There isn't new content, but I'm excited about this rewatch. I'm excited to find more insights, uncover more details, and just get more perspective on the show. So thank you guys so much for being here, all 93 of you right now. I really appreciate it so much. Let's see what you guys are saying. Hey, Zulinator. I'm keen to see if Randall and Mari can astral project just like Julie and time travel, or they have other powers. Yeah, I'm interested to see too. That it might be something different. Randall, I think there's something bad about the ruins in Randall. He said it feels wrong to be near there, so I get the feeling he's going to have something bad happen to him if he goes in there. I don't
Change it
know.
to a giant cicada.
Yeah, I don't, or maybe people who are saying he's going to turn into Martin or Wright. You never know. But I just get the feeling something bad is going to happen to him if he goes in there, and eventually I think he will. Oh yeah, we're so close in age here, guys. So Susie is an 89, Amy is 85, I'm 88. Dieter said 87. I feel like a lot of us are this show kind of attracts people who are somewhere around the same age or the same generation. I'm noticing a lot of people, a lot of millennials. Let's see. It looks like Ethan trapped in some box-shaped hole. Yeah, that's what it kind of looked like to me. Trapped in a hole.
Mm.
I always thought that was Boyd in the mine shaft. Could be.
I thought it was somebody looking down. I don't
know. Perspective is everything, and these are crayon drawings that are not very,
yeah.
So it's you could look at it all different ways. I thought that was Boyd in the well since it's a yellow shirt. Yeah, maybe.
I guess I always just thought it was sky because it's bright at the top.
Right. Well, now that you say that, I can totally see it that way. Absolutely. That's why I think the talisman stops working or some situation like that, because the monsters came for the kid, which is probably Ethan. So like in the picture with the kid hiding under the bed. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. I just ever noticed that there's the bottom of a wine glass on that table and the rest is just gone. Yeah. Can you look back at that table? Let me see. Let's see. Let's go back to the credits. Oh, wait a minute. Did I pass it? Wait, I see a teacup.
Yeah, I see a teacup. Oh, yeah, there is.
And there's a wine glass.
And what the hell is?
And what the hell is this? That looks like
it's the bottom of a wine glass.
Yeah, there's a bottom of. That's so strange. Yeah, there's a bottom of a broken wine glass. Well, yeah, Susie says, why is there a broken, missing wine glass next to the other one? I don't know. It's a good question. I never noticed that before. This is why it's helpful to take screenshots and actually stop and look at the details, because you're not going to catch all this if you just watch it without doing this. I wanted to know what those friggin' totems were. That was so disappointing. 100%, Amy. 100%. I think they will. I think it will play a role next season, but I wanted something this season, damn it. They set that up to be important. The last 4 picks are rumored to be the 4 players: the boy in white, witch, demon, and crow. Interesting, Kel. Maybe 4 players in a game. Hey, Kayla, 82. Oh, we're all like, a lot of us are 80s babies. 82 for Kayla, 82 for Umbra. Yeah, a lot of us are around the same. Okay. Papa Suck says, I'm 20 years older than the millennials. It attracts then. It attracts people of all ages. I've just noticed that there are a lot of millennials, though. It seems like. And
it seems a lot of millennials watch Yellow Jackets, too.
And Gen Xers, too. There are a lot of Gen Xers who are also...
Yeah, a couple of those.
I've noticed that, too. A lot of Gen Xers.
Yeah, a couple of Gen Xers, yeah.
Yeah, including streamers, some of the YouTubers. I think Tony would be Gen X, right? I think Tony's Gen X.
Yeah, maybe.
He has no marine tattoo, so it's impossible for Randall to turn into Martin. 87 here. Oh, okay. And Dice Man 75.
Yeah, I get
And there's two cute little butterflies next to the stick that Ethan uses as a crutch. Oh,
There's a lot of butterflies in the show.
I totally didn't even notice that there are two butterflies here. Yeah, interesting. Butterflies transform out of cocoons, maybe like the theme of transformation, something to do with that. Hey, Clarence Brown, welcome. 86, Cal Bishop 85, Ozzy Rodriguez 1968. Nice. My mom is a 60s baby. My mom is 1962. And welcome, Ozzy. Why would there be a wine glass bottom precisely cut like that? That's very strange. Well, broken glass is a recurring theme in the show. Maybe it's the theme of broken glass. It's literally a broken glass made of glass. If here is someone from 1887, you get a talisman from me. Yeah, I think they'd be long dead.
Sounds like a Tuck everlasting thing if they drink from that well.
Hey, Laura Butler, welcome. Gen X here, 74. Nice. That's so cool. Everybody's representing. Okay, let's get back to the show here. The first episode. Let's go through it. Obviously, we open with Boyd ringing the bell. The iconic opening scene of the very first episode. And then...
I got some things to say. I'm going to pull up my notes, hopefully not getting kicked out of StreamYard.
Okay.
My notes, we talked a lot of Discord. Going back up to my list.
Here's the apron that you were talking about. Sarah's wearing an apron.
Yeah, but I think I might have something to say before that. I have something to say before that. It's just a lot of notes. It's a lot of notes.
What is okay?
Okay. The first line, other than "we got to get home" when like somebody off thing is saying with the bell, is a guy that's in the diner that says, there's a man and a woman, and the woman says, "I almost don't know," and the other person says, "Okay, I mean, is it just me or does it?"
Okay.
I don't know if that means anything, but I'm just like, I almost don't know, and then the other person says, "Okay, I mean, is it just me or does it?" ...
So yeah, cut off sentences again. There's a lot of that in this show. Interesting.
And then other than those two, Sarah's the first speaker of the show.
Right. Yeah, first character to talk in the show, and telling people, they need to get home safe, and you pointed this out, which I had never noticed. This pocket on her apron that's blue and it has a star on it, which is interesting.
And it doesn't have a star. It has a yellow lily, and apparently has a name that's a character in this book called the Daffodil Affair. But the book actually has a picture I sent to you in Discord. It says a Daffodil Affair, but it's from the author of The Spider Attack.
Okay.
Which I think is interesting. I don't know if you uploaded it because I was going to show people these things. I don't have the ability to actually show people anything.
What is this Daffodil book that you're talking about?
The Daffodil Affair. It's a 1942 mystery novel and thriller novel by British writer Michael Inez. Just supposedly the name that's on Sarah's apron underneath the flower is the name of a character in this book.
What's the name on her apron? I couldn't read it.
I'm not sure. There's a horse named Daffodil in it, but I don't think that's the character. But it looks like Hildeby or something like that. If anybody in the chat knows about this book.
Yeah.
One of the main characters is a horse, but it's like a mystery novel by Michael Inez, author of The Spider Strikes. Which I thought was interesting. Because there's a giant spider, we think there's a giant spider in From.
Right. Where did you hear this though? About that she has a name from that book on her skirt.
I I heard it from Geek Academy, but I did the researching on my own for the cover because I used a different cover than what he had, and it said author of The Spider Strikes, which I thought was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's right here. It's right here.
Okay.
The Daffodil Affair, and it does say right there, author of The Spider Strikes. Yeah.
Spider Strikes.
Yes.
Which I think is funny.
Yeah.
I think it's funny.
Given all the spider references in the show. Yeah.
But I couldn't make out that name at all on my television, so I mean I put health like high fed bee. Which I don't know if that's a character from the book.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just...
At first I thought it said infidelity, which I thought was interesting, but it obviously isn't.
Yeah, I tried zooming in, and it was just... That's the best I couldn't even zoom in further than that. It's just too blurry, but... Interesting, though. I never noticed that on her apron until watching this. Again.
Does that look like a lily to you, or a daffodil?
When I first glanced at it again, I thought it looked like a star, but now that you
I thought about it too. I thought it said a star. I said star on her apron when I first made my notes.
I think it looks probably, I don't know, it could be a daffodil or a lily, but I'm seeing more of a lily shape, but I don't know.
I thought that too, so I was going to look up yellow lilies and what they mean. Because usually when you hand out flowers to people, like the language of flowers, usually yellow flowers mean like cheating or infidelity. That's why I thought it said infidelity underneath it.
Right.
Like the yellow rose of Texas is about cheating. If you give somebody a yellow rose and bouquet, that you think they're a cheater.
Cheating, yeah.
That kind of thing. So yellow could also mean cheating. And
of course, the recurring themes of yellow and blue, it's fitting that it's right there on her.
Yeah, it is blue, and yeah.
And the diner is full of this stuff. The diner's got the yellow lights, and the booths, the seats are red, the back of it is blue. They're hitting us over the head with these three colors. So they definitely are trying to do stuff with color symbolism in this show. It's everywhere. It's got to be intentional. And of course, every single person in the intro to this show is touching the talisman.
Yeah, she touches a stone. Yeah,
it's like they activated by touching it or something. I think I kind of look at it more like it's like somebody rubbing a rabbit's foot for luck. Like a superstitious thing. I'm of the mind that these talismans are not magic at all. That it's part of the game. And the rule is the monsters can't come in with the talisman up in that position. That's what
I liked like Parkland Media's thing that maybe it was made out of some kind of mineral that like the like a north to north compass point that two magnets that don't attach together because they're repelling each other.
Yeah.
And it would make sense to me because there's 8 spokes, which would be the 8 cardinal directions.
Right.
And they have to put it up due north or something and then touch it.
It's an interesting theory. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I want to catch up with all this content that I've been missing because I've been so busy. Hey, Jonar. You're not old.
Any questions in the chat about what we're talking about so far? Because I kind of thought we could do that and then go to the chat and see if there's anything.
Yeah, that's why I'm checking in with the chat now, see what the chat is saying here. Jonar, no, I don't feel old at all. It's not old. 64. I can't type as fast as you youngins. Papa Sock says, I only have one question. Why did Sarah kill? Was it a test? And how did she leave the clinic at night and go home untouched? And Nathan didn't hear her come in. Thoughts? I think she was protected because she was being used as a tool of the entity. So she was able to get home safely. The voices maybe even told her, you'll be safe. And I think it was a test. See how far she can go, to the ultimate, until the ultimate test of, trying to get her to kill the boy, whether that's Ethan or whatever that means, if it means the boy in white or Ethan. But I think it was probably a test. But it's still a huge mystery why she had to kill Toby herself. Rather than wait for the monsters to do it, unless it's just like, okay, well, let's see if she can do this, then she'll be willing to we can actually get her to kill Ethan. with her own hands. So it could be that it was a test. What do you think, Scarlett?
Oh, about Sarah?
Yeah.
It could have been that, or that she's the sly.
Hmm.
But then again, Nathan's kind of like her watcher, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he is.
I mean,
Yeah, there were.
she left the door open too about anybody realizing it had been open as well. Yeah,
Yes.
she might have somebody guiding her, like an entity. Because I wonder sometimes, even like in the beginning here, well, we'll get to eventually, that if monsters don't have some kind of influence, like if they see somebody and somebody's trying to help somebody, they kind of freeze them, or they kind of make somebody invisible walking around so people don't notice them, or something like that. Some kind of entity influence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, and Amy, that was Sarah's house actually. When Paula died in her sleep, it got ripped open by the cicadas. That was actually Sarah's old house, and it had the framed thing with the 3 butterflies on the wall. That's right. And then Sarah got her house back after that. Let's see. They were all going to die. What is his name? Reggie. That was Reggie, that annoying Reggie guy. So glad he's gone. Let's see. Kel says, "Oh my God, there goes that word okay in the first dialogue of the show
Yeah,
that you
yep.
an absurd amount during the whole series." Okay,
Yep.
then what? Yeah, I feel like they overuse certain words. Hey, Rory Moran, what's up, every from? Hey, it kind of looks like Eloise. Oh, maybe one of the pictures I was showing. Sarah, hey, Johnny Utah. Sarah reminds me of River Tam from Firefly. Never seen that one.
Yeah, I could see it.
Yeah. Reggie ringing the bell was hilarious. I thought it was wicked funny, even though he was annoying as hell. Anyway, hey, yes, still going strong, Doc. Still going strong. All right. So
Then we're going to the jukebox.
Yeah, then we've got the jukebox coming on with "We Got to Get Out of This Place" playing, and
And then you get. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. You get a view of the motel with truck and the Star Magic sign, which are both very important, I guess.
Yeah, the motel.
They sure show them a lot.
The motel, yeah, with the note, the Star Magic sign is missing, and oh, and you'll notice again, red, yellow, and blue. They're hitting us over the head with these 3 colors in this series. It's crazy. And then so we got the truck. Like these are the iconic shots of the town that they showed us in the very beginning. Of course, Boyd ringing his bell, and right when little Megan is on the phone, the lyric says,
"Girl, you're so young and pretty, and one of the things I know is true: you'll be dead
you'll
before
be dead
your
before
time
your
is
time
through."
is due.
Write my notes. Megan on swing.
You'll be dead before your time is due, and right when she's on the swing. So really, really smart choreographing with the song and the scene editing together. Well done, editors of the show. Very creepy foreshadowing. That was so good. And
and then they have I've been working so hard with Boyd, like the closed captionings when he's walking by himself. Underneath it's like, I've been working so hard.
Yeah,
it's in the same song.
Something about slaving away, working so hard. Yeah. Yeah, which is fitting. And then we've got these 2 they look like teenagers with a bike, but we never see them again.
I said, I put in my notes, they have this pilot has happier looking red shirt extras, younger too. Does it seem like the red shirts have gotten, it seems like the red shirts have gotten older overall?
It does seem like they've gotten older. They're all older now. And Kenny's dad, poor Kenny's dad. This was devastating to me, like how they killed him off.
Yeah, but Kenny's dad also says "we are playing," which denotes a game.
Right. Yeah, he says we're playing it because he doesn't want to stop. And so again, I think his dialogue is all significant.
Mhm.
And it's interesting how he's got dementia and everything, but he's like, Kenny's like, you beat me again. You know, when I first watched it, I thought Kenny's probably just letting his dad win, but I don't know. This guy seems to have more knowledge than he seems. Like, even though he's got dementia, he knows things. You know, like he said that about Toby later in the episode that I don't like him. Look at the mess he made. So I don't know. I think he might have legitimately been able to beat Kenny at every game of chess they played. So it's interesting.
Yeah, I saw an interview with the actor who plays Kenny's dad, and they had to do this scene over and over again, and he felt really bad about the production people having to pick up and reset the chess pieces each time.
Right. Yeah.
I guess they had to do it like 30 times.
Jeez.
Because they weren't getting the right effects, so he kept knocking these like chess pieces off the floor.
Jeez, like, talk about perfectionism.
Well, yeah, maybe they wanted certain chess pieces out. I haven't really looked at the picture of anything that's still there that we could, denote.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about chess to know like why that would matter, how it looks, but yeah, this is and
Here,
chess.
do you have it so I could see? Like when after he knocks it over.
Yeah, right there. There's one where he knocks it over.
Oh, so just a bunch of this white pieces left.
Yeah.
They might have wanted those pieces left.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe just wanted to.
They just had to knock them over till they like were still there.
Right.
I mean, even that look, like the look of the 5 pieces there.
Mm-hmm.
They may have wanted that. There's like a queen, a king, a rook, a bishop. That could bishop is a priest. Let's see, the queen's Donna, the king's boy. There's a rook.
Yeah, maybe that's the effect they wanted.
The tipped over pawn, because pawns always don't get any like respect.
Oh yeah, the show is so detail oriented that I wouldn't be surprised if they were that meticulous that this is the effect that they wanted. That's crazy.
Well, I thought that interview because I was like, yeah, maybe that was on purpose.
Yeah. And chess is such a prevalent
and
theme.
I put also
okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, finish what you were gonna say.
No, I just had had a note that said, "Plus, Christy has her good hair."
Oh yeah, she does.
That was all. I'm sorry, I was laughing at myself.
It's okay. I was gonna say chess keeps coming back again and again in the show for a reason, and it's featured in one of the very first scenes of the series. That was definitely intentional. And Kenny compares this entire thing to like a game of chess, and I really do think that there are two entities, two sides to this thing, and one side is the man in yellow, the other side is the boy in white / man in white. So I think that there's a reason that they this is one of the clues I think that they put in front of us from the start, this game of chess. And then Kenny will later say very early in the series, like I think it's, what episode does he say it in? There are only so many spaces left on the board. I think it might be episode 3. After his dad dies and he's talking to Boyd and he's like, the monsters never run, they only walk because they only know that there's only so many places that we can run, and we're running out of spaces on the board. He compares this to a chess game. Now, so very much it operates like a game, and I think there are two sides to it, a light side and a dark side. Yeah.
But the light pieces are left. And so that might be a positive if the light pieces are left standing.
Yeah, I think so. My cat is my face and I can't see the screen. Let's see. Let's move on.
I was pointing out that the phrase "good girl" has been said a lot in 2 minutes. Said twice in 2 minutes. 2 different situations.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what the good girl has to do with anything. And then there's Kenny and Christy outside with the first mention of family tree, where like Kenny says denial is a branch in his family tree.
Yeah, well, we'll get to that. We're not there, quite
Oh,
there
okay,
yet.
we're not there yet.
Yeah, we'll get to that. That's always a quote that stood out to me too.
Yeah,
Even on the second, like the second watch, I caught that.
yeah.
Um,
I'm worried about going back and forth from Discord to here without getting dropped out of the StreamYard.
yeah. No, we're almost to that scene.
Okay.
So Christy is comforting Mr. Lou, and he says, like, she's a good girl or whatever. And yeah,
He approves.
yeah, oh yeah. And yeah, they have their cute little moment, Kenny
Yeah,
and
it is.
Christy.
It's like,
Yeah, Kenny's, like, oh, you're so good with him, and he's so sweet and bashful. It's so obvious that he likes her, and it's obvious that she can tell too. It's a cute little flirty moment. Kenny's just so precious. I just love Kenny. I don't know why. Well, there's like any Kenny hate or people making fun of Kenny. I like sweet men. I think he's a sweetheart. I've always liked Kenny. But yeah, that's where he says denial is a major branch of my family tree in that scene, because his mom is just like, not wanting to accept that his father has dementia, and she just keeps saying, oh, he'll get better. No, you don't get better from that. But he says denial is a major branch of my family tree, and that family tree reference is something that is definitely significant with the theme of trees, family trees, roots. Like that line was put in there for a reason. That's a line of dialogue that definitely matters. And in a way, the whole reincarnation thing, it's like really messed up family trees with reincarnated souls. So I think maybe the family tree references and the tree references could kind of relate to that in an esoteric way.
Do you know what the school says? Okay, do you have any photos of the school sign? Because it says like elementary and high school, which I thought was really weird.
I saw that. Wait a minute. Yeah, it's.
But I can't
right
read
here.
the name of the school. But it says like elementary and high school, which is very odd because there's no middle school.
I see it, and it doesn't. I can't read that either. But it says elementary, high school. That is very strange. Yes. What the hell? Elementary, high school. Yeah, I never noticed that. Good eye. That one I did not catch.
And then there's Troy ambulance. You can't see the word Troy, but it says Troy on the side.
Yeah, I don't know why. What does Troy mean?
Oh yeah, and this is right here where she touches this is the first time you hear crows cawing.
Okay.
On the closed captioning, it says crows calling. Yeah.
Yep.
So the crows are there because people say the crows aren't in the town, and I do believe the crows are in the town because of that.
I think that they're probably just on the other side where you can hear them, but you can't see them. I think they're probably not in this. I think it's a pocket dimension, and you can still hear them, but you can't see them. Why, if they're there, physically there, then why don't they ever show us the crows flying?
Well, they did show that one going in the window.
Yeah, it went berserk. So I agree with that person that was in the chat once. I forget who it was that said that the crow must have slipped through into this dimension and went berserk because birds have a kind of natural GPS system.
Yeah.
And it went crazy and crashed through the window like that. It makes sense to me if you look at it that way. And that's probably why there's a dead crow in the cave too. Another one came in and went nuts. Anyway, that's what I think. Like, they're so deliberate with everything they show us. Why not show us crows flying? They put that in the closed captions, crows cawing, and then they never show us the crows in the town. Yeah, it's got to be a deliberate choice. Boyd is looking through these binoculars so weird. Like, you got to actually fold them out. How can he even see anything? You can't see anything in that position.
He's spying on the people having a good time at Kelly House. You can't possibly have a good time here. They look like they're having a good time. They look like they're playing like volleyball or something.
Right. And there's yellow goldenrod flowers all over the place.
Yes.
Yellow. But like when I first watched this, I didn't know why he was doing this, and then of course, you find out that his son doesn't want anything to do with him, and the poor guy is just watching to make sure his son gets home safe, and Kenny was wondering why he's still there. He's like, "Are you coming?" And he's like, "Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there. Like, I'm going home." But he won't leave until he sees Ellis go in and make sure that he's safe.
Yeah, I thought it was sweet. And plus, he picked up Fatima. They look really happy. The guy's playing guitar on the patio. Looks happy.
Yeah.
96 days without incident.
Yeah. Boyd looks so sad. I felt bad. 96 days without incident, and the sheriff's station is blue, by the way. More blue.
Then the diner and the Star Motel lights are red neon.
Yep. 96 nights without incident.
Yep.
Poor Frank passed out on the floor, and Tom says, "Lauren's gonna kill you." And actually, it's kind of true, because Lauren's stupid ass gets herself and her daughter killed, and as a result, Frank ends up dying.
Frank gets killed by Lauren. Yep. So it's true.
Ironically, Lauren really does kill Frank. When I watched this again, I was like, "Oh my god, that's so fitting." It's foreshadowing, because Lauren was an idiot. She should have run and grabbed her kid.
That's what I'm wondering, if the monsters don't have influence on them, make them not move.
Maybe, because that was completely nonsensical, and everyone in the fandom thought that was ridiculous.
The one who has the graphic that's like, "Get away from that! Get away from that window, Megan!
Yeah, Megan, get the fuck away from that window!"
Yeah,
exactly. She stands there and doesn't do anything. We'll get to that scene. To that scene. But for Frank, so Lauren really does basically kill him in a sense. It's foreshadowing. Tom just leaves his ass passed out on the floor, and he touches the talisman like everybody else. That's the third person who's done it in this episode so far, and that's not the last either. Lauren is waiting for.
Then we also get the ominous tree shot from above to town.
Yeah, I'm not there yet.
That was interesting. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Let me go back to the actual thing.
Lauren and Megan are looking out over and they're waiting for
Daddy drinks.
For Frank to come home.
Daddy drinks a lot.
And this was super cool, creepy, ominous shot of the town. I liked that. This overhead shot was nice.
But a real red spot for that hotel sign. They make it real red.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
I don't even see it that red in later seasons.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it that red later on either. And of course, more foreshadowing. She's saying that
Lord, my soul to take. Yeah, poor Megan.
If I die before I wake, and indeed she will. She doesn't even get a chance to go to sleep. Poor Megan.
Touching the talisman, putting up the things.
Yeah, Megan with her little stuffed animals, and of course, Grandma. Lauren is.
Color scheme. I'm sorry. This color scheme. I'm saying it's like a lighter red, like salmon color, lighter yellow, lighter blue.
Right, yeah.
Kind of like a mod version of those colors.
Yeah.
Like a 60s version.
And of course, the wall is blue. So again, you've got the same three primary colors. But Lauren is the fourth person now to touch the talisman. It's I swear it's like rubbing a rabbit's foot kind of thing. It's they feel like they got to touch it and
got to charge it up.
And then they feel safe. Yeah, it's like a superstitious kind of thing. And we've got, of course, the iconic Granny monster scene that hooked everybody in and scared me off the show for months. After watching this one episode, I dropped it, and I almost missed out on it.
I'm sorry.
I'm just glad that I didn't let this scare me off. I loved the scene, don't get me wrong, it was really cool. The thing that bothered me the most was seeing Megan's gutted body. That's the thing that scared me off the show.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know if the show is for me. That's a picture I don't think I can even show on here because it's too gory.
Yeah.
This scene was cool though. Like this was.
Yeah, but see what I think of with the grandma, it's like when they have the like teenager that says, "Julie, don't you remember me?" You know that scene.
Yeah.
The grandma is like, "I missed you so much," and I feel like those are both manipulations. When people think that Julie's seen the teenage monster, I think they just all work on manipulation. Whatever can get them in the window, whatever can get them to turn around so they can slash her throat like Father Cadre, they're gonna say it.
Oh
So
yeah.
she's saying, "I missed you so much."
Yeah, it's even though she literally says you don't look like my grandma. She knows. So the monsters can't make themselves look like people they know, but they have a kind of mesmerizing effect where they can get in their head and manipulate them, and it doesn't matter if they don't look like who they're supposed to be. They can mesmerize them and trick them and get into their heads and say things like I missed you so much. So like whatever they can do to manipulate these people.
Well, they got Megan. She got Megan to open the window.
I couldn't believe it. Yeah, Amy, right? That grandma is not even sweet looking. Yeah, she's evil looking, if anything.
Yeah, Megan. I mean, like Lauren, I don't know why she wasn't swooping in and just pulling her away from that window.
Yeah, I don't know. Lauren,
unless she was just scared like stiff or something.
The Chromonacle Fletch says Lauren had time to run and get Megan. Instead, she was talking, Megan, no, that's not your grandma. Megan, no. Yeah, like that drove everyone in the fandom insane.
Yeah, they can get the fuck away from that window.
I was like, you got to be kidding me. Like, she just stands there. She stands there and says, Megan, that's not your grandma. Yeah, Megan, that's not your grandma. So, and she doesn't move a muscle. She doesn't move until Megan is already opening the window.
Like, see, so I think Frank and Lauren are the worst parents. Just about as bad as Jim and Tabby are.
Yeah,
not very good parents.
They're terrible. Yeah. I don't understand that. Why would you not run and grab your kid? And also the mom has just as much ability to nail the damn window shut as Frank.
I was gonna say, why didn't they just do that before? If you have a kid's room, nail those windows down.
Exactly. I will say this much for Jim and Tabitha. They actually sleep with their kid in the same room. They didn't screw around, and they came into this actually having to live in this horrible horror show house with the room splattered in blood. So I think that maybe scared them into actually doing one thing right. And when you see them sleeping, they're always in the same room. They sleep in the same room as Ethan, and I don't know, maybe Julie too, but definitely you got to be in the same room with Ethan. Amy says, if that little girl was my daughter, I would have snatched her away from the window. Instead, Lauren was like, no, don't. Right?
Oh,
ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Ozzy says, wait a minute. Hold on. Stupid thing is slow on me. Ozzy says Catholic schools in New York just had elementary and high school.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hi, Kimmy. Welcome. Boyd heard the crows when he was sitting in the box before killing Frank. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check on that when I get to that.
Yeah, Rewatch.
Hey, Ray Barnes. Welcome. Nice to see you. I heard something about you, like having a channel now. Is that true, Ray? I thought somebody told me that you had a channel and you were streaming. If that's true, that's really cool. Yeah, let me know if I'm hearing that right. I'm pretty tired now, but I'm pretty sure that's what I heard. And yeah, it's always cool to see new channels coming up and talking from. Papa Sucks said there was a television show called The Strain. There were worms that entered the eye and infected people, made them vampires. That picture of the eye is similar. Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. I never saw that. Kimmy said red and yellow are a central theme. The sacrificed kids in Victor's picks all wear red and yellow. Yes. Ethan wears yellow, Victor wears red, everyone else wears blue. Interesting, Kimmy. Oh yeah, the colors are deliberate for sure. Let's see. Matt said this show can be quite contradictory at times. On the one hand, there's this communal quasi-anarchist made of self-dance happening in town, and there's a reactionary side. Too bad you quit the show back then. I could have known you sooner. I wish I had. I really wish I had. Like a year ago, I think is when I watched the show the first time. A little over a year ago, and I dropped it till March of this year. Amy said that grandma is like that one family member that kisses or pinches kids' cheeks and they're scared of her.
And then she takes out their eye.
Yes.
Or their tongue. Oh, do you also know what the last name of this family is?
Pratt.
Pratt, which can mean stupid.
Oh, really?
Yeah, when you call somebody Pratt, like in British slang, it means that they're stupid.
Oh, interesting. Well, that fits. that tracks. It's more than just a divide between Colony House and town. It's within the characters themselves. Yeah, I agree, Matt. Mom's got cement shoes. Yep.
Yep.
The grandma had toffee candy. Megan had no choice but to open the window. Megan let her in because Granny said she was cold.
It's very sensitive.
Yeah, right. Well, Megan only listens to Sheriff Boyd. Yeah, she listened when he said, listen to your mom. That's true. The town of misfit parents. Name a good pair of parents in Vrumville. Yeah. Victor's dad is a good dad. Henry, he's good. Finally, we got a good parent there. Streaming from Silo and Severance. Oh yeah, Ray. Nice. That's so cool. Everybody check out Ray's channel. Let me see if I can hold on, Ray. I'm gonna give you a wrench so you can put your channel link in the chat. Hold on a second. That's so cool. Oh, and you've got great taste from Silo and Severance. Hell yeah. That's like the trifecta for me. Those are my 3 favorite shows currently. And I am going to be talking Silo. I'm late to the party with that, but I am going to be talking Silo. Thursday night, actually, I'm going to be on Smitty's Snippets live, talking some Silo and From and some other shows. So and I'm gonna do some Silo stuff on my own channel, just kind of late. But hold on, Ray, if you want to drop your link, I'm gonna give you a wrench so that you can do that. Let me see. There. Yeah, share your link. Feel free to share your link, Ray. It's always nice to see new channels covering great shows. We can never have too many. And Severance, hell yeah. I'm going to be doing a Severance rewatch with Scarlett starting next week and covering it on the channel too, and covering the new season when it comes out. So yeah, maybe we can collaborate sometime. That would be fun. You could come on here and talk as a guest. So anyway, David D says Strain was a good show. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. All right. Anyway, getting back to the breakdown here.
So this is when the credits come.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, this is one of my favorite shots in the entire series. This is just iconic. The way they did Granny transforming. Fantastic. I loved it. I thought the CGI was great.
Do you think she just floated up there?
Yeah, I don't know. Did she float? Is there even anything out there for her to be standing on? I don't think so. The style of house doesn't have a dormer roof that she could be standing on, right? So I think she's floating. I think she is. I really think she is. Now, we already did the credit, so I'm going to skip through this. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's floating because we've seen the houses. Let me see. Wait, there are pictures of the houses in this somewhere. Yeah. Okay. Wait. No, there is something she could be standing on right here.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That.
So
But she had to climb all the way up there, though.
So she climbed up there. Yeah. So the monsters can definitely climb at the very least. They can climb. Okay, wait. Oh, I went too far. All right, so we have aerial views of the highway. So this is before they get.
And on the closed captioning, it says ominous music plays.
Oh yeah.
So the first shot of the Matthews here, there's ominous music already.
Before they've even gotten to town, yeah. There are other cars on the road. So this is not Fromville. Not Fromville yet. We got just the highway, and again, not Fromville yet. There's another car there, but it
seems like they're getting further and further out of the city.
I was just about to say that. Yeah. It looks like they're getting more and more into a rural area, kind of isolated rural area. It seems like everybody so far we've seen 3 arrivals in town, and every time they're on a rural road. It's always some kind of rural road. So
is that the car?
Yeah.
So I mentioned a car earlier. I'm like, is that the car?
Yeah. Oh yeah, somebody.
A white car? Didn't they say a white car? Is that the car?
Yeah. Let me look at I starred the comment. Hold on.
It can't be that early. That's pretty early.
Yeah, it can't be. It can't be that. Wait a minute. I starred the comment. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Is it here somewhere? I starred like 20 comments. So.
Yeah, I know you kind of go crazy with that. This one says there's only one on mine.
Oh really? No, on mine I starred 20 comments, and I'm not seeing that one, so I don't know where it is now. Shoot. Someone said something about a car.
Yeah, I didn't know that was the car. I mean, if they're still here, I'll be like, is that your car?
What did they say about the car? I don't remember now.
It's like when they entered Fromville, there was a car to the left of it or whatever. It seems like there was a car right here in the same position. I didn't know that was the same car. I didn't know they were hitting Fromville about this point.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, MoFi. I saw house number 1024 or something took me down a hell's rabbit hole, I tell you. You can go down all kinds of crazy rabbit holes with this show. All kinds of rabbit holes. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, good, Ray. Good. I'm glad you dropped your link. Yeah. Yes. Welcome to the team. Well, welcome. Always great to see new channels coming up, new content creators, and so yeah. If you want to collaborate, you want to come on as a guest, I'd be glad to have you anytime. Let's see, Zulinator, he says you guys should also check out Foundation, Dark Matter, and 3 Monkeys. These shows are amazing when you get a chance. 3 Monkeys. I've never heard of that one.
Did you add 12 monkeys together to make 3?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it 12 monkeys? Because I've heard that's fantastic. That's on my list. I've watched Dark Matter. I liked the concept. I wasn't that crazy about the way they handled it, but there were parts of it that I thought were great. And I haven't seen Foundation, so I'll have to check that out.
I haven't either.
Anyway, let me get rid of that. Okay, so it looks like a farm area here. They're driving through.
Tears.
Yeah.
Puddle of tears.
River yeah. Tears. Yeah, there's a little river here, and no, this is the point where they're alone now on the road. So at this point, they may have entered what I think is a liminal space, because I don't think the fallen tree is either where they came from in the real world or in Fromville. I think it's in a liminal space, because if it were in Fromville, they'd see it again when they circle around, and they never see the tree again, unless you want to say it's a disappearing tree, which I mean. It's this show, so it could be anything. It could have disappeared, but
it could be a gate that disappeared, like the gate. And then they turn, and then it's gone, but now they're already in it.
It's possible, but yeah, I think it could be a liminal space. In sci-fi, when you have different dimensions, if you're passing from one to another, sometimes there's a liminal space. It's neither here nor there. It's sort of in between.
See, my whole point with Fromville is I thought the tree had to be there in order for them to go back into the liminal space.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because I remember when Elgin was talking about it, they were like, "Well, did you see the tree?" Well, that was too late. Like maybe they could have turned around at this point. As soon as they see the tree, they have to go back into the liminal space.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like they see the tree and turn around, and then like they can't ever, get out. But
I mean, if they would use the RV to push the tree, I would like to have seen that.
It's possible if anyone ever stepped over the tree and went to the other side, maybe they could actually get out. That's why I was dying for Tabitha to run over the tree when she got out of the ambulance, because that would make sense. Nobody would ever leave their vehicle and just go over the tree, but she knew what that tree meant. She wasn't leaving her own vehicle. She should have run over the damn tree. Anyway.
Wasn't she handcuffed to the ambulance, though?
No, this was when they saw the tree. This is before she was handcuffed.
Yeah, that's right. When she went, no, and just stood there. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, I think it's a liminal space because if the tree were in the real world, there would be more than one car arriving more regularly than this. It wouldn't just be one car at a time. If it were even in a rural area, it doesn't make any sense to me that the fallen tree is in the real world at all. It seems like, first of all, it was planted there by Fromville. Why would they be collapsing trees in the real world, and how come no one else would come upon it other than this one car at a time now and then? So that's why I think it's a liminal space. Like, if anyone's ever seen Constellation, they did a really good job showing the space between dimensions. So neither here nor there. That's where I think that is, and that's where I think they are at this point when they get to the tree. But then we've got this scene, which it's I think it's definitely important. And look, they're red and yellow too. Norman is red. This one is Norman. When she's talking, making them talk to each other, this one here is Norman.
So Norman but the yellow one doesn't kill him like the man in yellow.
Yeah. So it's like
he's dying. It's more like he's dying, and the other guy's, "He's my best friend." Okay.
Right, they're just friends. We don't know who his friend is supposed to be. He doesn't even have a name. So I don't know who his friend is supposed to be. But I do think that Jim is supposed to be Norman. Now, I'm not sure why they made him red, because red seems to denote evil. Maybe it's just because red also means danger. I don't know. But
or why they named him a Viking or a Northman.
Yeah. And it's interesting, too. In the very first shot of Julie, it's in the background, so it's not focused in on, but there's her shirt. And we see later that it says illusions on it. It's a goat with a third eye, which is definitely a clue as to what's going on in this show. Illusions of all kinds.
Shout out to Alma.
Illusions of all kinds going on. The monsters themselves are an illusion. They appear like smiling, happy people until they rip you apart. That every building is not what it seems to be. That this clinic is a school. It was really a school before. The bar was a gas station. The sheriff's station was a post office. Everything is an illusion here. The monsters are an illusion. People have the illusion that they're safe when they're not, even in the daytime. Like they're still threats. Like now they're gonna feel like they're safe going out into the woods, and the man in yellow could be out there waiting. But anyway, illusions are a huge theme of the show, and the third eye represents perception beyond ordinary sight. So that's another thing that we're seeing in this show. We see a lot of people having visions. Jade's visions, Tabitha's premonition dream, Elgin's premonition dream. So the shirt, it definitely is a clue as to what's happening in the show, how we should look at the show. And it was planted right in the very beginning. People who say there isn't a plan to this show just need to pay closer attention, really. And yeah, like the finger puppets, this has been a big subject of debate for a long time, who Norman could be. It's more mysterious than the Chromonocle stuff. And of course, Julie is being a bully, and making one of them kill the other.
Mm-hmm. But then when he says the secret fairies are on their way back from the Lake of Tears.
Yeah. So Norman is dead. And no, wait a minute. Wait, she has the yellow one laying down though. So maybe I got that wrong. Wait a minute. The yellow one is laying down. So yeah, it must be the yellow one that's Norman. Yeah, because the yellow one is down, and then she's like, "No, you're my best friend," and Norman says, "No, the monster's claws are too deep," and he's dead.
Yeah, but I wanted to mention the Lake of Tears book by Emily Rhoda at this point.
Well, yeah, because Ethan says that the secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears. Is it Ethan who says that? I forget. I don't know.
I think it looks like it from the picture I took, but it could be her saying that. But I'm not 100%.
Yeah, I wrote it in my notes, but I can't remember.
Because I think he repeats her. I think she says something about the secret fairies are coming from the Lake of Tears, but they're too late. Because I remember Ethan saying later, but the fairies are coming for the Lake of Tears.
Yep, you're right. You're right. Ethan says that, and she's like, "Nope. No. When you're dead, you're gone. Sorry, life is tough, kid." Oh, and notice the blue headphones and the blue tablet in the background, bright blue. So again, we've got the three primary colors. And yeah, what were you gonna say about the Lake of Tears book?
Well, the book itself is really interesting because it has a cover of like a gemstone on it, and then like a fish in water. And all I know from it is that they're on a quest for 7 stones. And I think of like Jasper and Jade and Elgin Marble and everything as stones, like 7 stones. And there is a character named Jasmine in it that has a raven.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just me kind of skimming it. I haven't been able to read it right now because I haven't had any time. But there's also the Forest of Silence and all this stuff on a map in the beginning of the book, which is kind of cool. And I don't know if... Because I'm thinking the writers have read like stuff like Tuck Everlasting when they were a kid, and maybe one of them read this book and was inspired by it.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think so too. Definitely.
So I'll probably read it eventually and figure out if there's any other things in it. But I thought just a girl named Jasmine that has a raven is a lot. And there's a guy named Jin, Jin, instead of Jim.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
So I think there might have been. Somebody might have read this book.
Yeah. It's a very specific phrase, the Lake of Tears. So I could see that, Ozzy said there's an interesting rush of wind in the trees where they sway while they're still on the highway. Yeah, there's so much emphasis on overhead shots of trees. I liked Dark Matter too. I did enjoy Dark Matter. I was frustrated by certain things. I wanted more emphasis on like the alternate, the parallel worlds and stuff, and less of the romantic stuff, like soap opera kind of stuff. But I loved the concept. I really loved the concept. So I'm glad to see it got renewed for another season. The concept was really cool, and there were some episodes that were mind blowing. It did get weaker at certain points for sure, but hey, LDN King, I'm watching Lost. I'm in the middle of season 4 of Lost right now, and I know it's got a lot of great parallels to From, so I'm going to keep watching it, and then I will discuss like any parallels I see once I'm done. What were you going to say?
So is the red one Norman? Is this Norman?
I think the yellow one is Norman based on Julie in that scene. It looked like the yellow one was laying on the table.
Because this puppet is upside down like Jim was in that vision. Like hanging upside down with his arms out.
Yeah.
I thought maybe that was Norman.
I don't know. I gotta go back and watch the scene again now because when she's having them talk to each other, the yellow one is laying on the table there. So I don't know.
He also
So that
says, she also says, tell my parents I say goodbye, which seems like it'd be the Ankui kids.
yeah. Yeah, that's the part I couldn't really square with my idea that Jim is Norman, because why would he be saying tell my parents I say goodbye? But it still seems like there's a parallel to it. It's not going to be exact, but just the fact that Julie is now going to be trying to save Jim, and essentially she's trying to bring him back from the dead. Ethan says in this scene, "Bring him back, Julie, bring him back." And she says, "Sorry, when you're dead, when you're dead, you're gone."
The claws went in too deep, because there is a picture of Jim, like the staring when like the closed captioning underneath says the claws went in too deep, and you can actually see Jim's throat too, and I thought that was interesting.
You can see his throat. Oh, wait, let me.
No, like he's got a shirt on where you can see like there's almost the sunshine where his throat is.
Oh wow!
And I thought it was kind of funny that they were like, "Oh, the claws went in too deep." Yep, Jim, it went too deep.
Yeah, it's crazy how they set this up from the beginning.
It's crazy foreshadowing.
Yeah, she said, yeah, and Ethan said you have to bring him back. So this is what she's going to try to do. She's going to try to bring Jim back. Definite foreshadowing. 12 Monkeys of the show. Yeah, I thought so. It's ironic because Julie was saying that when you're dead, you're gone, but she's the one who's going to be trying to bring Jim back, and it's reversed now. Ethan is the one telling her you can't bring people back. She wanted to bring back Tien Chen and Thomas with this conversation they had about story walking, and Ethan said you can't change a story once it's been told. So the roles have now reversed. Ethan is now the one saying you can't bring people back, and Julie is going to try, which is ironic,
And then she says to her parents, "I am telling him a story," and goes to use her yellow phone.
Yeah, all right, yeah. She immediately
might be telling the Akui kids a story of hope, or it could be Tabitha, because soon after that, Tabitha seems to be like, comforting Ethan, saying there's no such thing as monsters, giving him a story of hope.
Yeah, here she is immediately going to her yellow phone. That's the scene right after she goes back to her phone, and it's bright yellow. That's not popular. That's not a very popular color to
Yeah, it gets dirty, as you see in the man in the yellow suit. That gets dirty.
Yeah, but like it's interesting. They definitely did that on purpose. Like, how many people do you know have a bright mustard yellow phone? It's
absolutely zero.
It's all over the place in this show, so it's definitely symbolic.
It looks dingy.
Ray Barnes said Lost is the grandfather to From, are you saying? Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I can see the parallels for sure. Amy says, I would think once they see the collapsed tree, it's in that pocket dimension. Yeah, I think it's like a space in between the dimensions, the way I look at it. But Papa Sucks said there are shows that are so intense you wish you were there in the moment with the characters. Walking Dead, Fringe, Lost, Stranger Things.
I don't know if I'd want to be with these characters.
I would not want to be in any of those places.
I don't want to be Megan, that's for sure.
Yeah, I if anything, no, I'd want to be in Stranger Things, because that group would be so fun. I want to be their friends. So I would want to be in Stranger Things, but I wouldn't want to be in Fromville. No.
Nobody will be my friend in Fromville.
No. Amy said Norman looks like that dragon in that painting from what I saw on Reddit.
They're actually called dragon puppets in the script.
Interesting.
Because people are saying, well, they're like monster. I've said they're dragons, and that kind of ties into Lake of Tears and the Lonely Dragon and all that.
Yeah. Interesting. Oh yeah, the Lonely Dragon. Yeah, that fits. Lost is what made me want more shows like Lost. It was my intro to getting mind fucked, wanting more shows and make you want to figure things out on another level. I agree, David D. Yes, absolutely. This is the kind of show. This is why I know I built my channel on From, and From is like where my heart is. But I am going to be covering other shows like Severance, shows that make you think, show, mind fuck kind of shows. That's what I love the most. That's what this channel is all about, for sure. There's an interview with Matthew Fox. He explains the last season of Lost perfectly. When I finish Lost, I will check that out, David. Donna has a pocket universe in her pockets. Yes. Donna has pockets in her pockets. The secret fairies on their way back from the Lake of Tears are going to fix you. No, the monster's claws went too deep. Tell my friends I'll miss them. Yep. It's foreshadowing. It's interesting that they said the secret fairies, right? Secret fairies. So who are the... So if
Randall and Mari.
So yeah, is this Julie, Randall, and Mari? Are they the secret fairies? Like we all know that they keep their mouths shut and they don't tell anybody about most of the stuff that's going on with them. So are they the secret fairies that are going to try to save Jim? That's an interesting bunch if that's the case. I genuinely think after the Watchers came out, From changed their direction. Let's see. In physics, it is a strict law. I forgot what it was called. No two objects can occupy the same space, similar to what we have when you drop a ball into a full cup of water. So 2 cars or more can slip into that pocket in time and space and transport to from place or space. Interesting. Yeah. Coherence. I haven't heard of that one. Let's see. In Severance, the Audi mark is red. Yeah, they use a lot of color symbolism in Severance too. There's red and blue. Those are the 2 colors. And good night, Doc. Thanks for being here. Can anyone remind me why were Jim and the family as well as Jade traveling around? Jim and the family were taking one last trip before they were gonna
Yellowstone.
Yeah, they were going in Arizona.
This kind of sounds cruel, to take your kids on one last great vacation.
Yeah, but before they were gonna get divorced, they were taking one last trip, and then they were gonna tell them they were getting divorced.
After the trip,
it's warped.
They're horrible parents.
It's a terrible idea. Why? See, this is actually an example of something that's very common in the show: false hope. That's giving your kids false hope. That's making them think that everything is fine. We're going on a happy family trip together, and then you're going to pull a rug out from under them after. That was stupid. And Jade and Toby were traveling from New York to Florida by car after Jade had just sold his company for an obscene amount of money. He says his algorithm or whatever quantum computing algorithm software company, and it's very peculiar that they were driving by car when Jade is so rich. Why would you be driving from New York to Florida? It makes no sense at all. That's why
maybe they just enjoyed a road trip. You can enjoy a road trip.
It's just weird. So, rich people don't do that kind of thing. Like, if you're as rich as Jade,
rich people do that stuff all the time. They just stay in really ritzy hotels along the way and have a great vacation.
Yeah. I always found that kind of strange. And Jade was passed out in the back seat. We'll get to that point.
Well, you got to get Molly on those. They're not going to serve Molly on the plane.
That's true. But
why one of the reasons he's in a car because he wants to get mollied out.
And Jade's passed out in the back seat, so
you can't do that on a plane.
I had that in a whole tinfoil theory about Toby getting paid off to drive Jade, and the government bought Jade's company, and they made a portal into Fromville artificially, and they paid Toby off to drive him in there and test out the portal and explore in there and study it and try to find a way out. But I gave up on that theory because it was making too many assumptions, too many logical leaps. But I was trying to figure out why Toby needed to be killed, and I thought, well, maybe he knew too much. maybe he was paid off to bring Jade there, and some entity here knew that he could spill too much information. The government is studying this place. But yeah, it's a fun tinfoil theory, but it's too many logical leaps, so I'm not going with that.
Or the monsters, they could have just taken out Toby, because between Toby and Jade, they could have figured a way out, no matter what the situation was.
Yeah, it's just that they did. There's no reason why Sarah needed to kill Toby herself. The only thing I can think of is that it was a test to see if she would do that. Then she'll probably be willing to kill a kid. That's the only thing I can think of. But
a trial
Zulinator,
run. A trial run.
Zulinator says, starting to think that these people are stuck in a simulation. The laws of physics do not apply. Electricity with no source, the looping when trying to leave, and the boy in white appearing in the real world to Tabitha. It could be. It would explain everything if it's a simulation. It would. But I don't know. I like the idea that it's a kind of a nightmare realm pocket dimension created by the sacrifice of those kids to whatever entity they sacrifice their kids to. I think that it could be a place where things manifest that don't make any sense, like electricity that comes from nowhere, like something pulled out of a nightmare, like Tony Teflon was saying. You don't dream the insides of the cords, the electrical cords, you just dream about the cords. It doesn't have to make sense. Things are manifested, I think. And Tony actually came up with a really good example of a manifestation. Boyd was having a dream when he was down in the well, and he was walking through an empty town. It starts to rain, and the song is playing, A Hard Rain's Gonna Fall. And while this is happening and he's dreaming it, you cut to Elgin on the bus pulling into town. The headphones are on. He's listening to the same song, and rain starts to fall. So it's like Boyd's dream manifested what happened there. Boyd's dream manifested the rain. I'm completely on board with that theory. I think that things are manifested here, pulled out of people's dreams, fears, thoughts, feelings, whatever. So that's what I'm thinking. It's something magical. Like, it doesn't apply to the normal laws of physics at all. And just the idea of these people turning into monsters, like, because they were granted immortality, like that's a magical thing too. Like, that it doesn't apply. I don't think this is going to apply to any kind of normal laws of physics or anything like that, in my opinion. But it could still be a sim, though. I will say it would explain everything. I'd rather it not be a sim. That would be good if it's real. I'd rather it be real, personally. But Tabitha told Ethan monsters are not real. Hence, Nathan is not dead, as Julie was saying, bullying him. Oh, you mean Norman? Yeah, she did say monsters are not real, and it's like, that could be foreshadowing that in the end they're going to destroy the monsters. The monsters won't exist anymore. Fromville won't exist anymore. Hopefully, in the end, I would like to see it end that way.
And she was saying a hopeful story, so maybe Tabby is the one that tells the kids the hopeful story.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah. Ray Barnes said, I'd rather be in Fromville than pay taxes. Yeah. Yeah, it sucks.
I used to say that.
Yeah. I haven't watched Yellow Jackets yet, AAMM. I will definitely watch it before season 3 comes out. I will. And hopefully if I'm into it, then I'll cover it for sure. And thank you, Peter.
I'll have you cover it if that is what you wish.
Cool. Ray Barnes said, I can't wait for the boy in white to get older and start smoking to look cool. I need to know what the boy in white washes his clothes with. Me too. Mm-hmm. Seriously. Anyway, okay, let's get back to it. So, okay. Tabitha says there's no such thing as monsters, like we were just talking about. So she's like, and that means that Norman is alive, doesn't it? So, I don't know. Is it foreshadowing?
Jim's
maybe
alive. Jim's alive yet dead.
Yeah. So maybe Jim comes back somehow in the end. I don't know. I don't think everybody's going to come back who died. That would really cheapen things. Mm-hmm. But who knows? Maybe. And okay, we got the gas station. Really, really old, rusty thing. This looks extremely old.
What's the sign say?
I can't read it. I was trying to read it. It says, all I see is ice cold refrigerated Creelman's Cola, that fake cola brand.
Oh yeah, the fake cola. Yes.
There's big cola brand, and then there's a woman next to it. But underneath it, I can't read any of that stuff.
Yeah.
Creelman's Cola is up on here on the front of the gas station too, which is a fake soda brand they made up. Don't know if it means anything, but it's just there. Poor Frank. This is just awful. I felt so bad for Frank. Just awful. And he's like, "Oh, what is that? Is Lauren having another bake off?
Bake sale, yeah, bake off." I mean, what a nice life they lived for that 96 days.
I know, right?
Having bake offs, playing volleyball or whatever.
This is right after the infamous slap. So
well, he just really gets on him.
I didn't like that. I didn't like Boyd in this episode. It really bothered me. I know a lot of people thought the slap was funny. I didn't like it. I don't like violent men. I don't like that whole vibe. But I understand now. There's another slap. I understand now why he did this. It was projection.
It's totally projection. Yeah.
Because it was his sense of guilt that he didn't protect his own family properly. And here's where he's saying a man protects his family, Frank. It's because he didn't protect his wife. His son begged him, don't go out there. Mom needs you. And he insisted on going back out into the woods and exploring it. And Ellis just begged him to just take a day off. Every single day, all he did was go out in the woods for weeks, ignoring the situation with his wife. And so now he's carrying this guilt, and that's why he's projecting all of this anger onto Frank. Yes, what Frank did was negligent, but that, it doesn't really excuse this level of violence and stuff that Boyd is using. But I understand it now. Like, it makes sense. Classic case of projection. Notice all the blue too. Like, all of this blue. And I gotta blow through this pretty quick because it's gonna be graphic. So let me go back out here so I'm not showing too much. I don't want to get the video pulled for graphic imagery. But
there was those cards. There's a card with a 2 in a circle, a 3 in the circle, and one that says what was a lose a turn. There's a couple lose a turns out there.
Right.
And some broken glass. Broken glass for you, Julie. There's some broken glass on the floor at the immediate left corner. Yeah,
broken glass is constantly in this show. It's a great metaphor for the place trying to break everyone. And I felt really bad. This is the scene that made me stop watching the show for I don't know.
I can get it. I can get it.
8 months or so, just seeing Megan's ripped up body up close. There was a very graphic shot of her body ripped up, and then Boyd shoving Frank at it. I really did
putting his gun to the back of his head too. It's a little tense.
I really didn't like Boyd in this scene at all. It was like shoving a dog's face in something he did. It's like, it was so cruel to shove his face in his daughter's dead body. I didn't like that, but I understand now why he acted that way, and I'm so glad I didn't give up on the show and came back to it. Well, of course, whenever the monsters get in, they always throw the damn talisman on the floor. I don't know why. It's just like, fuck this thing. This thing that was keeping us out, and they throw it on the floor. He picks it up and he takes it with him.
Yeah, but then the priest came in before that.
Khatri.
Father Padre.
Yeah, Khatri came in. He's there. And we got this thing. I think this is a real brand of soda. This
bubbly. Yeah.
So they have fake, as Geek Academy pointed out, they use fake brands and real ones. It's kind of odd that they do both.
Use real ones in the real world and the fake ones in Fromville.
Right. Yeah, that's true. It's almost like saying Fromville is fake. I hope it's not fake and it's not a simulation.
Yeah.
That would suck. Anyway, blue headphones, blue tablet, red can. The red, yellow, and blue are just popping out. And if you notice, all the other colors in the background are muted. So they
this is when she starts hearing static in the headphones, and she says she wishes she was in what she say? She wished she was somewhere civilized or something like that. I can't remember.
No, that happens after they see the tree. Can we get back to civilization? Yeah, they haven't seen the tree yet. So yeah, now they get to the tree, and the tree was ripped completely out of the ground. You can see that all the roots are there. Like, this was no like typical fallen tree from a storm. The entire thing, even Tabitha and Jim were talking about it, and one of them was like, maybe there was a storm, and the other one said, oh, it's kind of a selective storm, don't you think? Because it's just one tree, and it's ripped out by the roots. Clearly this is not normal.
Oh yeah, I realize that's later now. I forgot about that. I have to look at my notes. But that picture of the tree that's down, it does look like it's rune.
It looks like it's what?
It looks like it could be a rune, like the B-shaped rune or the M-shaped rune.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because like the B-shaped rune would be Berkana, which would be a symbol of the divine feminine, a woman's life-giving abilities, or Mother Nature. Or the M would be Awaz, which would be like, if something in your life feels stagnant, like an important matter that's not moving forward, an unpleasant situation that feels stuck, or something that's dragged on to the point of becoming a chronic illness, then Avos is your loyal friend. It will help you develop a new approach to life, work, and people. It will ensure gradual change for a better, healthy recovery and general improvement of any situation. Like the development of an idea or a resolution of an issue. And I think the M fits a lot in this situation with Matthews in general.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Cool. Yeah, you're right though. It does remind me of a rune. I'm noticing that.
It's like purposely broken in those branches. Like the tree wouldn't fall like that.
No, it does look like one of the runes. Absolutely, it does. Yeah, it's a good catch. David Agiel says circumstances from must put them on the road. Like in Lost, he reaching out to the characters. Yeah, I don't know yet how that works in Lost, but I know there's something related to that. Hold on. AAMM said, I have the exact same theory about Toby because it makes so much sense. Yes, I think that's why Sarah killed him and cut out his tongue. I swear to God, I know I don't have evidence to back this up, but it feels like Toby knew something that the big bad didn't want him to tell, and she had to shut him up before anything could be said, before he could say anything. I think he knew too much. So
But she didn't cut out his tongue, though.
What? No, she didn't cut it out.
Tongue, she stabbed him.
Well, actually, though, she stabbed him through the tongue, but then later we hear the voices are saying something to her, and she says all of it. And we don't see exactly what she does, but I got from that I got the inference that she did cut out the rest of his tongue.
Oh, I thought she just stabbed him in the neck.
That's all it showed, but later the voices told her something, and she said all of it. She said, I can't do anymore. And she did more to his body that we just didn't see on camera. So I think she did cut out the rest of his tongue because she said all of it. So I think he knew too much, and he had to be shut up. That's why they couldn't wait for the monsters to do it. I still think so. I don't have anything else to back it up other than just deductive reasoning. Like, there had to be some reason why they couldn't wait for the monsters. Either that or, like, again, it was a test.
Maybe he didn't take drugs like Jade, so he wasn't as, susceptible to visions and things. Maybe he just needed to be taken out.
Maybe. Amy said, I don't like that stuff either. Don't blame you. And thanks. Somebody agrees with me. Almost everybody I've ever said this to.
It's so much intensity all at once,
Almost everybody I have ever said this to says that scene where they showed Megan's body was actually they had the opposite reaction, and this is what hooked them into the show. It's like, wow, you guys are kind of ghoulish. No offense, but Jesus. I mean, no, I'm not
No,
judging.
no.
I'm not judging. I understand. It's just like that's how you knew the show was going to be fearless. I understand that. It's not like you enjoy seeing kids ripped up. But it was a lot for me. Hey there, Faith and Repentance. Nice to see you. Thanks for coming. Let's see. Notice the talisman figure has 8 limbs. Okay. I'm a Lostaholic. In Lost, there were 2 colors, white and black. They always refer to some sort of a game between dark and light. From also showing chess game, white and yellow. Yeah. No, you're making sense.
That makes sense.
Chris Smalls, there's a theory Parkland Media has about the talisman falling to the floor when monsters enter. Okay.
It's about that. It's like those magnetic points things I was talking about, like a compass.
Okay. Now
like
this
south is south to south, or north to north, or north to south.
Right. David said definitely boy in white is Jacob, and man in yellow is the man in black between Lost and From. I haven't learned yet about the man in black, and I don't know much about Jacob, but I'm gonna have to keep that in mind when I do get there. The tree isn't the same for everyone. That's correct. It's different each time we see it. 3 times they're different trees. Yeah, but in this particular one, it does look a lot like a rune.
It's Rooney, yeah, it's Rooney.
Yeah, I think she did. And then she said that Toby was like saying I shouldn't have, because he was worried about the other. He was worried about
a bunch of run-off sentences again.
Hold on, let me finish. He was saying like like, what about the people in the other car? He was asking about them or whatever, and Sarah, he said I shouldn't have. And Sarah said, "This isn't your fault." And then she kissed him and stabbed him through the neck. So it's like she was trying to give him some, relieve his conscience before she killed him, I guess. She said, "This isn't your fault," because he was worried about the accident that he caused. And the kiss, I think we'll get to that, but I think it's like the kiss of death, kind of symbolic. Toby knew this is all coming from Jade's company. Yeah. Who knows? That's a theory. That's a theory that's been out there. It's less likely to be that now, knowing what we know. But so anyway, getting back to the tree here.
Yeah, but I wonder what he says when he says I shouldn't have been. It's interesting how things just trail off.
I know. Yeah, it's another sentence that was just partially said. But anyway, Ethan immediately wants to get on the tree. He's like, go get me up. He puts.
Yeah, but then he also says that thing about the RV. We could push the RV with it. I'm like, that's a good idea.
Yeah, Ethan had some good ideas there, but apparently the crows didn't like Ethan being on the tree. As soon as he put Ethan on the tree, the first crow shows up, and this is one of the iconic shots that. It's just so memorable, just the crow looking down at them from the point of view shot of the crow, which is why I think the crows represent the Watcher entity. I think symbolically, I don't know if they literally are like evil or anything like that. I don't think they're working for anybody. I just think that it's symbolic. The crows represent the evil big bad that's watching them, that can see them. You immediately get this creepy sense that they're being watched because you're looking down at them from the perspective of the crow. And we later see rats in the cave eating a crow. Jade compared the people there to rats in a maze. So to me, it's just more symbolism. The rats are the people. They're going to triumph over the Watcher entity in the end, hopefully, because they're eating the crow and they're literally in the maze of caves. It's just so cool. Like, I love the symbolism in this show. It's just so cool. And then another crow on the other side of the street landing. So that, they start swarming. And they're all creeped out. And I swear to God, it seems to me like the crows on the other side of the tree are trying to scare them from trying to go in that direction. Or warn them. I don't know, but it's interesting how the crows are always on the opposite side of the tree that nobody ever goes on. No one ever walks over there to see if they could get out that way.
It'd been interesting if Tabby would have taken that route, and then the crows attacked her, and she'd have to run back the other way.
Yeah. That would be great. Yeah, because it seems like they're trying to intimidate them. They immediately all get creeped out. Ethan asks, "What are they doing?"
Mhm.
And then they're like, they back off and go back to the RV. It's like they're trying to scare them off.
Mhm.
And some people think that they're trying to warn them of the impending danger that could be.
Mhm.
But to me, it just seems like they're trying to intimidate them to go back the other way.
Mhm.
Just the timing of it, the way they swarmed as soon as these people approached the tree. And
Mhm.
it's the same thing with the ambulance. The
Mhm.
crows didn't show up until they got out of the ambulance and
Mhm.
approached the tree. I'm telling you, they don't want people going over the tree. I'm more and more
Mhm.
convinced of it every time I watch these scenes. I think there might be a way out and a spot between dimensions if they did go over
Mhm.
the tree. But I guess we'll never know because Tabitha didn't run. Damn it. Well, I guess that would have screwed up the show. Tabitha needed to get back to town, so
Mhm.
they couldn't show us that. Unless the theory is wrong, it would have been kind of funny if she ran over the tree and wound up right back in town
Mhm.
anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that would have been funny. I was thinking the same thing.
But otherwise, they wouldn't be able to show us that. So I
Yeah.
get why they didn't do it. But yeah, the murder of crows, Julie's shirt. Okay, let's move on. Unless you have more to say on this scene.
Let me see what picture you got up here.
Anything
Okay.
related to the tree.
Jim being a good dad? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so because the next note I have is "You're like a poem," so it's further ahead.
Yeah. Fletch said maybe Ethan was right. You just got to pass the tree and you'll leave Fromville. Ethan knew from the
Yeah,
beginning.
I think so. Or push it with RV. Just push it.
Right. This is what I'm saying. This is
Drive
what
the
I'm
RV
saying.
over it.
This is yes. I think that would have been a way out. I'm convinced of it. Even with reincarnation, this can all be a huge simulation. Yeah, Fletch. It absolutely could be. I think the one that funds From and builds the Fromville is the same one who bought Jade's tech company. Yeah, could be. They did bring up his company again in the third season twice out of nowhere. They hadn't mentioned his company since season 1 and they just bring it up. So it's either a red herring or maybe it is a clue to something. You never know. I still don't get why Trudy spent that time looking at sleeping Jade. Does that have some other meaning, or is she just being Trudy? I think
she had a hots for that alabaster dragon.
I think she's just being Trudy. I would be.
Just wanted to belong.
I would want to sit there and stare at him too. Okay, so now we have the scene at Colony House.
This is Donna. Everybody says everybody in Colony House is just a bunch of hippies that don't do any work, and look at them working here.
Yeah, they're working.
They're working. They're doing some hard,
sure,
agricultural stuff in here.
Yeah, she's always up there gardening, doing stuff, and there are people in the background working. Yep. And she says we had an agreement. You don't come here. So obviously there was a schism between town and Colony House after Abby shot up the place, and so I think that's when they separated. Ellis went to live in Colony House to get away from Boyd, and Donna probably blamed Boyd because Boyd wouldn't listen to Ellis and kept going out in the woods, didn't check in with his wife, and so that I think that's why we had the divide, and that's why she's got this pissy attitude. You don't come here, even though he just wants to come see his own son. So yeah, but isn't it interesting though? Once they had the massacre, they come running down to the town. Boyd doesn't turn around and say, "You don't come here." He could have just been, petty.
Yeah, but I think he kind of got the Abby thing.
I think he did.
He got that message.
But it's just like, he took them in. He on the night of the massacre, and then Khatri ends up getting killed over it, helping these people.
I have a question. Is this thing still here? This sculpture?
I don't know. I haven't seen it in a while.
I haven't seen it either.
Ellis makes some really weird
Oh, that's
sculptures.
Ellis's?
Yeah, but they showed him welding stuff.
Oh, okay.
The day that they went to the Brundles, he was like
Okay.
welding stuff. So I assume he made that. Yeah, he was welding stuff together. And was this Trudy? This looks
I
like
don't
Trudy.
know this, Trudy. Can you make that bigger?
I can't tell if it's Trudy. That's as big as I can make it, but
It seems like Trudy. It looks Trudy-ish.
it
And they're
does look.
playing a game. You know, more games being played.
They're playing something that spins around. I have no idea what it is, but again, we have the circular metaphor of the spinning. Everything is a cycle. We've got a lot of circular things, and like the merry-go-round and this.
Got a yellow shirt on.
Yeah, he's got a yellow shirt. He's in a
She's
yellow.
got a yellow shirt on. Trudy's got a yellow shirt on.
Yeah, and he's in a yellow chair. She's in a blue chair. Yeah. So we got colors, and we've got Ellis and Fatima.
You're like a poem.
You're like a poem. Yeah, which is.
I got my shirt off, and you're like a poem, baby.
Yeah, and we talked about this a bit earlier. So I can skip.
Tell me like one of your French girls. Never mind. Titanic reference.
Yeah. We talked about this one earlier, so I can kind of.
She was supposed to be naked.
Right. Yeah, we covered that. And there's.
But even here, Boyd is kind of like.
Yeah, he looks very awkward and uncomfortable. But up here in the top left, there's a picture. You can't see the whole thing in this shot, but it is Adam and Eve. Look, on the right is just a pair of legs. You can't see the rest of it, but there's Adam. There's Adam and Eve. And there's an all-seeing eye up in the sky above them. There's a big eyeball, which is such a fitting metaphor for the entity that's watching them. And Ellis and Fatima are kind of like the Adam and Eve of the place. But yeah, Fatima, I think, was always going to be that person impregnated by, the entity with Smiley. Like, this was planned from the get-go, I believe.
And this is the part where they talk about Lauren, which I find interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we'll ever know what the hell they were
talking about. First of all, Boyd says, how do we lose them? Because Ellis, he says, how do we lose them? And he doesn't seem very sad that people died.
No, he just says, how did
he doesn't care.
He's like, oh, and how did we lose them? It sounded like he was implying that Boyd was a shitty leader and caused it somehow.
Yeah, it might have been, yeah.
Yeah, because he blames Boyd for losing all those other people that Abby shot, They all blame him for that, so.
And then the line, Lauren was I know who Lauren is.
Yeah, so, we talked about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Will we ever know?
I don't think
was the question mark.
I don't think we're ever gonna know. And this is.
Yeah, I also said he needs to pay his respects to Lauren. Why? Question mark.
Yeah, we don't know why. Honestly, that's a question I don't think we're ever going to get an answer to. Although they did answer whose truck was in the pool, which I never thought they would explain. So who knows? You never know. But if honestly, most viewers of the show, if they're watching this, like unless they're diehards like us, they're not going to know who the hell Lauren is anymore.
Yeah.
So it would kind of lose its. They should have said what happened by now if they were going to explain it. It kind of loses its impact. Anyway, so back to the RV, and they arrive in town.
Well, they got static in the headphones. Is this the part where she says, "Can we go back to some place that resembles civilization?"
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she says that. And neither of them can get service on their phones. And then Sarah looking very Amish, except without the head covering and
Did
the
they
hair.
talk about the birds yet? The murder of crows thing? Is that where that is?
No, not yet. Not yet. This is just when they first arrive in town. And Ethan is immediately aware that something is weird. He's like, "Why are all the tires flat?" He's a very observant kid. Christy's got her yellow flowers, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Having their little funeral.
I think they might be yellow primroses.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
I mean, that's because I thought different flowers symbolize different characters. The primrose would mean something to Christy. The lily would mean something to Sarah, etc.
Mhm.
Goldenrod would mean something to Colony House. Lots of flowers, though. Lots of yellow flowers.
Oh yeah, they're always yellow flowers. And like you pointed out, a lot of the women are in dresses and looking more old-fashioned in the beginning.
Yeah, the ones back here, like the picture I took off my TV, there were some women that definitely looked like they were in pioneer dresses or something.
Yeah, it's weird. Not all of them. Some of them have pants, but yeah, that's not something we really see.
Like that. Yeah, I mean it is summertime, but still, it looks very old-fashioned. Like you're, going into a cult.
It really does. It's almost like they wanted viewers to wonder if it was a cult, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Khatri does his little eulogy thing. We can't see it clearly here, but he does have a like a sash around him. This isn't a clear shot, but on one side there's day, the other side is night. The day side has crows on it. This is not something that a priest would normally wear. This is clearly something that's only tied to Fromville. And the question is like, why? Why is he wearing it? Who made it? It's very odd. It's not like these are, if anything, these are pagan type things to be wearing, and he's a Catholic priest, so it's kind of strange.
Paganism and Catholicism.
Yeah. So
and then there is this one scene where Jim is walking. He's walking, and it's just him, and it's when the priest says, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust."
Yeah.
And it's only Jim walking towards the people. It's just a shot of him, and I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, that's some early foreshadowing that he was gonna die. They planned this thing meticulously. I'm certain of it. I can't find the thing where it said that. I don't know if you sent that to me or not, but I can't find that. Oh, thanks for being here, Fletch. I appreciate it. Always great to have you here. And let's see. At this rate, it's gonna take all night to get through this episode. I'm gonna try to hurry up. Sorry, Amy. I didn't see what you wanted me to zoom in on. Let me know in the comments what you were talking about, or I'll zoom in if I can. Absolutely, just let me know what you were talking about. Boyd saying Fatima never changed. That's right. In that scene, Boyd said never change, and we know now that she has completely changed, and even now that she's free of the smiley entity inside of her, she's never gonna be the same again after what she's been through. The trauma of being forced against her will to stab Tilly, knowing that she took a life like that, and the trauma of being abducted by Elgin and having to birth this thing, she's never going to be the same again. She's going to be this dark persona. I don't think she'll ever be the Fatima from season 1. That's a good catch, Fletch. I didn't even think of that. Boyd saying Fatima never change.
There was something I kind of wanted to go backwards on when Jim was doing like what I call the Jim Crow reference. Sometimes crows do funny things, and then he goes, caw, caw, caw.
Yeah, we didn't even get to that scene yet.
I thought that was before.
No, it's after they get to town. They leave town.
Because I have it way up in my notes.
Yeah, all of these photos I took are sequential, so we didn't get there yet.
Because I have it right before the funeral in my notes, and I was watching it as I was making my notes, so...
I don't know. All I know is these photos are sequential, so we're not there yet. Wait a minute. Let me see. Hold on. I mean, unless it was this very, very brief moment. Wait a minute.
I thought it was when Ethan was saying, "Why did they do that?" And he's like, "Sometimes crows do funny things."
Oh, was it here when he was smiling? Maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I
a
think
very
so.
brief moment. Okay, because the thing I'm thinking of is the scene where Julie freaks him out. That happens later. Julie says that the crows, it's called a murder of crows because they peck at you. We didn't get to that scene yet. That's the one I'm talking about. Anyway. Okay. So yeah, Jim comes up and like everyone's ignoring him because I guess that's the protocol. Everyone just ignore
Yeah, that
him.
was
Like
weird too, because I don't really think they did that with the people off the bus.
no, they didn't do that. Well, that's because they didn't have time to let the bus keep circling around. I guess the normal protocol is let them
To act like a cult. Do a cult.
Ignore them, let them keep circling around and figure out on their own that something supernatural is going on, and then finally they can talk to them. But with the boss, it was near the end of the day. They didn't have time to circle around, so they had a different protocol. But yeah, this is so weird. Like everyone just ignored him. He's like asking directions, and they're all like, "What the fuck?" Their faces in the RV were funny. They're all like, "What the fuck is going on?" Julie's face, Tabitha's face, like,
like
what
Julie
is this
locks
creepy?
the door or something. Isn't Tabby lock the door?
Yeah, what is this
Like,
creepy
like
cult
Tabby locks
town
the
that
door.
we've stumbled on? What is this creepy cult town that we've stumbled on? That's what I'm sure that's what it seemed
Well,
like to them.
It does seem something out of Stephen King, you know, like the Stephen King kind of like old culty towns, like Children of the Corn or something.
Yeah, it definitely. And Stephen King is obviously an influence on this show. Oh, Dieter, you're so sweet. Oh, I'm glad I can help. I'm really glad I can help. What is this? That church is very much old Highland, like a house style, but they just put up crosses, and behind it is standing stones in a circle too. Yeah, definitely. Wait a minute, hold on. I missed something in the chat here. What are you talking about? Fletch said maybe it's not Adam and Eve, but OG, Jade, and Tabitha being observed by the From entity in that charcoal drawing. Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't Ellis and Fatima. Maybe that was supposed to be Jade and Tabitha. Yeah, that's really interesting.
I guess we're just assuming because they're naked.
Yeah. And let's see, Umbra said, "What was that face behind Ellis? I never noticed that until now." A face behind Ellis.
You'll have to give us more information.
Yeah, wait, face behind Ellis. Wait. Oh, this thing. This sculpture. It's like a sculpture, I think.
Oh yeah, that creepy thing. Yeah, I noticed that. It looks like a Nkui kid that's hanging out.
It's super creepy. Yeah, it looks like a sculpture, I think.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and Amy, if you, I don't know which thing you wanted me to zoom in on, but I'll see if I can find in the chat if you told me. That's hella sus how Boyd hugged her. I mean, she hugged him though. She hugged him. He looked really uncomfortable.
Yeah, it looked uncomfortable.
I mean, like, why is my son's girlfriend or just hugging me in nothing but his shirt? That's kind of awkward, right? It's super awkward.
Well, she was naked in the original script, so you know it's not as awkward as it could be.
At least she's not naked. Yeah. Let's see. Hold on. What else is here before I go back to the pictures? She's like, "Bitch, we are in Nightmare Land, and you want to be a cop?" She's over there. Yeah. Okay. Wait a minute. Plus, I think they said it's the first time two cars showed up in the same day because it was Tabitha and Jade at the start of everything. Adam and Eve of Fromville. Yeah, it's every time. I think every time two cars show up, it's an incarnation of Tabitha and Jade. I think last time it was Miranda and Christopher in the two cars. Every time. That's why it's special, like Victor says. You think it's special when two cars come at once. That's what he said to Julie, and I think it's because it's Tabitha and Jade colliding every time there are two cars arriving and a new cycle starts. It's a new version of Tabitha and Jade. Anyway, Okay, what else? Oh, okay. It looked a bit like Kimono Lady, you think, that face? Interesting. Yeah. It's Fatima, but it looks a lot like Kimono Lady indeed. Yeah, they do look kind of alike. That's why a lot of us thought Kimono Lady was future Fatima. What if the only way to escape Fromville is to really die and be reincarnated? Abby would have partially been right. True. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. So yeah, Boyd actually doesn't technically lie to Jim. He says, "Yeah, just keep on driving up the road, and you'll see."
Yep, you'll see.
He doesn't say that you'll find the highway. He said, "You just keep on driving up the road, and you'll see." And Jim goes back to the RV and says, "Oh, well, he said to just keep driving up the road, and we'll find it." That's not what Boyd said. Boyd doesn't lie. You'll see. You're not getting out of here. That's what you'll see. You'll see. And he also said, "You got your kids with you," with a dread in his voice. Like, oh my God, kids in this horrible nightmare town. Okay, now this is something really fascinating that I did not catch until somebody pointed it out in the Discord a few months ago. This is interesting too, because as I rewatched it, I didn't realize that this shot happened after they were already in Fromville. This makes it even more interesting. So I wanted to bring this up because there are still power lines here. At this railroad crossing, here we have a light box, I think it's some kind of railroad light box here next to the tracks. Up here, we've got 2 power lines on either side. And the RV drives by them. Okay, so this is after they were already in Fromville. There is a piece of civilization still here, which means I think this point is a thin spot between 2 dimensions, and this is kind of their dimension flickering in and out. So this is a piece of the real world, if you want to call it, the dimension that they came from that we would know, showing these power lines. The next time they circle through, these power lines are gone. I think it's so interesting that they show this after they were already in Fromville. So it's like they almost could have maybe slipped back in to their own dimension where they came from. And I have another point on that when we get a little further, but
okay. It's probably the same point I have in my head, so we'll go on.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Let's go in order though, or we'll never get through it. And
she's drinking a bubbly. Like,
she's drinking the bubbly, and this is where she's screwing with him, saying like it was a murder of, you know what that was called, right? A murder of crows.
It's actually funny because I think Simon almost laughed when she did this to him, because he almost had this laugh before he goes into it, because it's just funny for.
Yeah, he looked like he was actually enjoying it instead of looking scared like he was supposed to. He was just a little kid, you know. But this was supposed to be upsetting to him, not fun.
Yes, I know.
She said that it's called a murder of crows because once they see you, you're the one that they're going to murder, and they'll come in when you're sleeping and peck out your eyes and all this stuff. And what I find in your ears, and what I find interesting about what she said is it reminded me of something you said, Scarlett. It reminded me of how you said that technically, like, we have never seen the monsters kill anybody unless you look at them first. And like, for example, Father Khatri, that monster could have just taken him out from behind, but at first it got his attention and said Father, so he turned around, saw the monster, then it killed him. You also pointed out that when Frank was in the box, he looked out through the little holes and saw the monsters, then they killed him. So I thought it's interesting how she said when the crows see you, that means you're the one they're going to murder. It's because you're looking at the crows. They're the. I think that that's an analogy to the way that it works with the monsters. Again, I associate the crows with the big bad symbolically. and this dialogue just fit in perfectly.
Well, and she also says crawling into your bed, where there's a lot of people that get monsters in them, like the cicadas when they're in bed, and then pecking at your eyes, face, and ears. Specifically, eyes, face, and ears.
Yeah. But yeah, that point that you made though before about how no one gets killed by the monsters until they see them, it's true. You have to see them first. It's like the observer effect. It's interesting. But anyway, Tabitha intervenes and says, no, I think it was an unkindness of ravens, not a murder of crows. And this is why a lot of people get confused and they don't know if the birds in the show are crows or ravens, but I'm pretty sure they're crows.
Yeah, but I think enough people associate them together that the writers probably just lumped them together.
Yeah.
But if you see a raven, it's as big as a hawk. If you see a crow, it's as big as a pigeon. So imagine a pigeon and a hawk. They're not the same.
No, they're not the same.
One's real big. Well, I work with them at the zoo, like a local zoo. So like Rocky, the one raven we have, is huge. He's huge, and he makes pig noises.
Oh, that's cool.
He also says, "Come here." When you walk into the enclosure, he's like, "Come here, come here."
That's cool.
He knows like about 50 different noises and stuff. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, the faceless girl has a whole video on the power lines. Yeah, I find this so interesting. So I have a theory on the power line situation. I'll get to that when we get a little further. But yeah, I have a theory on that, and yeah, it's a crossroads between dimensions for sure. Yeah, that's what I think.
And they have the devil at the crossroads.
Yeah. Let's see. Why did Boyd let the Matthews keep driving? He never let anyone else keep driving. Well, I mean, no one else has really had the opportunity. The bus came near the end of the day. Boyd wasn't even around at the time. And Donna shut out the tires because it was near sunset. So they didn't really have time. I think they could have at least let them circle around a couple times, but
it seems like they had a protocol in place, though, like a plan if somebody came.
They definitely had a protocol in place. Yeah, the power lines are so interesting. Yeah. Hey Cam, what's up? Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Julie said to Ethan, the crows will come in and peck your eyes out. The crow flew into Colony House, and later Sarah pecked out Elgin's eye with a screwdriver. Foreshadowing. Oh, that's a great point, AAMM. Nice catch. I like that. Yeah.
He likes to check the face.
See, these are the kinds of connections we can make when we go back and rewatch the show after seeing season 3. And I love this kind of thing. I love foreshadowing and symbolism and analyzing colors and themes. Like, I geek out over all this stuff. So hopefully, a lot of other fans I know a lot of us are like that too. We want to dissect the whole thing. So there's so much like this that we can uncover.
So they have Sarah dressed in white here, and whose yellow house is this up here?
Tian Chen's house, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Tian Chen's house, and next to it is the Matthews house that collapsed later. Yeah, this is where they get back to town. They're like, "What the fuck? How are we back here?" I loved this. This is what hooked me into the show. This is why I started watching the show to begin with, because of the concept is so very Twilight Zone. You keep driving around in circles and winding up back there again. There's literally an episode of the Twilight Zone called Stopover in a Quiet Town, where these people are trapped in a town they can't get out of. They get on a little train and it just goes back in a circle and brings them to the start of the town again. And they can't leave. So I love that kind of concept. That's the whole reason I got into this show to begin with. Just this whole winding up back there, going in circles. Anyway, I'm obsessed with that kind of Twilight Zone-y type of thing. And they ask Sarah for directions. She ignores them, of course, and walks away.
Which is protocol. I'm assuming protocol that Boyd set up.
Protocol. And we've got Rendezvous back there.
Oh, yeah.
Rendezvous trailer. sighting right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. It's kind of almost like it's...
But that's not the box, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not the box. See, it's all painted. It's not the
Yeah,
box.
but it looks similar to the box, but it's all rusty.
It looks similar. It looks like the box might have been like an older version of it. Who knows? Like 2 different versions
Like
of
we
it.
have Rendezvous through the ages. Like there's a colonial version of Rendezvous and a Civil War era version of Rendezvous. But it's like a carriage.
You know what? I think this whole rendezvous thing is such a brilliant kind of... It's so ironic that it's there, because we all know that they can't leave. None of them can leave, and it's kind of like just sitting there taunting them, like, haha, you guys can't ever move out of here, you're trapped.
But now I'm thinking like some Canadian, like maybe French Canadian fur trappers that have a rendezvous canoe that says rendezvous on the side.
Yeah,
they're the ones that made the business.
Yeah. They show this shot all the time. It does make you think that maybe the hotel is going to be important somehow, because they constantly show this shot of the empty pool and the truck in the pool and the motel sign so many times. Anyway, Nathan and Sarah with their creepy
Nathan is overhauls.
Creepy incesty vibes. From the beginning, it was super weird. We all felt it.
She looks like she could touch him and stab him with the other hand in that shot.
She totally does. She looks like she could have an invisible knife in that hand.
Yeah. And he's in these overhauls like they're in the cold, like they're in the 1970s.
Yep. And he's asking like something about if like, is everything's okay? And she's like, yeah, of course, everything's fine or whatever. But then she goes up to the door and she has this very creepy, ominous look on her face, like there are voices already talking to her. Most definitely. Because this is the last time we see her before she turns up in the clinic with Toby, so I'm pretty sure this is where the voices start telling her what to do. That's why she's got this weird look on her face, and she just randomly turns up in the clinic for no reason. She doesn't work there. It's just no reason to be there. But yeah. And here we go. So
I have one thing to say before you get into all this. Tabby mentioned switchbacks, and switchbacks are used for amusement park rides.
Okay.
So I thought it was funny that she was talking about switchbacks, and I was watching a video about amusement park rides, and they have switchbacks.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I wrote down all of that dialogue about switchbacks, and it made me...
That's all I had to say. I know you're going to say more.
Yeah, I don't know if we passed that point already where she talked about switchbacks, but she was saying something about...
I thought this was more important, so I wanted you to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, while you're on the subject, she said something about, maybe it's like a switchback where you have to, there's like a road where you turn, like the way she said switchback, it made me think like, is it a clue to something else? Like something can be switched back. Like maybe something can be changed through time travel. Maybe that's why the word switchback was put in there. Just made me wonder. Anyway, Quan Solar said rendezvous wagon wheels from 1864. Right? Oh, Amy, you love Twilight Zone stuff too. I'm obsessed with it. I wish to God someone could make a show as good as Twilight Zone, because I've never seen one anything remotely close to it. I've seen
Black Mirror.
It's I don't like it as much. No, I find it way too dark and depressing and bleak. The Twilight Zone was more fun. It was still esoteric and interesting and explored very serious themes. But Black Mirror is it's just so bleak and depressing.
Yeah, I could see that.
And it's also almost exclusively focused on like technology related stuff and not...
Well, that's why it's called Black Mirror.
Yeah, but it's
when you turn off a device, it's black and it's a black mirror.
Right. Yeah. No, that's not... I'm not as into that type of theme. I like the more fantastic...
Outer Limits?
Outer Limits was like nowhere near as good as Twilight Zone,
All right.
in my opinion. Especially the original one was just weird, that super weird. But like, I like the more fantastical concepts, like the idea of a town you can't escape from, rather than technology turning your you know, society into a dystopia. Like, it's not. I'm not as into that kind of a.
But the Outer Limits had a couple of good Lovecraftian ones.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'm not gonna like Lovecraft. Actually, the more I hear about Lovecraft, the more I think I'm not gonna like it. It's not really my thing. But we'll see.
You might want to watch something like that, like small company put out The Whisper in Darkness, the black and white ones that are kind of set in the 1920s. They look like they're 1920s films because they're not like violent or gross or anything. They're just interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Hey, what's the word, TV? Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping by. What if they gave their kids up in a past life? Who do you mean? Maybe wait. What AAMM said, what do you guys think Nathan and Sarah's backstory is? She said he saved her, maybe he broke her out of a mental hospital. I think that she killed her abusive. I think her ex was abusive. She killed him and he was whisking her away.
If she didn't kill him, he was getting her out of it some way.
I think maybe she killed him because it looked like she hadn't killed. It looked like she had killed before. She stabbed Toby right in that. And Nathan didn't seem surprised at all when she had the bloody dress. He was kind of like, his attitude was like, what did you do now? He didn't seem at all surprised. So that's why I think she killed before and probably killed her ex. This place targeted her because it knew she was capable of murder and traumatized. That's why I think she was brought here, to be a killer for the big bad. That's what I think happened, because she was asked about her ex and she just said something vague like, it's better he's not here. And she said her brother saved her. So you kind of have to like connect the dots there, but something not right about her ex, clearly. That's what I think that's about. Anyway, maybe I need to watch Twilight. So no, it's nothing like Twilight with the vampires. It's way better than that. Trust me.
Ooh, not a Twilight fan.
I've never actually watched it, but I've heard it sounds wicked cheesy. Like, I don't know. No,
you don't like vampires playing softball?
That sounds super cheesy. Yeah.
It's really serious.
Yeah.
When I watched, I was like, what are they doing? They're playing ball? Okay, sure. I mean, I guess if you're teenagers and you're vampires, you just want to show off the sports skills.
I guess. Yeah, I don't get it, but Spawn Solar said Sarah killed a former abuser and Nate, Sarah's brother boyfriend, was on the run with her.
Oh, no. No.
Oh, God. I hope not. Wow, 91 people. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you could hit the like button if you haven't already, that would really help me out. Gosh, wow, almost 5 hours in and 91 people, and it's 3:55 a.m. on the East Coast here. Damn. We gotta try to pick up the pace, or we're never gonna get through this. But there's so much to talk about.
I'm probably gonna have a snow day tomorrow, so I'm pretty much good.
Oh, nice. Anyway,
blizzards over here.
Anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna be. By the way, I am going to be doing a deep dive video into this episode. It's going to be out hopefully by the end of the week. Just looking back at it, getting whatever new insights I can. I've never covered seasons 1 and 2 of the show because I'm a new fan this year. So this will be my first time making videos about seasons 1 and 2. So I'm excited. to get started and share my ideas about it. And so look out for that later in the week. But anyway, getting back to this is something that fascinates the hell out of me. This is the second time after they've already been through town. They went through town once. So after they went through town once, they passed through here. We saw in a previous photo there were power lines. That was after they'd been through town. They passed through here. There were still power lines, and there was a light box right here to the left of the train tracks.
Were there tracks across the road in the last one? Or they're not tracks now across the road?
No, there were no tracks in the last one. Let me go back.
Okay, so the tracks didn't get weird as well.
The tracks stayed the same. Yeah, right here.
Okay.
Right here. Oh,
I didn't know the tracks were also de-aging.
Nope. So this is how it looked after they went through town the first time. They went through town, so they passed through Fromville, they saw the funeral, they talked to Boyd. Then they passed through here again, and you can see the train tracks don't go across the road or anything like that. There's a pond. I don't know what this thing is next to the train tracks. There's this, and there's a light box. There's a light box, a railroad box right there. Okay. That's after the first time they went through town, so they were already in Fromville, and yet somehow those power lines seem to flicker back into existence. Then they drove through town a second time. They left town. The second time they left town, there are no power lines anymore. This is the same spot. There's the pond. One of these days, I'm going to put these in a video. I think I'll just put them side by side. But here's the pond. Here are the tracks. There's this weird little like break in the grass here. It's like a trail or something that's going along the railroad track next to it. There's no light box. It's gone. This little railroad light box gone. No power lines gone. So now why? Why is this? This is the same intersection. They were already in Fromville after when they saw it the first time with the power lines. They were already in Fromville before. They passed through Fromville again, and they're gone. They're not there anymore. So I think that there almost could be a way that they could get back home. We'll get to that point. I think they have to, in order to get out, I think they would have had to keep driving in the opposite direction a few times, and it might have been possible to get out. But the car crash stopped them. But yeah, in the third picture, which we'll get to, the power lines are still gone, but the light box is back. And that's after they had turned and gone the opposite direction. So this stuff, there's no way it's an error. It's not a continuity error. They did this stuff on purpose, which I think is super interesting. And I definitely think it points to this being an alternate dimension, because there's that concept of thin spots between dimensions. And it's almost like their home dimension is just kind of flickering in and out. And in this case, it was flickered out. So you don't see any of that stuff. None of it. And now they're even more stuck, I guess. And so they keep driving back in town a third time. This is the third time that they wound up back in town. And now Jim gets upset, and he turns back around, goes the opposite direction. At this point, Boyd and Kenny are like, okay, let's put out the spike strip. Okay, this is what I was just referring to. That was the third time that they went through town. They crossed the railroad tracks again. This thing here, this is that light box that we saw before from a different angle. So it looks, we can't really see exactly, like, obviously this is not a direct comparison shot to the other two, but this thing was not there before, and now it's back. Now, I saw somebody post this on the Discord a few months ago. I was like, holy shit. Like, those three images, this one and those two other ones, I definitely think it's evidence that they're at a thin spot between dimensions, and this is another dimension. It's a pocket dimension. And the interesting thing is, when they turned around and went the opposite direction, part of what I would call their home dimension, if you will, is back. So maybe if they had been able to keep driving and keep going around a few more times, maybe the rest of it would have come back and they could have gotten out. But instead, what happens is they immediately get run off the road. It doesn't take long at all. Once they start going in the opposite direction, they get run off the road. I don't think any of that was an accident. I don't think this car accident was coincidental. It was too weird. Tabitha kept saying to Jim, slow down, and he said, I'm going 20 miles an hour. But the RV looked like it was flying. So my theory on that is that whatever force collapsed the Matthews house made the RV speed up and caused the crash, either moved the RV or moved Toby's car, made them crash. If an entity can collapse a house, it can definitely speed up vehicles and cause a crash. And that would explain why Jim thought he was going 20 miles an hour, but the thing looked like it was flying.
And they also made Jim turn around.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
As opposed to it just being behind them or, in the same lane.
Right. Yeah. Like, why is he on the wrong side of the road? Like they're both kind of driving down the middle of the road. Toby's car is like in the middle of the road. Looks like the Matthews RV is in the middle of the road. So I think it was orchestrated. And if they had continued driving in that direction, who knows what? Maybe if they kept circling around, they would have gotten out, and the rest of their dimension would have come back. The power lines and whatnot. So yeah, it's just interesting to think about. But yeah, I think it points to the nature of what the place is. That it is, we're dealing with like another dimension, and maybe somehow this pocket dimension was created because of the sacrifice. Like, that's what I think. But Jim was nearly killed by this tree. Like, it was close. This tree, and I find it ironic that of all things, a tree almost killed him, and he keeps reaching out to Tabitha, who's unconscious over here, and he can't reach her. He does this in at least 3 scenes where he's reaching, can't get to her. I think the whole thing is just such a metaphor for the fact that he's literally almost killed by a tree. She has the most fucked up family tree ever because she's reincarnated a million times over, and she's there unconscious. He can't reach her. And unconsciously, she arrives in town, she's now unconscious in this crash. She's just, so let's think about this. RV just crashed into her soulmate from a previous life. She doesn't know that though, and unconsciously, now the crash with her soulmate from the other vehicle it left her unconscious, and unconsciously she is Miranda and all of those people who came before her. It's just so fitting, and he can't reach her. Jim was always fated to die here as a result of her screwed up family tree. He almost died right here because of this tree nearly impaled.
I think it's interesting that both Jade and Tabby had drivers. They didn't drive the cars themselves.
Right.
They had somebody bringing them in.
Yeah, both of them. And Jim is just reaching and reaching, but he can't get to her because she was never really his to begin with. She was always going to be tied to Jade from the beginning.
She was always from Ville's.
She was always, it was always meant to be here, and unconsciously she was always the same person who was reincarnated from the beginning, and he can't reach her. And this tree, ultimately, he dies as a result of her screwed up family tree, if you will, the screwed up line of her reincarnated selves. Otherwise, he'd still be alive. He wouldn't even be in Fromville if it wasn't for her. She's the one who was fated to be here. He just happened to be along for the ride. I don't think he was meant to be here at all. He just got unlucky enough that he married her. That's what happens. Some people, I think, are just unlucky enough to marry someone who's fated to be here, or they're in the same
Jim's unlucky in love.
Indeed. Yeah.
Just marry somebody and then the reincarnation of someone else, and sacrifice their children, and how you do.
Yeah. The plot is the 2 cars crashing was predestined to keep them in From. Yep, the car crash brought Tabitha and Jade together so they can save the kids. Absolutely. Night, Susie. I don't think it's an error, Consoler. I don't. I think that they were too meticulous in the way that they put this together. There's no way they would screw up that bad. They deliberately gave us the same, think about it, the same aerial view of the RV crossing train tracks. It's a very striking shot. And to just make an error and have power lines in one and no power lines in another, I don't think it's an error. It may be, maybe they put it in as a red herring to screw with us, but I don't think so. I think it's just an indicator that they were crossing through dimensions. It's kind of like a thin spot in between them, a crossroads. Yeah. Hey Lisa. Twilight Zone's little playthings, similar initial concept of From. Yeah. About to be 3 a.m. in ice cold Chicago right now.
Sure, it's as snowy as here.
Oh wow, Zulinator, you're in Sydney. 7:55 p.m. Thursday in Sydney right now. That's crazy. Wow. Hit the like
and it's
button.
Summertime.
Thank you, Umbra, for asking for people to hit the like. If you could do that, I would appreciate it. Yeah, it's summer in Sydney now. That's so crazy. I'm jealous. Good night, Amy. Good night. Thank you for being here. The books are awesome. If the Twilight movies are weird, you may like the books. Okay.
I didn't know there were books.
3:07 a.m. Thursday in Dallas, Texas. Hey, cat lady. Nice to see you. Okay, let's move on. We gotta try to get through this thing before it's like 10 in the morning or something crazy. Ethan is impaled with the thing. Yes, they keep showing this. I'm telling you, they do this. They have this image for a reason. Jim continually keeps reaching for her in several scenes like that, and he can't get to her, and she's unconscious. This is the genius of this frickin' show. This show is so esoteric. Looking back now, knowing what we know after the reincarnation reveal, I'm enjoying, even though I know what's going to happen, I'm enjoying watching it more than ever now, going back and watching, because I'm seeing stuff like this. It takes on a whole new meaning. She's unconscious because it's like, it's a metaphor for the fact that she's been unconsciously like someone else this entire time. She's been reincarnated and he can't reach her. I just freaking love this show. God. It's so good. It's like a great piece of literature that you can analyze the hell out of. Now Toby is throwing up, and
well, he's got a head wound too, like so many people in From have.
Yes, he does.
Head wound
in his forehead,
and he's got shorts on because they're going to Florida, I guess.
Right, and
shorts.
And now it's an open question whether he was drunk or whether he just was throwing up because he had a head injury. It could be either.
Yeah, I think he was sober.
I think he
was driving.
I think he was sober too. I think he was staggering and throwing up because of the head injury, which caused that. And again, I don't think he caused the car accident. I think he was sober, and the big bad took over the car. So that's anyway, the spike strip, and then they see Toby and take him. And again, see, here we have again. See, this show is so good. Yeah. He's reaching for her in another 3 different scenes, and he can't reach her. It's the same repetitive shot over and over again of her unconscious, and he can't reach her. Julie is here. She sees Ethan. And then, yeah, we've got them taking Toby to the clinic with Gina.
And that's Gina. Yeah, she has a name, Gina.
Gina. I'm just now finally remembering her name.
Yeah.
Oh, and our first appearance of my favorite character, Jade. And I loved how he was so good at acting high out of his mind. Like, is so believable. Just his facial expressions and the way he was looking up at everything, like everything was so magical. I noticed he immediately looks up at the trees. It's the first thing he looks at. And he did such a good job. He's such an amazing actor. I love David Alpe so much. And his boy shows up and he's like
so beautiful.
Your face is you have an amazing face, he said. You have an amazing face, and I loved Boyd's reaction. He like slaps his hand away, like backs up, like what the fuck? What are you doing? Get away from me! And he's like, "What are you on?" And Jade says, "What do you mean? I'm on the ground. I'm on the ground." Boyd handcuffs him. I love that shot of Jade. I miss the look of hot Jade. Me too, Lisa. I miss hot Jade. Season 1 Jade. Oh god, yeah. I miss that. Sasquatch Jade is here to stay. Huh?
It reminds me of when Acosta handcuffed Tabby and Boyd's handcuffing Jade here.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely.
And he's got some hokey string. I think those are hokey strings.
Oh yeah, on his wrist.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's wearing. Some people were thinking recently that Jade was wearing a version of Tabitha's bracelet, but it's actually the actor's own bracelets that he was wearing. Not Tabitha's. The first episode was so damn good. It really was. I agree that Toby has a concussion. That's why he vomited. Yes. Jim loves to hang helpless and reach for Tabitha in the lighthouse and the RV. Yep. He was hanging in the lighthouse reaching for her too in that dream. 1:08 a.m. Pacific time there. Okay. I wish it were only that time here. I'm not feeling good. I'm in pain, but I want to get through this episode. Why were Jim, Tabitha, and the kids even traveling to begin with? They were going to Yellowstone on a trip. One last trip before they were going to tell the kids they're getting divorced.
Because they're horrible parents.
Yes. So they're horrible parents.
False hope.
Yes. Yes, indeed. Something to do with playthings. A couple awakes in a strange bed. Are you talking about the Twilight Zone? Then they are on a quest to exit the town. Yeah, they wake up and they don't remember what happened. And the ending is one of the best twists, one of my favorite Twilight Zone endings ever. That's what this episode reminded me of and why I was attracted to watch the show in the first place. But anyway, I miss his beautiful hair before it turned into Sasquatch Chia Pet head. His hair was so nice. I wonder if they straightened it because his hair looks naturally curly now. Looks like they maybe straightened it. You know what I find weird about this when I was watching this scene? When Boyd showed up, Julie looked so strangely scared. Like she didn't look scared before, but she hears Boyd and it's like a freaking monster is there. She looked so scared when Boyd showed up. You'd think she'd be happy, like, oh, help is here, you know. Instead, she looks terrified. And again, another shot of Tabitha unconscious. And she look at this. So Boyd is, so this is where right outside of the window here, Boyd is standing. And then Julie looks terrified, like a monster is out there. I don't understand that really. But she looks terrified. And Boyd is, again, terrified Julie.
I thought maybe it was after she saw that Ethan's leg had been impaled.
No, this was after that scene though. Like she was reacting to the sound of Boyd entering the RV and talking to them. So I found that weird. But he checks on Tabitha and finds that she's alive. And he's so good in a crisis at like calming people down. He's like, what's your name? That's what people always do when like first responders, like they ask people their name to try to keep them calm. I liked how he did that. It's like, what's your name? And then, what's her name? And then, he refers to Julie by her name. I loved how he handled this. And then he sees Ethan by the thing. Oh, and look, and if you'll
It's yellow
notice,
thing.
yellow cups.
Yeah.
Yellow,
And the
yellow,
red. There's a red
and
thing
red,
there and some yellow cups.
and red. Yes. The show isn't subtle with the colors and the symbolism. It's like it's all over the place when you know what to look for.
Yellow
And
flowers.
yes, and yellow flowers. Ellis has a different, like you said, different type of yellow flower than
I think
Christy
there's
had.
sun drops or something. I was
Mhm.
looking up all sorts of yellow plants.
It's the same kind of flower that Kenny had for his mom when she
Mhm.
passed in season 3. So yeah, he visited Lauren's grave. We don't know why.
We'll never
He
know.
didn't want to show up to the funeral because he didn't want to be around Boyd, but he paid his respects. So I'm thinking we'll probably never know. But and this blue really jumps out with the fog in the background. Wow, bright blue, and it's a shade of blue that comes up a lot in the show too.
Very turquoisey.
Yeah,
It's very
yeah.
60s.
So they get Ellis, and he's wearing his lucky handkerchief, by the way, that everybody was
Yeah.
yell out of.
That's kind of like a nothing burger in season 3.
Yeah, I was telling people, I don't know why you're getting so excited about this, and it turned out to be a nothing burger. But this is what this show does to us. We hone in on details so much that sometimes we read into things that turn out to be nothing burgers. That's all. You know, it's just this show is so detail oriented that sometimes we don't know what's significant and what's not. That's all. It's easy to do. So yeah, he's like, it's your father. You know, like reminding Ellis, yeah, it's your father. And it's getting close to dark, so Ellis mans up and
They got like saline solution in a mason jar.
And a mason jar before the new
roll.
ambulance. So they don't have IV bags because the new ambulance has not arrived yet. We got mason jar. How people don't get horrible infections here, I don't know. Like, this is so unsanitary.
Well, they have super healing abilities in Fromville if you live.
True.
Oh, this is where he says he doesn't trust Toby or whatever. He doesn't like him.
And he's holding a big yellow plate. What is this? What is that, a plate? What the hell?
I don't know. They're like, hold something yellow. That's what we're going for here. Pick up something yellow.
That's what it seems like. Like anything yellow. Okay, here, just give him this plate. Just give him this plate. Like, well, and why him? Like, is this yellow seems to represent hope? Well, he doesn't have a very good ending in this episode, so I don't know why.
Not this episode. I think it's the next one.
Okay, yeah. I just don't know why they have him holding yellow. Why? Like, sometimes
symbolism. It's a circle. It's a circle. It's a wheel. It's a never-ending hub with a forest in the center.
Yeah, it's just like, if it represents hope, then why is he holding it? Is what I wonder. But it just seems sometimes like they throw it in a little too much. If they want to go with the color symbolism, like, make sure that it makes sense, because it's everywhere. But
I'm
but
just
yeah,
glad that Gina has a name.
Right, and he does say, "I don't like him.
Yeah.
Look at the mess he made."
Yeah, he says it twice. He says, "I don't like him," again after that.
Right. It's like, how does he know? Like, he doesn't even know anything. It's like, I don't know. He has some kind of psychic powers or something.
I don't like that he's gonna get killed and then she's gonna leave the door open and I'm gonna die.
Yeah. I missed this initial Boyd too. Lisa says the town has changed him. Hopefully not his core. Yeah, the town has changed him, unfortunately. And now, especially now that he's resorted to torture, Jade and Tabitha had to come with others for blood sacrifice to the forest, and Julie and Ethan's story rules. Yeah.
It's interesting because Jade and Tabby kind of start and then end at the season 3, like their little story arc. And then both, like with Sarah stabs somebody in this one and then also stabs Elgin at the end of season 3. Like, it's full circle.
Yeah. Yeah, it is kind of full circle.
Yeah, like Boyd starts here but ends here because of Sarah, but Sarah starts here and then ends here.
Right. Yeah, you mentioned it. Yeah. Lisa, I didn't know you can get payments on Zelle like this, like Cash App and Venmo. Can you? If I can, I can add a Zelle. I can add a Zelle. Right now, I haven't, like, I technically could monetize right now. I have some personal issues as to why I might not right now. But I could, like, I could have monetized the channel and added memberships weeks ago. But I'm having some issues. But like, yeah, I could maybe see if I can add a Zelle. But yeah, thank you for asking. Let's move on. Okay, Zelle is similar to Venmo. Yeah, I can add that. I already have Venmo and Cash App, but I can add a Zelle in the meantime while I'm figuring out the whole channel membership monetization stuff, which technically I was eligible to do weeks ago, but when I hit 1,000 subscribers, I was.
What's that stuff hanging from the ceiling?
I don't know.
For the curtain?
That thing, the thing here,
Yeah.
that looks like a curtain that's kind of wrapped around the
They just
pole.
have some random beds in here.
Yeah, there's an extra bed. I don't remember seeing that later on. I don't remember seeing an extra bed, but so yeah, he's taken down to the basement. Here we got, once again, blue truck, bright yellow license plate, of course, more yellow.
And then he's talking exposition about where everybody's from.
Yeah.
Nathan and Sarah from Boston, the Jade's from New York, and Matthews are from Arizona.
Yeah, he's like, oh, I haven't seen these plates before. Yeah. Yep. So like we get where they're from. And like apparently everyone comes from different locations. Like no one has ever come from the same spot until Christy and Marielle, I think.
Except Marielle was going north of Michigan and Marielle was coming down Michigan, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Brum loves Michiganders.
Yep. And Boyd is really good with Julie, reassuring her. Like he was so good in this episode. I love Boyd. And then Kenny came and Boyd's like, see, the cavalry's here. I love Boyd. I need a Boyd. I need a Boyd in my life. Like, you know, come on. Just like somebody that's so protective and caring like that. He's amazing. And you know, once again, everyone here is so beautiful.
Yeah. You're so
he's
beautiful.
Like, your face. Yeah. And God, she's looking on.
I think they kind of needed that humor after all the heaviness, you know?
Oh yeah. Yeah. The first time I watched this, I really didn't like Jade. I mean, I found this funny, but like I found him really annoying, especially in the second episode where he's slowing them down with his high state that he's in, and they almost didn't make it into Colony House. I'm like, this idiot, you know, like, if he wasn't high out of his mind, he wouldn't be putting them all at risk. And then he's of course like an asshole in episode 3, but on rewatches, I find it so fucking hilarious. And honestly, by the end of episode 3, he'd already won me over because he was so damn funny.
I think he won me over right here.
You know when he won me over? I can tell you the exact moment. It was definitely in episode 3, the funeral scene, not the funeral scene, the choosing ceremony scene, where it's all somber and Frank is making his little speech about how he wants to be with his family again, and Frank is going to go in the box by choice. And then Jade, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, is just like, no, Frank, don't go. That's when he won me over. That is the exact moment I cracked up laughing. It was so damn funny. Like, the dark humor of it, because he thought it was fake. He thought all this was like a game, a joke. It was an escape.
Well, it's kind of like Julie's like, no, Norman, no, kind of thing.
Kind of
mirrors that.
Yeah. And it was just so funny because he thought it was all a performance. It was part of the escape room, and Frank was just giving a great performance. So he was such a dick in that moment, but he didn't know he was being a dick. And I just cracked up laughing, and I love Jade ever since. Like, That was it for me. Amen, Julie B. I'll take a Boyd, right? Yeah, I need a Boyd. I seriously need a Boyd. Anyway, back to the pictures here. So they go down, they're going down to check out the RV, and then we cut to this infamous scene. This is the scene that
this was the scene before where she just gives him water, right?
This is the scene where she gives him water. Yeah, this is the scene where she gives him water. Again, everyone's drinking water on this show on camera. She looks so evil.
Magic healing waters.
Doesn't she look evil in the show? Look at her eyes. She looks kind of possessed.
I'm beginning to think out now with like the crows and pecking the eyes that she's in a scene with the raven written on the blackboard.
Yeah.
So are they equating Sarah with a raven that she makes people nevermore?
Maybe, you know.
Stab you with a screwdriver, never forevermore.
Yeah. Yeah, that could be that they're equating her with that. But
I think you can see it better the next scene that she's in.
She almost, sometimes I do wonder if she was completely in control of her actions or not. She looks possessed in certain moments. But maybe it's just the creepy look on her face. She's very good at playing creepy.
Yeah.
This actress. So I don't know. But sometimes I wonder, she looks possessed where she's looking at him. She gives him water, and they bring Tabitha out. She finally wakes up. She was like literally unconscious, and they had to carry her, and then all of a sudden she wakes up and hugs Julie and comes to. It's interesting. That's the moment that she finally wakes up. Like not until that very moment, all of a sudden she's awake and reunites with her. And so then they're talking about, okay, what are they gonna do? She tells him Ethan's leg, it's going to take at least an hour to take that table leg out of Ethan's leg. And Boyd's like, and Kenny says, we only have 45 minutes left of daylight. Boyd says, can we do this? And he holds up the talisman. And when we first watched this, we didn't know what the hell he was talking about, what this was. But now we know, like, he wasn't sure if this talisman would work in the RV. He didn't know. They never tried it outside of a building, so they didn't know if it would work in the woods, in a vehicle.
It was probably good luck of him to pick that up off the floor.
Yeah, maybe. So they were taking a big risk, and they both kind of just looked at each other, and it was a really good scene where they didn't have to even exchange a lot of words. They just looked at each other, and Boyd said, like, can this work? And Christy says, okay. And you can see them both kind of silently like agreeing to this together, knowing that it was going to be a risk and they didn't know if it would work. But just a really well done scene. They didn't even have to say much. And Simon Webster, who plays Ethan, did an amazing job with this scene. Like when he goes into the seizure, which happens in a few minutes.
Yeah.
He talked about it in an interview, how he, like Christy, who's a nurse in real life. But what's her name? Chloe.
Yeah.
Chloe helped him like learn how to do like a realistic seizure since she's a nurse. And yeah, here's Christy. They position his head. Oh, something I just noticed? We got the 3 main colors in the show right on each shirt.
Yep.
Blue, yellow, and red. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Like they hit us over the head with these things, but I love it. So he kind of encompasses all of it then. Ethan is and Ethan is kind of the storyteller. Like he's the one who kind of holds the key to the way things work on this show. And from the beginning he has it. With his chronological stories and his knowledge of quests, and now telling Julie how this story walking or time traveling works, he holds the key. So it's actually kind of fitting that the 3 primary colors of the show are all on his shirt in the first episode.
Well, when he starts out, he has a jacket closed. So when he gets to Frontville, it's open.
Oh, good.
But you just see
Good
a green
point.
shirt. And it's only later when the shirt's open that they have these lines in there.
Good point. Once he's in Fromville, it's open and we can see the three main colors of Fromville right there. They're all encompassed on him. He's kind of the storyteller at the center of it all. I'm not saying that all of this is a story that is dreamed up by Ethan, but it's like he's kind of like there to explain to us how it works. I think he gives us context into how the whole thing works, like a kind of a quest. I don't think it's literally just a story in his head, though. I'd rather it be something real. I hope that it is. But so Boyd has to convince Tabitha and Julie to go and leave everyone at the RV. Well, good point. So Jim and Tabitha reunite here. And yeah, he has to convince Jim like the woods are not safe, that Tabitha and Julie need to leave. And Jim can stay there with them, but like they need to get out of here. And how do you convince him of that? I'm surprised he was able to convince him so easily, really, like separate from his family. You would think that they would have been saying like, somebody call 911, where's the hospital around here? Like that's what I would be saying. Like his wife is seems like she might have a concussion, maybe.
Isn't this to the point where Boyd says he doesn't want to bury another kid?
Yes, he does. And Jim just accepts that so easily. Boyd says, the woods aren't safe. I don't want to bury another kid. Now, if I were Jim, I'd be saying, what the hell's going on? Call 911.
Yeah.
Why is it just you and Christy here? Where's the ambulance? My son is impaled by a table leg and my wife is just unconscious. So I don't know. I thought that was a little weird, but
they know their cell phones don't work.
True, but it's like, yeah, but you'd think somebody would. I would be wondering like what's going on. I would be asking for somebody.
Can't you call the next town over?
Exactly. Yeah. I don't know. That's just a weird thing that I thought about. But hey, Decipher. I like that name. Let's see. Okay, what are you talking about here? Would it work in the woods as it should? Yeah, they don't know. Agreeing to the risk without saying much. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a good show, Trey. 100%. 100%. Lisa said could have been shock and they knew they couldn't get out of the town at this point. True.
Yeah, it could be.
But I'd be like, in an emergency situation like that, I'd be like, what the fuck? Call 911. My kid is impaled by a table. Like there should be an ambulance showing up, not just Christy. But yeah, I think this place kind of muddies people's heads too. I think it gets in people's heads and confuses people right away. So they don't have good judgment. So this is the infamous scene. Again, Sarah looking evil as fuck.
Got the raven. She's a raven, apparently.
Yep.
Gonna peck out people's eyes or take out their tongues.
Yeah, so on the chalkboard up there is the Raven poem, and it's good. It's a good thing that there are eagle-eyed people who were able to enhance this image, because I never would have been able to glean anything from that. I can't read that. Like, I somebody must have enhanced it.
Yeah, I was able to read it enough.
Maybe because I'm not watching it on a TV. I can't.
Yeah, I was able to see it clear enough to get what's it here?
What is the quote?
I'm trying to find it. I thought I wrote it down.
And Sarah's sitting there, kind of like again, she almost seems like she's possessed. She's just sitting there so calm and staring at him.
Okay, here it is.
Okay.
Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting dreams What? Let me start over. It's important. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wandering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before.
Yeah. So, and that I've so like that
Is it a
quote,
dream? I said.
yeah, like the dream. Once again, we've got the dream reference right there. Dreams, which is there's such a prevalent theme in the show that they're hitting us over the head with it. So of course it references dreams. And I don't think it's all a dream. I don't think it's all a dream at all. It's just that this place induces all different types of dream states, visions, premonitions, nightmares. So yeah, that I love that. It's just everywhere in the show. They're definitely hitting us over the head with it. And what was I gonna say? So and that poem, it's like one of the themes of that poem is about dealing with loss. It's fitting. There's a whole lot of loss in this town. Everyone is dealing with loss all the time. Now, the way that Sarah is sitting there so straight and like perfectly calm, I swear to God, it seems like maybe she's possessed. She smiles at him. She doesn't even seem like at all bothered by what she has to do in this moment.
Kind of like the monsters when they stand upright and kind of smile.
Kind of, yeah. Look at the way she's smiling at him. It's strange. It's not the same way she acted when she was, about to murder Ethan. She was very like upset about it. She didn't want to do it. She didn't have the same demeanor. So I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if she had some kind of power influencing her, and yeah, that's, I don't know, maybe. But
and there's an 8 back there, 8, 9, 10.
8, 9, 10, yeah.
8 affinity, like the affinity, number affinity.
Right.
The cave as well.
And he said, this is where he says that thing, he's like, I should have, like, he says, yeah. What did he say? I should have, yeah.
I should have done ... What should you have done, Toby?
What should you have done? Exactly. Like, I think he was feeling guilty, like maybe somehow he caused the car crash, even though I definitely don't think he did.
Yeah.
And she said that she kissed him.
Yep.
Which is like the kiss of death.
Monsters enjoy that before the killing.
Yeah, it's like the kiss of death. It's like the Judas kiss. That there are a lot of biblical references in the show. It's kind of like that. And he's looking at her like, what the fuck? She says, this is not your fault.
Yep. This isn't your fault.
So I think she was referring to the car crash to kind of relieve his conscience before she, stabs him through
and she also, he also kind of makes a reference towards Jade, and she says she doesn't think Jade's good. She doesn't think any of them are good.
Yeah.
Like he asks her, how are they doing? Oh, I don't think they're doing well. And I'm like, but they are fine. So.
Okay, what's going on in the chat right now? Are you seeing this?
Oh, I hope it's a political discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, let's not talk politics. I try to keep this a politics-free
Where are
zone.
the mods here?
Yeah.
Where are the mods?
Yeah. So yeah, if we could please just keep this a politics-free zone, I would appreciate it, because we get enough of that in our daily lives, and I think all of us need a break from it. I know I do. Whatever political persuasion you are, I feel like we all need a break. And we're not, and we don't talk. We're not a politics channel. We're not a political channel.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
See how long we are on now? We don't talk about anything else, okay? We're at about 6 hours, the 6th hour.
we're almost, yeah. Just talking about From here.
No time for anything else.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Gothic chick. Nice to see you. Hey, T-Bone Beats.
Me too.
Hey, T-Bone Beats. Hey, D-Cypher, it's all good. Like, if you want to talk From, we're here talking From, so you don't have to leave. Just please just keep the discussion to From and other related topics. Anything that's not political, please. That's all I ask. Like, we don't have anything to do with
I
politics.
just remember one time very specifically in Jeremy's chat, there was somebody trying to talk politics and everybody was just giving him shade.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he just kept going and nobody wanted to talk politics because we weren't here to talk about it.
Yeah. Somebody brought it up in Tony's chat recently and also on a phone call to Tony, and it was just like,
oh boy, the phone call is probably the worst.
Yeah, it was not good. It's not good. That's the fastest way to poison a discussion right now in this country.
Yeah.
Anyway. It's okay, Dieter. Don't
it's
worry.
It's all your fault, Dieter.
Don't worry about it, Dieter. It's okay. It's cool. Anyway. No worries. Anyway, let's get back to this so we can get through this.
Yeah.
So Sarah again with the evil face, and there we go. It happens so fast. Oh my god!
It doesn't come up through his tongue, does it?
It does.
Oh god! I see.
Right?
I have my brightness on really low. Oh, that's probably gross.
Right through his tongue. Yep.
That's gross. Well, see, you know, in the colonial days, they used to cut out people's tongues and then eat them.
Yeah.
Like when somebody spoke blasphemous things, they used to punish them by taking out the tongue. But since meat was valuable, they would eat the tongue.
Yeah.
Just a little fun fact.
Yeah.
It could link up to the colonial times in the show.
Yeah. That's interesting. Yeah, there's certainly a lot of colonial references, right? So, and I think it goes back to that. No worries, Lisa. It's all good.
We're talking about stabbing tongues here.
Yeah. People can be weirdos bringing that into a chat that has nothing to do with it, right, Umbra? Yeah. Don't worry. Yeah, politics free zone here, so that's handled. Anyway, so this, when I first saw this, I didn't even notice that it went through his tongue. That's crazy. The first time I watched.
This guy would have a lot of force.
Yeah, it had to. That's why it seems like she's killed before. This is not her first rodeo.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and she did it so damn fast. When I first watched this the very first time, I was shocked. I was not expecting this innocent looking girl to she randomly kissed him. So I was like, what the fuck? I was still kind of confused there. And then this happens. I was like, what is happening? What is going on? And to this day, this is so confusing to me that she had to do this herself. That's why I think he knew something. They had to shut him up. They stabbed him right through the tongue. She stabbed him right through the tongue, but the voices told her to. The question is, who are the voices? That is,
and are they giving her like the superpower to jab the screwdriver through people?
Right. Did they help possess her so that she was able to do it easily? I don't know. But the thing is, like, if the man in yellow is our big bad or he's working for the big bad, who are the voices in her head? Why are there plural, multiple voices talking to her? That's something that I wonder.
Maybe it's because he's middle management and upper management's talking to her.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe they're both talking to her together because
maybe. And the monsters.
And the monsters. She always refers to them as plural, except the only exception is when she hears the Abby voice. It's just one. She said that voice was different and it was female. So it's interesting. That's something that still baffles me. The voices. I think that she can also hear voices of the dead, That I think is likely. That's probably why she heard the Abby voice. I think that was really Abby's voice, her spirit speaking in her head. But I don't think the spirits of the dead would be telling her to kill people. I don't understand why they would, unless they're evil spirits, which is possible. Maybe they have evil spirits trapped here. Maybe some evil people over the years, like, got stuck here, and they're telling her to just kill random guys.
I don't know. The skull guy seemed to be trapped, and he looked pretty evil.
I think Skull Guy was probably original Jade.
I don't know.
I think he may have been original Jade. I think all these people all these guys Jade was seeing were him in past lives. Why would they be other people? If you think about it, if let's say it's Elgin because Elgin's eye was gouged out, I don't know why Elgin from a past life would appear to him. It just seems kind of strange. So I don't know. I still think it's him until I get more information. It seems like it was him blaming himself in a past life, like choking him, holding out the child's skull, maybe. But anyway, getting back to this.
I guess that's why I didn't think he was, because he was interacting with it. It wasn't like a vision, or like Tabby has. Tabby hasn't been like, touching Miranda.
No, but they had different experiences, I think, because of the different ways that they've come in. Like, Jade came in high out of his mind. Tabitha never did any drugs. She got that vision, that memory from interacting with the blood relative of, herself in a past life. So it's like Jade doesn't have that kind of experience to have a memory that strong. There are no relatives of Christopher around to help jog his memory. He didn't drop acid. That's why I think his visions are different and more confusing. Yeah, that's the way I look at it, but it could go either way at this point. This is where Tabitha says that she confuses Ethan with Thomas. She says Thomas is in there or whatever. I have to stay with him. And now that's when we're first like, who's Thomas? It's the first mention of Thomas. So we get the sense that they lost a kid, and he convinces her to go, I guess, and comes back in. Boyd's contemplating, like, is this really going to work? This talisman, can it work at night? You can see. I love how you can see what he's thinking, even when he doesn't say anything. Just his mannerisms.
Kind of seems like he's praying over it.
He's praying that this damn talisman is going to work in that RV and he'll survive the night with his family. Like, you can just see that on his face. He doesn't have to say a word. Like, they take the table leg out, and she's scared. She's really scared. You can tell, like, but she's trying to keep it together for them. And then you see more of that in episode 2, which we'll get into next week. But Boyd is terrified too. He's keeping it together, and he hangs the talisman. At this point, Jim is looking around like, what the hell's he doing? Boyd is just kind of casually trying to make the place safe, hanging up cloths in the windows, covering them up, hanging the talisman, and Jim wants to know what he's doing. And I don't know what the hell this is. What is this I took a picture of? I see Colony House. I don't know. That's just a weird one.
Maybe they're driving up to it in the truck. Yeah.
This is where they were. Oh, those idiots left the spike strip out.
Yeah, I know. I said in my notes, tires lost to hubris.
Yeah.
Then they say that if Colony House lets them in, which I'm like, I don't think Colony House is that, like, horrible to the people in the town, but maybe it gets softer later.
Yeah.
I would think they would let them in. They're not going to let them die.
I know. I know. I feel like I think it was pretty savage. I feel like the only reason that they let them in is because Ellis was out there and he was one of them.
Yeah.
Because like Fatima was saying, let them in. It's Ellis. Ellis is out there. So they let them in. I kind of think they might have let them die if it was just town.
Like Kenny?
Yeah.
Even Kenny, huh?
It seemed that way. Like that's how bad the division was between town and colony houses. And it was obvious these were not monsters, although I guess if this had just been new people and no Kenny, no Ellis, I wonder then, okay, like they could have maybe thought maybe these are new monsters in modern clothes. I don't know. And I could understand why they wouldn't let them in. But yeah, it was pretty savage that they almost didn't let them in. Anyway, hey Cal, I don't know if you're talking about that guy. I don't know what was going on. I have no idea. Who were the people and why did they want him dead? Yeah, you T-Bone Beats. You mean the voices? I don't know. That's the thing. That's a big mystery that I still want to try and like get a better theory on. Why were there multiple voices talking to Sarah? Maybe there is more than one evil entity, not just a single one.
Why are they all male except for the one female?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, men are like I don't know. Men, if you think about it, men do tend to be murderers more than women.
Okay, point.
It's true if you think about it. Like all the like the famous murderers over the years, how many women can you think of? Mass murderers, serial killers. It's usually men, right?
Yeah, usually there's a few women, but usually most likely men.
It's usually men. I don't know. I'm just kidding. I have no idea why. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm just kidding in terms of, I'm not saying that's why I think the voices were male. I don't know why. But everyone Jade saw was him in the past. Football Infinity. Yeah, I think so. I'm very much committed to that theory. Even though Jade says that his visions feel different and he didn't feel like he was back in the Civil War, I think that's because he didn't drop acid and he didn't have a blood relative of Christopher to connect with. So his visions are just not powerful enough. They don't feel enough like memories, but I think they're really him. Sarah says they, meanwhile, Fatima said it. I always think it's the creatures that speak to Sarah. Maybe. I still think it's multiple entities. Man in Yellow may be a major player, but still think it's bigger, badder, big bad. Could be. Man in Yellow may not be the final boss, Cal. It may be that he's like middle management, like Scarlett was saying. You know? The women murderers just haven't been caught.
Well, women tend to use poison as opposed to guns.
Right, yeah.
Fun facts.
Yeah, I mean, man, I'm not hating on men. I'm just making an observation, though. It is true.
It's true.
About famous serial killers over the years, they're all men, but they flash and get away with it. Anyway, we gotta wrap this thing up.
Yeah.
I'm dying of thirst and hungry, and my pain is out of control. But there's just so much to say about this episode. This episode is just what a brilliant premiere episode for this series. They set up so many things. There's so much significant dialogue. I didn't think we'd be going this long talking about it, but I should have.
I was pretty sure we would.
Should have expected that. Yeah. Anyway.
Run for it.
Anyway.
Run for County House.
Yeah, so yeah, they tell them, no matter what you see or hear, don't stop running. And they just listen. What else are they going to do? They're in a crazy situation, and so like they don't know these people. They could be members of a creepy cult, but they listen to them. I remember when I first watched it thinking like, you don't know these people. How do you know it's safe to even go with them? But
you don't really have a choice.
Honestly, if it were me, I wouldn't have wanted to leave that RV with the family, but they just they listened to them. I feel like they listened to them a lot more easily than they should have logically. If you think about how the bus people acted, the bus people did not want to go in that diner. Kenny shot his gun up in the air, and a bunch of people scattered and took off. Like, they did not want to listen at all. I know part of it was because Donna shot the tires out of the bus, but even before that, they were not listening.
A lot of people were shooting guns, it doesn't make people like calm.
Right, but even before she shot out the tires, they weren't listening. That's why she shot them out. None of them wanted to listen. It might have been harder to convince a larger group.
Yeah.
It could be about that, like.
Plus the Matthews were also in an accident, so they're kind of like probably just dazed
and confused. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Now Jim is starting to notice, what the hell is Boyd doing? Why is he covering up the windows? He hung up the talisman, and he wants to know. And Boyd says he's just making the place safe. And Ethan goes into the seizure. Did a really great job, this little actor, Simon Webster. Really great job. Very realistic seizure. And the question is now, then, given what we know, what do the seizures mean? I've seen people asking, when other people have seizures, are they going somewhere too? Are they story walking? Are they traveling somewhere and we just don't see it? I don't know. I don't know if I believe that, but it is interesting to note that after he comes out of this seizure in episode 2, he does say that he saw Victor drawing the whole family. He saw pictures all over the walls in crayon. He saw the Lake of Tears. I'm guessing the picture. So it's like, okay, when he was having the seizure, was he actually in Victor's room story walking? Is that how he saw it? Maybe, but we just didn't see. It does make you wonder, or did he just see the vision in his head? He's never, since this happened, it's worth noting that he has never had another vision since that we have been told. Not a single one. I expected he would after I first watched this episode. I didn't think it would be a one-time deal, but it only happened during the seizure, and that's it. Never again. So it does make me wonder, like, maybe he was really in Victor's room in that moment, seeing Victor doing that story walking, and then he came back. Maybe. But the people who have seizures have a deep connection to the place and are tapped into it. Ethan, he has a certain role to play. He's not reincarnated, but he's playing the role of young Victor. And so the seizure happens, even if he wasn't story walking, it just kind of indicates the deep connection he has to the place, because he's connecting with the role of young Victor, even though he's not literally him. And with Elgin, he was brought there for a specific purpose. He had a premonition dream, goes into the seizure, and we know he was targeted now for a specific reason. It was to usher in the new Smiley eventually. The whole thing was orchestrated. Even before Smiley was dead, I'm convinced that Elgin had that seizure. He was brought to town because all of this was set up to happen that way. And Sarah has the seizures because she's connected to the voices. So I don't think it means that they're all going somewhere when they do that, but you never know. It's possible. In terms of Ethan, I think it could be. I don't know, just based on what he says after, but then the monsters show up. What a great ending. He just says, "They're coming." That's the last line of the episode. They're coming. It's like you just wonder, like, okay, what's coming? At this point, we had never seen, like, episodes 1 and 2 of the series are very much like a two-parter. Very much felt like a two-parter, because episode 1 was the day, episode 2 was the night, and at this point, we had never actually seen the monsters until the very end of this episode, and we barely even get a look at them.
Well, they saw the grandma monster. The grandma monster.
we saw the grandma monster.
And then you see the bride kind of come out of the woods.
But all these other monsters, we barely got to look at them
Mhm.
until the very end. So, like, yeah, we see the bride, but it's so dark, barely see anything. This one is the librarian one.
The milkman's in there, yeah.
The milkman. And then, like, you can't even see. I think that might be the nurse. I don't know. It's got, like, can't tell who it is. But what a fantastic ending, just seeing them moving in, closing in on the RV. And yeah, you can't get quite a good look at them, but you know, they're closing in. People waiting for the next episode must have been totally hooked, like waiting to see what was going to happen with the monsters closing in on the RV. So good. Like, yeah, just an amazing, like one of the best pilot episodes of a series I've ever seen. Fantastic ending, and hooks you in with that last line, "They're coming." Like, you definitely would want to see the next episode. Like, there's no way you wouldn't. I think maybe when I dropped this show, I don't think I finished the episode, or I would have continued. I would have watched episode 2. I think I dropped it before the episode was over. Foolishly. But yeah. Yeah, he did such a good job with the fake seizure. Oh yeah, that was the milkman. Yeah, he was in this shot. You can't see him that well, but there's his bow tie.
Yep.
I never noticed that librarian one was there until I took these screenshots.
Yeah, I was looking for Smiley, but I don't think he's in here.
Nope. Yeah, no Smiley.
Like, even at the end when people were closing in, I thought maybe it would be his outline, but I didn't really see anything.
Yeah, I gotta watch out for when his first appearance is. I'm not sure when it is. Is it the Colony House Massacre? Maybe is that the first one?
Yeah.
That was the iconic one of him looking over the banister. I don't know if that was his first or what, but yeah. Oh, let's see. Hey, Jay Sleek. Nice to see you. Thanks for stopping in. When Jade fell, I was like this geeked up dude. Yeah, when Jade fell, I was like, come on, man. Like, he almost got them killed. The monsters were following them. Jade's falling like an idiot because he's high out of his mind. The final boss is Ethan, Jehovah Sins. Oh shit. I've heard theories like that, you know, like Ethan is somehow like the big bad, or he's gonna
the man
turn
in yellow.
Man in yellow. I don't know. I'm team Ethan. I trust Ethan. I think he's good. He's not going to turn evil, even though he got a little dark and creepy in season 3.
Well, everybody goes through an emo phase, I guess.
Yeah, turn into a little creep for a little while, but you can kind of understand it because his mom was presumed dead at the time, and he actually changed. He improved a lot when she came back. He was less creepy, so Sarah can handle a little boy. Yeah. Oh, nice, Dieter. I didn't even know how to track this, but somebody in my Discord Joshua, I believe it was Joshua, said I'm closing in on 100,000 views on my channel, which is crazy. That's insane. I can't thank everybody enough for all the support for this channel. It's just amazing. It blows me away. I never expected it in a million years. I'm grateful for it. I never expected that to happen, though. As an epileptic, we are a bit sensitive and see some things after when coming back to consciousness. The seizures seem important. Interesting, Lady Stoneheart. It's weird. I've seen some green ass aliens, y'all. It's madness. Oh wow, that's wild. Interesting. Yeah, thanks for that insight. Well, I'm sorry to hear you have to deal with that, though. Jeez. Sounds scary. Chris Small said, I think an entity tried to take Ethan out in episode 1, and when he failed, he then tried to possess him via seizure. You know, I've thought of that myself. maybe they were trying to take Ethan out, and that's, when that didn't work, it told Sarah on her arm, kill the boy. I don't know. It's possible. They tried to take Ethan out with that accident. I definitely think the accident was orchestrated. Either way, it was done by the big bad. It was, the big bad took over the cars and made that happen. Sped them up. That's an interesting idea. Yeah, tried to take it.
Plus the boy wouldn't have had that talisman, they would have been done for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right. They would have been screwed.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't remember Smiley's first appearance. Maybe, in Colony House, Dieter says. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I love Jade.
I think it's before then. I think he's just walking around.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like
just walking around outside.
Okay. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled.
We'll see. We'll see.
As I rewatch it, I'm going to be watching for that.
Yeah.
Quan Solar said, I like nihilist Ethan. I want him back. He was creepy as hell. I didn't like him like that. Like, bring back my sweet innocent Ethan. Talking about the quest. I know he's not as innocent anymore. Even now, he's like, when he heard the Thomas voice again on the radio, he didn't even react. He was completely like, he had a flat affect, no reaction on his face. He just said, "You're right, Dad. That's not Thomas." Yeah, he's not as innocent anymore, understandably, but he still believes in certain things about the quest. Julie got him to give her that information about thresholds. Like, we're at a threshold. A hero has to be brave when they went into the ruins. So he still believes in this quest stuff. He told Julie she's a story walker. So I'm glad that part of Ethan is still there. He's just not as happy-go-lucky anymore. He's darker. He's still darker, but not as dark. Not as
he was getting pretty dark. Wanting to see the inside, what the cow's insides look like, or is that what Kenny's mom looks like on the inside?
What the fuck? That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. Yeah, I didn't like that kind of Ethan. And that time in the diner with Boyd and Bacta, he basically said, like, I forget what he said, but it was like, like,
why bother trying?
Why bother trying? Like, there, he doesn't think there is a way out. He said,
"Yeah, there's a way out."
I don't think there is a way out. Like, and Boyd said, well, there's a way in, so there has to be a way out. Just a good point, but not necessarily true. Yeah, that Ethan was fucked up. I like non-gullible Ethan. Fuck fake Thomas. That's right. Yeah, I was glad. I was glad that he wasn't fooled by that. Fake Thomas is just sadistic and cruel to troll them like that. But I do miss, like, happy-go-lucky Ethan a little bit. When Tabitha was gone, Ethan was playing The Cure with Goth and had no hope. Right? Seriously. Yeah, we all have our issues and crosses to bear. That's for sure. I know I have mine. Yeah, hope you're doing okay. Yeah, it makes sense they were trying to take Ethan out because the rod went through his leg. Sarah tried to kill him, and fake Thomas lured him outside. Yes. Even in season 3, they're trying to take him out. Great point. Fake Thomas said that your mom's going to be coming on an ambulance. You have to be brave. She needs your help. She'll need your help.
Probably threw Elma out there too.
Probably sent Elma out there knowing that's his favorite animal. And so 2 different times he was lured outside at night. Alma the goat in episode 1, and episode 4 the ambulance. The big bad's trying to take him out. 100% is trying to take him out. Absolutely, yeah. He sold me. I'm convinced. Yeah, that was definitely an attempted hit job. He's smarter than that normally. Like, about obviously he wouldn't normally go outside at night, but I can understand if he knew his mom was out there or thought his mom was out there. He got that information on the phone, so it's like, okay, I would believe it too. It looks like it's coming true. There's an ambulance. So, hey, Alexander, welcome. Bombshell theory: Julie appeared in the season 3 finale with just about the worst haircut ever. It's a wig. you know who else has the worst possible haircut? Christy. Oh dear, yeah. Marielle cuts Julie's hair in season 4. Maybe that's how Julie gets that nasty bob. That's fake, by the way. It's a wig.
Or she cuts her hair so bad that Julie has no recourse but to wear a wig.
Yeah, maybe she's got to cover up whatever hack job she's got in her head. It's a bad wig, too. Maybe that's, yeah. And all they have to work with in Fromville is just whatever people leave behind. So could have been from some shitty Halloween costume. Let me see. Let me go back down here. Yes, they are trying to kill Ethan. The boy, he has a right to be dark. Oh, yeah. Maybe a parallel, trying to kill Ethan, and Christopher possibly asked to kill Ethan in 78. Christopher possibly asked to kill Victor. Yeah. I think maybe Christopher, what I think is that Christopher was going to try to kill Victor, Eloise, or both. That's what I'm thinking probably happened, and like it went wrong. Something went horribly wrong between Miranda and Christopher. Christopher snapped. The boy in white told him stuff that I think that he couldn't handle. He snapped. He said everything here lies. So yeah, I definitely think that Christy's haircut should be illegal. I don't know why they did that to her in season 3. Honestly, in season 2, I thought it was fine. It may have been nicer in season 1. It was less flattering in season 2, but in season 3, it was like they were deliberately trying to. It's like they heard the fans saying all that stuff about her haircut, and then we're like, okay, like they doubled down on it and made it way worse. I don't know why they did that to her. She's beautiful. Like, I don't know, I don't get it, but I guess that hairstyle is sort of getting popular now with Gen Z.
Yeah, so, Gen Z loves a mullet.
So yeah, maybe that's why they did it.
Or a wolf cut. They call it a wolf cut sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
I love a wolf cut.
Yeah. But yeah, Dieter just, it's like the writers don't like Christy. Yeah, I don't know why they did that to her. It's an abomination in season 3. But when I've seen her in interviews, her hair is super cute. Yeah. I feel like they styled it awful for the show, but when she's off the show in interviews, it's super cute.
Yeah, she styles it a lot better.
Oh yeah, it's almost like they made it look terrible on purpose on the show. I don't know why they do that, but Dieter just shared the link to my Discord. So we're gonna start wrapping things up soon. I am in a lot of pain, dehydrated, and starving, and I'm sure you're getting worn out, Scarlett. Yeah. So yeah, now that Dieter mentioned it,
I get my bell.
Yes. So yeah, if you guys aren't in my Discord, if anyone is not in my Discord already, it's really getting good. You know, we're getting more and more people coming in every week, joining, which is great to see. So I appreciate everybody that just joined the Discord and started participating in the conversations. Discord is so much fun. And now that the season is over, I'm starting to spend more time in there. I'm gonna spend a whole lot more time in the Discord talking to you guys. That's how I got into this fandom in the first place. I immediately joined Jeremy's Discord and just became obsessed every single day, theorizing in there with people. And now I have my own. It's so much fun. And it was just great, like theory crafting, like group theory crafting sessions, or you can kind of come to conclusions and theories together as a group and just keep the conversation going. And it's a great way to get your From fix in the off season too. You know, like Discord, even in the off season, it's so much fun to talk from. There's so much to talk about even without new content. It's a year-round thing. It's that way with Jeremy's, and so I want it to be the same with mine. And I plan on being in there a lot. We also have channels for Silo and Severance and a couple others, just for fun, you know, like other shows I love, like Twilight Zone, Fringe, Lost, and but yeah, Severance is the big one because I mean, Silo is going on right now. I'm going to start focusing on it more, doing more stuff for Silo, of course. I'm going to start I'm going to do some episode breakdowns. Nothing crazy, not to the level that I'm covering From, but I am going to do some Silo content belatedly. I just couldn't start it when From was still on. There was just way too much to do with From. I couldn't do it. But with Silo, there isn't as much to dive into. So it won't take me as long to do some content for Silo. I can do that. And then for Severance is like my number 2 show right now. My second favorite after From. And we're going to be doing rewatch parties starting next week. Are we still going? We're going with Friday, right? Friday the 13th, the first one.
Yeah, we could do them on Fridays, but aren't we going to do them on Thursdays? Don't they drop on Thursday night, technically midnight Friday morning?
Yeah, the new season. Is that, yeah. Yeah, for the new season of Severance comes, I think, the middle of January. We'll definitely do live watch parties for that in the Discord. So when the episode drops, we'll definitely stream that in the Discord to watch as a group. I'm really excited about the new season of Severance, so definitely going to do live watch parties, and we're going to do rewatch parties starting next week. I think unless we change anything as of now, we're doing Friday. Next week we'll start the Severance rewatch parties, and then the plan is to come on here and talk about it on YouTube, just have a discussion on it. And I'm gonna do I'm gonna try to make some videos on Severance too on the rewatch. So I'm gonna have my hands full with this From rewatch and that. I don't know. I don't see this slowing down.
The Silo videos, get those up.
Jesus Christ, yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna have to learn how to do a shallow dive into some of these things.
Shallow dive. The kiddie pool dive.
A kiddie pool dive, because I can't. With Silo, it's going to be a less deep dive. It's not going to be 30, 40-minute videos. Like, I'm not going to do a video that's 45 minutes long. It's as long as the actual episode for Silo. I do that kind of thing with From, and it's a lot. It takes me a lot of time. But I'd like to do some breakdowns. It just won't be as crazy. And Severance, too. Severance, though, there's a whole lot to discuss, so I'm gonna have my hands full with that. I don't know how I'm gonna do it all. But hey Joshua, I was just talking about you a little while ago. I forget what I was saying. What was I saying? I think that you posted in the Discord. I think it was you who posted that I was close to 100,000 views, which was crazy. So I appreciate it. But and always nice to see you, Joshua. Thanks for stopping in. This was great rewatching with the fam with all the new context and revelations. I really enjoyed this. Well, thank you, Cal. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And I enjoyed talking about it. It was a lot of fun. I'm obsessed with this show. Going back, and I didn't think I'd have this much fun, actually. I was sad when the new season ended. I didn't think the rewatch would be this exciting to me, but it totally is. With all the new stuff we know now, I'm so psyched to keep going with this. Having the next episode breakdown this Friday. For what?
Not for From.
Not for From. I
Not
wish.
doing this twice a week.
Yeah. On Friday. What I'm gonna do Friday I was gonna do like a live, but like not anything crazy. Like, yeah, I was gonna do something, but nothing like super long.
I thought you were gonna do like the Severance trailer or something like that.
Yeah. So Friday, yeah, I was thinking like we could go over the Severance trailer and then talk more from in addition. So yeah, that's what I'm thinking for Friday. So yeah, definitely want to do a live on Friday.
So a hybrid.
It'll be a hybrid. Yeah. So yeah, like definitely going to be talking from and also talking about the Severance trailer for season 2. Not familiar with watching shows on Discord or the shows on there to watch all the time or just during rewatches. So when we do watch parties, it's like a live watch party. So somebody shares their screen. It's all, most of the time it's been me. Sometimes Dieter does it. And I'll just play the episode of whatever we're watching, and then we all watch together. And then there's like a little place where you can chat while the episode is on. So it's kind of like being on YouTube and being in the live chat, except you're in Discord, and the chat stays after, but the video itself is gone. So that's the difference between that and YouTube. Like, you can only watch the video during the live party, and then it's over. But it's a lot of fun. I want to do a lot of watch parties in there. Like, we can do watch parties for Severance. We can do watch parties for From too. And if anybody wants that, I meant to say this actually. If anybody wants to rewatch From, I can stream From every week. I just have to figure out what day. Maybe on Wednesdays, but a little earlier than when I do my live. I'm not sure. I still have to figure that out. But if people want to watch From again together, watch episode 2 together, that's something we could do in the Discord. We could figure out a day. I could stream it. We could watch it together. Even if it's just a handful of people, it's fun. It's always a good time. And then the Severance rewatch parties. We could there's so much we could do in the off season. We could watch like movies and shows that seem to be influences on From or similar to it. It's really fun. Highly recommend, Lisa. I don't know if you're in there already, but Dieter shared the link to my Discord if you're not in there, and it's just a little further up in the chat. And Umbra, you should absolutely watch Severance. It's great. If you want to watch it, we're going to be streaming it starting next week. So for us, it's a rewatch. But if anybody hasn't seen Severance and you want to watch it for the first time, I'll stream it next week.
I'm watching it for the first time.
Yeah, Scarlett's never seen it either. So this, if you want to watch it with the group and discuss, we can do that. That's the plan for next week. You might prefer to watch it on your own too. That's cool. But yeah, I think this will be fun, and we can talk about it as a group. So it doesn't matter if you've seen it before or you want to do a rewatch. Everybody's welcome, and yeah, I think it'll be a good time. I highly recommend. It is genius. One of the most creative concepts I've ever seen on a show. The idea of people who are severed, they're in their mind, like they go to work and they have a procedure done where they can't remember anything about their outside life when they're at work. Nothing. It's like a clean slate every single time they go to work, and then they leave, they can't remember anything that they did at work. And so there's the mystery of like, what the hell are they even doing at work? What is the point of their job? What is this company? The whole thing has this really surreal, bizarre mood to it. It's just something you got to experience. You got to watch it to really appreciate it. I can't do justice to it, even just describing it. You got to actually see it. It's great for theorizing. It's another great show for theory crafting. It's just different than From. It's not horror. It's more like sci-fi, psychological sci-fi kind of thing. But yeah, it's great for theory crafting too, because there's a whole lot that's not explained at all, and so you have to try to figure out what the hell's going on with these people. It's really good. Nice, Jay Sleek. Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, definitely. So if Friday nights are good for you guys, that's what the plan is. Friday nights starting next week in the Discord, the 13th of December is when we want to start. This Friday, I think I'm just gonna do a live where we can talk about the Severance trailer and lots more from. Okay, good. You're on Discord. From is the only show I've been loyal to in a while. Loved the way you did From tonight. Thank you. We appreciate it. These other shows are Apple TV. Severance and Silo are Apple TV. Yes, they are. They absolutely are. And and speaking of Silo, also, I'll be on Smitty Snippets live tonight as a guest at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. He's going to be talking, he and his sister are going to be talking Silo, more From, I believe. Also, let's see, what else? Dune, which I've never seen. And what's the other one? Earth Abides, which is that new MGM Plus show.
Ooh.
Yeah, Earth Abides did us dirty. MGM did us dirty.
They did us dirty. I don't know about it.
I know, right? They did us dirty big time. They, like at the end of the episode, we were supposed to get a 73-minute finale. That's what it looked like. They tacked on 15 minutes of Earth Abides, a preview of Earth Abides, just so people won't cancel their MGM subscription and stay for Earth Abides. Well, it backfired because they pissed off the From fans so much that now we don't want to watch it out of spite.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. I refused to watch that preview out of spite. We're a spiteful bunch.
Me too.
We're a spiteful bunch sometimes in the Frumley, but they did us dirty, damn it.
I can't believe it was so long, too. It was like, at 73 minutes. I mean, come on.
Yeah, I was so excited.
That's From numbers. You can't do that.
No, yeah, it was so close to 74.
Yeah.
Like,
you just can't do that.
It was like they trolled us with that. They totally trolled us.
I think it was intentional, and it made me more mad because it was intentional.
100%. Yeah, they trolled us, and I was like, you gotta be kidding me. When the finale was on and the credits rolled at that hour mark, it was like 58 minutes. I was like, wait a minute, what's happening? It's over? It can't be over. What is going on? I couldn't believe it. They punked us. Oh my god. They had the whole fandom.
And then I even thought that they might have some From extras. And I didn't realize there was just a 15-minute preview for another show. I thought, well, maybe they're going to have some special effects things or like interviews or something. No. I wouldn't. I didn't even know what the hell was in it. I wouldn't watch it. So yeah, I wouldn't either.
Psych on us. I fell asleep during that preview. I shut it off, Lisa. I didn't watch it. I shut the thing off. I'm like, I'm not watching this. Yeah, I wanted to cancel it right away just out of spite, but I have to keep it for now because I need it for screenshots. So, but yeah, Smitty Snippets is a really great channel. Dieter posted the link in the chat. I'm gonna be posting a community. I'll do a community post with the link again. But he and his sister are hilarious. I highly recommend their channel. They're so funny. They're so entertaining. They're so much fun to talk to. And like Smitty was on my live once as a guest. He's terrific. I haven't spoken to his sister yet, but I'm sure she's going to be so fun to talk to also. And their lives are just great. So I highly recommend checking that out. 9:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll be there as a guest. And they are going to discuss, I believe they're going to discuss From, in addition to all these other shows. Silo, Dune, Earth Abides. So if you're into any of those shows at all, check that out. I am going to try and watch I'm gonna force myself to try and watch Earth Abides before I watch that live. I'm gonna try so that I know what they're talking about. I'm gonna give it a shot. The concept is interesting. It's sci-fi, and it has something it has something to do with. I read that it has something to do with like survivors of some kind of like a pandemic, like some kind of pandemic wiped out a lot of the population, and it's something to do with that. And like so the survivors are trying to figure something out, but there's something sci-fi related to it. So I'm gonna give it a chance, even though I'm not happy about what MGM did to us. That was disappointing. I just knew we had more episode left, right? Come on. I was so mad about that. So mad. Seriously. I did cancel and they said, hey, what about 99 cents for 6 months? So I stayed.
Oh.
Hey, I'm going to try that. Damn, that's smart. I'm going to tell them I want to cancel and I'll get it for 99 cents. Thanks for telling me that. I'm going to try that. See if I can get it for 99 cents. That's that. They always pull that trick. Hulu does that too. Oh, don't go. We'll give you a special deal for this number of months.
So just periodically go every 6 months and you keep getting the deal.
Yeah, I think you probably it cuts off after the first one, but oh, Dieter. Oh, I can use your server for screenshots. Oh, good. Then I can cancel it. That would be great. I'd rather not pay for it every month. Now, don't follow my example, guys. I'm just poor. I'm just poor. But if you can afford it, support MGM Plus. It helps our show. It helps from.
We could have rewatch shows, though. I would have to get my DVDs out but I only have 2 seasons.
Yeah, but like, if you can afford it, it is a good idea to support MGM Plus. If you support them, then they have more money to put into our show and make it as good as it can possibly be. If you look at it that way, so I just can't.
I think it's only $6 a month because I have Prime.
Yeah. So yeah,
they have a bunch of movies on there. They have a whole bunch of movies. It's a big movie catalog. I mean, them being MGM and all.
Right. Yeah. So they do have other stuff on there.
You can watch Chapelwaite. Chapelwaite's pretty good.
Yeah. So if you can afford it, support MGM Plus. It's good for the show. Hey, K Brew. That's what I did too. Brody. Oh yeah. Oh, Adrian Brody's in that. Oh.
Yeah. It's like a Salem's Lot TV show.
Right. Yeah. Try the cancel thing, see what they offer. Yeah, right? I'm gonna try that. Thanks for the tip indeed.
Yeah.
Doesn't Amazon own MGM now? I think so.
Yeah.
I think it is from on Amazon now too.
Yeah. Well, no, Amazon. It's not. It's separate. MGM Plus is separate, but it's $6 a month.
You have to pay extra to watch it through Amazon Prime.
Yeah, I didn't think that was the case, but I guess it is.
Yeah. And Kel said we gotta make Julie be a sign-off / outro.
You have an outro.
A sign-off / outro. I don't have an outro yet.
I thought you had the let's keep deep diving and see what we can discover together tagline.
Oh yeah. I have a catchphrase, but I think he means like a little montage like Jeremy uses that he plays at the start and finish of every live.
We'd have to put that together.
Yeah, I don't know how to
put that together.
I don't know how to do that, or I would, because I think those are cool. I like that. It's just like a nice way to close it out and start it up. And when you close it out, then people can say goodbye and like have final comments. I would like to. I just don't know how to make something like that. And it also needs music too.
Yeah.
So it needs something. But you're gonna like you've got a song though, right? That you wrote something. So
yeah, but we would have to figure out how to make a video and everything to that, and hopefully it's Does it have to be compatible with Chromebook?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
but
try and get.
I would have to send it to you, so it would have to be compatible with Chromebook.
I'm gonna try and. No, yeah, but I think any file will play out a Chromebook. Like, it doesn't matter. Like,
Really?
this thing can play files. I mean, it depends on what format, but it shouldn't be an issue. Like, if it's like saved in like an audio file or something, yeah, I can do that. Decipher, I don't like, earlier you were talking politics and stuff, so I think I was trying to just delete a political comment, but I might have hit the wrong button and timed you out. So no worries, okay? Like, no hard feelings. We just try to avoid politics. It's not like I have rules posted up somewhere, so people coming in the chat who aren't familiar with the channel don't know. But I do prefer that we avoid politics, and that's all. I was trying to just get rid of the political comment, but I think I timed you out, so it's fine. It's fine. No hard feelings. Seriously, I like. I don't ask for much. It's just, we try not to get into politics on this channel because it's divisive.
Not a political channel.
It's not what we're talking. It's not what we're here to talk about. Anything
if
else?
we have Julie B's political dives, then you can be on there.
Okay.
I don't think that'll ever happen, though.
Okay. Glad we're cool. I did. Yeah. Hey, I have very strong political views. Don't get me wrong. Very strong. I just try to keep them out of this channel because I don't want it to screw up, our conversations. Because honestly, politics is politics. It's become a cesspool. And I used to love politics. I was a political science minor in college. I have a minor in political science. I wanted it to be a major, but I ran out of time. But I just don't enjoy politics anymore. Politics it's depressing and it's divisive, and I don't want people attacking me online. It's just too much. It's so cutthroat. So I just keep my political views off the internet now. That's all.
We're just united are from this.
Absolutely.
One
huh?
nation united and from.
Oh yeah. From the Great Uniter. Thomas here said I was subscribed to Poker Go, which was $99 a year, unsubscribed, then I got a $7 a year offer. Yeah, see, that's the trick. You gotta pretend you're unsubscribing. Yeah, that's what we gotta do. How do you know my views? When did I ever say my views? Shit. Did I slip and give something away? I'm trying to keep it to myself. Believe me, I'm very opinionated. I have very strong views. I am a political person, but I keep it to myself. Now, don't be hurt. Don't be hurt. I didn't intend to time you out. I hit the wrong button. That's all. I was trying to just delete one political comment. That's all. It's cool. It's all good. We're good. Wish I could help making videos. I still haven't figured out how to change my name. I'm a bit freaked out that the trailer knows my name. Yeah. Like, you can change your name on YouTube in your settings. If you go to your own YouTube, everyone technically has their own kind of channel or personal page, even if you don't post videos. There's a way you can go in there in your settings, change your display name if you want to. It took me a while to figure it out. Yeah, we've been talking From Theories. We're about to sign off, but we've been talking lots of From Theories.
About ready to get yourself home.
We went through season 1, episode 1. Went back, went through the whole thing scene by scene. I didn't know if we'd manage to actually pull it off. in one night at the rate we were going because we had a lot to say. So if you want to check out the replay, we really went into frame by frame, basically dissected the whole thing. So it's there on the replay if you want to check that out. And I'll be back Friday night. Thomas, if you want to check it out, I'll be back Friday night, probably like 10:30 Eastern. Maybe I'll manage to go live at 10 for once instead of 10:45 or something. We'll see how it goes, but sometime around there, 10:30, I'll post an announcement, but Friday night I'll do that if you want to check it out. We'll talk more from theories then, and check out the Discord if you're not in my Discord. I'm going to post the link one more time before I close it out, and check out Smitty Snippets live tonight at 9:30 Eastern. I'll be there 9:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll be there as a guest. Looking forward to that. Really looking forward to that. Okay, let me get the link. Okay, so I'm going to throw the link to the Discord. Wait, that's not right. That's the link to the StreamYard. Hold on. What the hell? Okay. Discord link. And then I got to get off of here, get some rest and some food and water. You know, in all this time, I've been dehydrated for hours, and I should have gotten up and just gotten some freaking water. What is wrong with me?
Yeah, you can just let me talk for a little bit. I mean, it's no biggie.
I don't know why I didn't do that. It's an addiction. I can't. Once I get on here, I just neglect all of my bodily needs.
You're like people that play video games for days.
Yeah, like I don't eat, I don't drink, I don't do anything I should be doing for myself when I'm on here. It's terrible. It's terrible. So anyway,
I'm trying to get you home. I'm trying to get you home, Julie.
Yes. I hear the bell. I hear it getting off. Thomas said, I feel like we're going to get a couple flashbacks on the show from the people who were there before Boyd came, like Donna and Father Khatri. I think their stories will be important. I would like to see that. Now that Khatri is deceased, I don't know. I don't think we will.
Oh, a flashback. They got a flashback.
It's like the thing is, there's nobody else. He's not alive to remember anything to show us. That's the problem. So
But
I mean, they could
have a flashback, and he could be in it.
You're right. You're right. They could do that. They've never done that before. Like everyone's flashback is kind of them. Mm-hmm. No, it could happen. You're right.
No, she thought about Fatima, and she had that happening.
Well, I'm talking about like arrivals. Like it's usually like them remembering, but maybe not. I mean, Kenny. They showed us Kenny, like not his arrival, but shortly after he arrived in town.
Boyd's arrival.
Yeah, Boyd, they showed us that, and it wasn't really Boyd like sitting there remembering. They just showed it. Mm-hmm. So yeah, it could happen. I'd like to see Donna, but since they gave us all that exposition, Donna telling us how she arrived, they probably won't ever show it unless they want to show us that she was lying and they show us something different. So, I'm not of that opinion. I think she was telling the truth.
Yeah.
Anyway. But yeah, my Discord link, I put it in the chat again. If you're not in the Discord, that's another place to talk theories. We can talk from theories all the time in there, keep the conversation going. But I'll be live again Friday night around 10:30 Eastern. We can talk more theories then, and also some Severance, the Severance trailer. We'll get into that. Anyway, thanks for being here, Cal. Thank you so much for coming. Appreciate you. Everybody else as well. What is up with you, Decipher, and your many comments? You're a very active guy in the comment section right now. I'm assuming you're a guy. I'm not really sure. Maybe you're not a guy. But okay. Yeah, it's time to wrap it up now. See, I'm too nice. I don't know. I'm overtired right now. Okay, you are a guy. Okay. I don't know. I just got that impression from your avatar that you're probably a guy. Anyway.
Get your talismans ready, everyone.
Okay. Well, thank you all for being here. Yeah, talisman's up. Thank you for being here. Hit the like if you haven't on the way out. I would appreciate that. And I'll see you back here Friday night live, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, somewhere around there, whenever I manage to hit live. And Laura, that's Scarlett trying to get me the hell off the stream. That's Scarlett trying to like gently usher me out. I'm a child of the forest. Yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate you. Maybe I'll play Julie's cameo to be the outro.
Oh yeah.
Or right. Hannah's cameo.
Yeah.
I'll do that. That's how I'll sign off.
Yep.
So, all right, guys. Hopefully I'll see some of you tonight in Smitty Snippets live at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll share the link in a community post. And all right, guys. Thank you again. I'm gonna just play my awesome cameo that Dieter was so kind to give to me from Hannah Jeremy on the outro. I'm gonna sign off and thank you for being here as always, Scarlett. This was a great discussion.
You're welcome. Thank you for being a kind host.
Oh, you are the co-host with the most, and I appreciate you. So, and being here all this time, sacrificing your sleep, which you don't need to do. I feel bad, but are you getting a snow day?
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a snow day tomorrow. So yeah, we got like a foot of snow.
Good. I hope you can get some sleep now. So
yes, I can finally rest.
Yes.
Finally.
All right, guys. Until next time, keep on deep diving. Let's see what we can uncover together. Bye, guys. Have a good day, good night, or whatever it is for you.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin. I hear that your YouTube account just hit 1,000 subscribers a few weeks ago. Round of applause, congratulations. I hope that your YouTube channel just continues to grow and get bigger and bigger, because I hear that you talk about From on your YouTube account, which is so awesome to hear. I'm so happy that the show has resonated with you enough to talk about it and analyze it, and that's just so cool. It just blows my mind every time that people love it so much that they do stuff like that. It's still so cool to me. So I really wish you the best with this account, and thank you so much for watching From and enjoying From and making your videos. Keep it up. We need answers, and I feel like you're going to be one of the ones to help us find those answers, because it's sure as hell not going to be me. I don't know what's going on ever. So thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.